So, December 5th, meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of Sanctuary Link and Cox Communication may view this program in high definition on channel 1002. You may also watch the meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire TV on the Go Vegas app. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. Proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers, going out to the mezzanine, go out the double doors to the terrace, and go down the back staircases. If for anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up front. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk staff. And if you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when leaving. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation this morning given by Pastor Jason Adams, Reformation Lutheran Church, and remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning.
Good morning, Pastor.
Let us pray. Come, Holy One, guide us as your people. As we enter into this work today, give us a spirit of grace and understanding, and bring wisdom to those whom we have chosen to be our leaders. Be present in our city and protect those who lack adequate food and housing and care. Work in and watch over our first responders and make our schools safe places for our children. Today we are mindful of the state funeral going on in Washington, D.C., and remember before you President George H.W. Bush. Be near to those who grieve his loss here. Bring new life to our desert home and teach us to care for all that you have entrusted to us. Turn us from selfish ambition to live for the sake of our neighbors. Inspire us to act with justice and work together for the common good. And make the diverse fabric of Las Vegas a delight to all who live and visit here, and a strong bond uniting people. In this time of gathering and festivity, bring peace to all who celebrate, and let hope live in us again. Hear the needs of all who are silent this day, and the desires of our hearts, and let your love be near us always. Amen.
And we will be coming down now for our ceremonials. Wonder what the fire official thinks about this. I think we seat over 500, don't we? How many do we seat in here? 450? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Well, we're going to start off with Councilman Stavros Anthony, and looking at all your wonderful faces, especially those of you who are future. We're excited to have you here. And so, Councilman, are you ready to roll? Okay.
All right, good morning, everyone. How are you? Always great to see our public facility packed with the residents of the city of Las Vegas. That's absolutely awesome. Today, I am honored to recognize 17 local teams that won their division in the recent City of Las Vegas Mayor's Cup in soccer. On the weekend of October 22nd through 28th, the City of Las Vegas and the Downtown Soccer Club hosted the Las Vegas Mayor's Cup International Youth Soccer Tournament for soccer players 9 to 16 years old. At this time, I'd like to invite one of our great partners, the Las Vegas Downtown Soccer Club, Gary Sorsman. Where's Gary? Is Gary here? There he is. Give him a nice round of applause. He does a big deal for this tournament. Thanks for coming, Gary. You do a great job for the Mayor's Cup. Now in its 19th year, the Las Vegas Mayor's Cup is the largest international soccer tournament in the country. This year, 520 soccer teams throughout the United States, along with teams from Canada, Costa Rica, Haiti, Japan, and Mexico, participated in this three-day event. The economic impact on that weekend is $18 million. That is absolutely awesome for this city. The finals for the Mayor's Cup is played at Betty Wilson Soccer Complex in the Great Ward 4, and this facility is one of the top soccer facilities in the country. We're additionally excited that the Mayor's Cup for the older players will again take place over 2 weekends in February of 2019, and we have over 100 foreign teams throughout the world that are going to be participating in that event. We're going to invite new teams from Ecuador, the Netherlands, Russia, and Northern Ireland. At this point, I'd like to ask Gary to say a couple words about the Mayor's Cup and the Downtown Soccer Club. Gary, where are you? There you are. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. It's really excited to. I'm really excited to see so many local teams, okay, that have had the opportunity to win Mayor's Cup. So on behalf of Downtown Las Vegas Soccer Club, our board of directors, okay, I want to thank the mayor, city council, okay, for helping us put on this great event. This wouldn't happen without a bunch of people here in the city. So I've got to say thank you to Jana, okay, in Parks and Rec, to Sandra, okay, to Maggie, okay, to the guys that put these fields together, because let me tell you what, I think you guys can all agree the fields were in top-notch shape. And also I want to say thank you to our new tournament director, Bob Breer. Okay, I don't think we had any glitches in the tournament. So once again, I want to congratulate every one of you guys, okay, from Downtown Las Vegas Soccer Club, and hope to see you back in February.
Great. Thanks, Gary. And Gary took my speaking points, because the next I was going to thank again our City of Las Vegas. Maggie, thank you very much. You want to stand? Say hi to everybody. Maggie Plaster, our Director of Parks and Rec. And the employees at the City of Las Vegas are absolutely dedicated to make sure that this is an awesome and one of the top international soccer tournaments in the country. I also want to recognize the parents and the relatives and the friends who are here of the players and the ones that are not here for taking the time to drag their kids to practice and all the other stuff that they do, because without them, these players would not be in a position to practice and get to the level that they are. And that's the one thing to remember. We had, like I said, we had 520 teams from throughout the world, we have several divisions, and the teams that we're going to recognize today won their divisions. That's absolutely unbelievable and awesome that these players can kick butt like that. So we are here to recognize them. So what I would like to do is we're going to go through this one at a time. We're going to go through it quickly because I know all these kids want to get back to school, right? Yeah, sure you do. Maybe your coach gave it a day off. I don't know. So when I call your team, you're going to come down. I want the team to come down. We're going to get a picture with the mayor and the city council. Off you go, and we'll keep going through this because we have 16 teams that we're going to recognize. You ready there, Councilman Soroka? Okay. So the first team on my list is the boys under 8 Chapman Auto Group Players SC 2011 Elite. Come on down. You won your division. Good job. Come on down. Come on down. Go ahead, go down there.
Go in front because we can get
Actually,
the
let's
picture.
move the podium out of the way.
Here, pull it back. Just pull it back.
Let's push it this way. Get it right out of the way. And I'll just do it from over here.
We're forming a line just by instinct.
Congratulations. Thank you. And you have your seat. The other thing I forgot to mention is we have a certificate of appreciation with the player's name on it, signed by the mayor and the entire city council to take home with them. So come on up here. Let's get a picture.
Okay, come on, Corey. Picture. They don't want to kneel, do you? No, you can stand. You're okay. And hold it high. Hold it up there.
All right, good job. Congratulations.
All right, wonderful.
Listen to me for 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
Done. Okay. Great. Who are the parents of this grade? Anybody here? One in the back. One, two. Congratulations.
Sorry, before we carry on, I forgot to mention 2 people. And this tournament couldn't have happened without 2 city people. And I didn't mention their names. Savanti, thank you. Okay, and Adam's in the back. Adam Sakura, thank you very much for everything you did.
Thanks, Gary. Okay, next we have the boys under 13 Rotary of Las Vegas Players SC 06 Elite. Come on down. They're not here? Okay.
Wait, here they are.
Oh. Come on, guys. Boys under 13 Rotary of Las Vegas Players SC 06 Elite.
Okay, Councilwoman, Mayor Pro Tem, you better find somebody small. Who are parents on this team? Congratulations.
All right, good job. Next, we have the boys under 14 Chapman Auto Group LVSA 05 Red. Come on down. Come on down. Are they here? Boys under 14, are you here? They're not here?
Coach is Jose Gomez.
Okay, they're not here. All right, congratulations anyway. Boys under 15 Adidas Heat FC 04 AS. Come on down.
Come
Happy to take a knee in front.
You guys are
Take a
so
knee in front.
big. He's tall.
Once you take a knee in front, go ahead. Take a knee in front.
Can you kneel? Yeah, that's it. All right. Okay. Lois. Don't you have to get down also? That's good. Okay, you're all right now.
Oh, we'll get it to him. We have certificates for you. I'm not sure where they are, but we'll get them to you. Come on in here.
Look at the man in the back in the red checkered shirt. Who are the parents here on this team? Way to go! Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, congratulations. Okay, next we have the boys under 15, NV Counselor Corps, Barcelona NV04, Academy Red. Come on down. Don't have that one either?
Then everybody else go down to the left. Let me have that one. All the way to the left. Everybody 13? Okay, anybody
Come on
in
down.
front has to take a knee.
Take a knee. Congratulations, Coach.
Council, Mayor Pro Tem's too short.
We have certificates for you somewhere, so we'll get them to you.
Okay, and look at the gentleman in the back in the red checkered shirt. Parents of this team, raise your hand. Over there.
All right, congratulations, all of you. Next, we have the boys under 16, Chapman Auto Group, LVSA 03 Silver. I don't think they're here, so give them a nice round of applause. They couldn't make it. That one you have, huh?
That what we had.
Okay, next we have the girls under 10, Chapman Auto Group, Players SC 2009 Elite. Come on down.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Good job. Great job. Here you go, Coach.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You bet. You bet.
Come on in.
Lucky, Coach.
Second time?
Oh, gosh. Parents of this group. Oh, wonderful. We are so proud of you all. Keep it going. Keep it going.
All right, good job. Congratulations, girls. Next, we have the girls under 11, Chapman Auto Group, Players SC 2008 Elite. Come on down.
I always meant to ask you, when we keep saying all these years, Chapman, is that the car dealership? He does so many? Wow. Congratulations, Steve. Keep it going. Congratulations, Steve.
All right, double. Yeah. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, for the parents. Right there. Congratulations.
All right, good job. Congratulations. Next, we have the girls under 11 Adidas Albion SCLV 08 Premier TK.
Oh, Councilman, happy birthday. We have a happy birthday.
Hey, happy birthday.
Madeline.
Madeline.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Madeline. Happy birthday to you.
Yay!
Moms, dads, moms. Wow, excellent. To have a happy holiday, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year to all of you. We expect to see you back, of course, often. Great job.
All right, congratulations. Next, we have the girls under 12 Chapman Auto Group, Albion SCLV 07 Academy EB. Come on down.
Yeah. Well, this is tough
Awesome.
What?
because there's many. It's a good thing you read the whole name.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Okay, now, because you're tall, can you get down on the knees so we can see? I'll peek right through here. Yes, I will. All right, parents of this group. Very proud. And Mr. Shane, when will the pictures be up online that they can get them? Okay?
All right, congratulations. Girls under 12 Chapman Auto Group. Next, we have the girls under 12 Rotary of Las Vegas Prime SC07 Ram. Come on down. By the way, you're going to find there's more girl teams than boy teams. Congratulations. Good job.
Congratulations.
Good job. Good job, Coach. Congratulations.
For all your players.
Thank you.
Right here to the left. Perfect. All right, everybody. Moms and dads of this team?
Congratulations. All right, next we have the girls under 14 Chapman Auto Group, Albion SCLV 05 Academy AS.
Full-time job.
Congratulations. Well done.
Congratulations, Steve.
Got the trophy. Good job. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Good job.
Congratulations to you.
Are you a coach?
Manager.
Manager. Come on down. Congratulations.
Well, manager, can you make sure the girls eat
Yes.
one of these for everybody?
Okay, everybody looking up. Somebody in a red sweatshirt way in the back. Oh, you moved. Yeah. Way in the front. Well done. Oh, great.
All right. Congratulations, ladies.
Happy holidays.
Okay, the girls under 15 Chapman Auto Group, LV PSA 04 Red. I don't think they're here. Give them a nice round of applause. They couldn't make it. The girls under 15, Adidas, Albion, SCLV 04 Academy, JG. Come on down.
I think we got one man's team left, and that's it. Oh, no, here we go. Go girls.
Congratulations, ladies.
Ready to come back in February, or is that over?
Congratulations.
14?
Congratulations, Coach.
Come back in February. Great. These are 14. 14 in February right there? Okay, right here. Right there in the middle. Perfect.
Congratulations. I don't think this one's here. The girls under 16, Chapman Auto Group, LVPSA 03 Red. I don't think they could make it. Congratulations. Give them a nice round of applause. The girls under 16, Adidas, LV 2003 NPLG. Come on down. Are you here? There they are. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And it should be our final team, and I don't believe they're here. The girls under 16, Rotary of Las Vegas, Albion, SCLV 03 Premier MM. Are they here? Okay, give them a nice round of applause. Did we get every team? Did I miss anybody? Okay, congratulations. Give them a nice round of applause. And these are the future leaders of Las Vegas.
When he can get internet in Cuba.
But they listen to everything, too.
Study hard. We know you look good. We know you're athletic. We are so proud of you all. And are you exempted from going back to school? Barcelona, no? Okay. Team. We're proud. We'll see you in February. Okay. That was the first, but the real first. This is a very important ceremonial day for us. I want to invite the Chief of Operations and Development, Jorge Cervantes. Are you here? You are, hiding in the back. Come right up front, please. This is a miracle man, engineer, used to be head of public works for us, is head of operations and development, and just a favorite in our city staff. We have some special guests with us today as we celebrate our Citizen of the Month. As you know, over the last couple of years, like most of Las Vegas, I and you have thoroughly enjoyed the challenges finding your way around the ever-changing roads of downtown. Every day has been such a detour. Every day a new road is closed. It's really been a great deal of fun trying to keep up to speed with Project Neon, NDOT, and Kiewit's construction for the heart of the city. What a massive project it's been, but it looks like now we're heading towards the finish line, thanks to the amazing job that the workers on this project have done. In fact, I hear the project may even finish ahead of schedule this summer, and our fingers are crossed that it will be so. This much-needed project will facilitate and streamline better movement of traffic in our city. For over 350,000 vehicles have crossed in the Spaghetti Bowl every day for years gone by, where they cross the I-15 and US 95 daily. The scope of this project, as you know, is enormous, and the Nevada Department of Transportation and its lead contractor, Kiewit, has done the work, which actually has been ongoingly relatively bearable. At this time, I'd like to ask Dale Keller, NDOT's Assistant Chief of the Project Management, and Chris Koning, Nevada Area Management for Kiewit, to join us at the podium, please. Awesome. You just look none the worse for wear, either of you. You have done a Great job. We're so proud. And you keep coming back to us all the time to tell us as we pray we're going to be able to get to work and get home. It is with great pleasure that I and the City Council name the workers on Project Neon as December's 2018 Citizens of the Month. We believe we have some workers here today, and I'd like to invite them to join us at the podium. Please come on up, because you're what makes it happen. Do we have any chips here? Can you give them out to me? Please. I saw so many of you in the early days in the trailer, but we are so grateful to you because you are the ones that are up at all hours. We know that, doing things, and it's wonderful. Thank you so much. I know you're going to, are you all from here, or have you come in from other states, too, to work? From here? Here? Oh, little California, but you'll stay here forever, I'm sure. So we have, it's an honor to present the Citizen of the Month plaques to you both. We're giving out Good Luck, Good Health Mayor chips, and if you were in the trailers, a couple of, oh my gosh, it must be a year ago that I greeted some of you. This is your second one, but it comes with grateful appreciation of the city and every council person here and all the families of Las Vegas and the tourists who one day are going to just be smiling all the time. So on their behalf, Chris and Dale, we have the plaques. Did we already do that? No, we have some plaques. If you can find them, please. If you would give one, Jorge, before I turn the microphone, give one to Chris, one to Dale. And just to spread the word, please, how much we are so grateful in the future years of the downtown and the entire city, bringing in people from all sides, all from the north, the south, the east, and the west, and you all have made it happen. I don't know how you do it, and we only lost our power twice. So that's pretty good, because we live in the heart of downtown. So, Mr. Cervantes, please.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, as the Mayor mentioned, this is a massive project. As an engineer, I can appreciate the work and the efforts these guys go through every day. It's a massive project. But really, what I want to emphasize is we had several major events downtown, whether it's our Life is Beautiful concert or the Electric Basie Carnival that's going on that has a lot of traffic flowing through downtown. And it kind of coincided with some of their major milestone events that they're having on the highway. Well, these guys went out of their way to help us adjust their schedule to make sure that we wouldn't impact these big events that are great to our community to help traffic flow. And so for that, Chris, I really want to say thank you to you and your guys for working with us, Dale, you and your team for working with us and helping us get traffic flow through smoothly in these big events and everything you've done so far. You've been a great partner to the city. Certainly, NDOT did a great job in selecting you guys and really appreciate it. Thank you.
First off, Dale Keller, I'd like to thank the city, mayor, the city council, and city staff. This is a project that was done for the community, by the community, and we had some great partnerships throughout, both with our contractors, and also hats off and a big congratulations to all the workers and staff. Over 550 workers out there working 6 days a week, both day and night. They're the ones to thank, and they're the one in hard work to get this project on track. Once again, thank you all for the great cooperation. This is a great team effort from all the way from a local agency, from the city to the state to the federal government. So this has a good model of how we can all work together and get a good project done for the community. Thank you.
Can I just say before you speak, Chris, for 1 sec, is there any way that you can, when you give out your paychecks, whether they're handed out or put in an envelope, to put a note in from the city of Las Vegas, how grateful we are, and that this took place today for each one of those who worked on this project. And I understand from Councilman Coffin, could you just tell them what you told me?
Well, it's symptomatic, as you all know, watching a construction project can seem endless. This one is, because we voted the money for this in 2009 in the legislature. It just takes a while.
Isn't that amazing? It's almost 10 years, and actually it will be 10 years by the time we finish it. So please.
Thank you. Chris Koenig with Kiewit. First of all, thank you to the mayor and city council for this great honor. Thank you to NDOT for the cooperation. We met a couple weeks ago and kind of looked back, and you know, we've been looking at this project for almost 6 years before the bid, and we just focused on it, and coming to fruition has been just more than we could have imagined. And it's all for these folks representing over 500 people that have, I'm telling you, worked harder than I've ever seen, day and night, and come through with a project that even impressed ourselves. So thank you again. Great honor.
What was the cost of the project?
About $600 million.
Piece of change.
Yeah.
Let me do that. Thank you. We are so grateful. Happy holidays to all of you. Have a wonderful, wonderful new year. We're proud of you and we're grateful to each of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. And so you'll see the sign up front on the corner of Clark and Main Street that will have that for the whole month. So thank you. We are so lucky. It's good to be out of the recession, huh? The cost is well over $1 billion. What happened to the other $400 million then? I took some. Okay. All right. For our next item, I'd like to ask our acting Park and Recreation Director, Maggie Plaster, to join us at the podium. She's doing a great job. Our employees strive to meet our values of being kind, committed, and smart. They build our community to make life better, and I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Savante Manor. Savante, please join us. Modest soul. Okay, Savante is a community program specialist and has been with the city, as young as he looks, for 20 years. Savante is truly one of our model employees, and one example from earlier this year occurred when he was notified toward the end of the day that the rain had flooded home plate at one of our ball fields at Veterans Memorial Center. City leagues were getting ready to play, but the flooded home plate area was going to make it impossible. Rather than having the teams cancel all their games, Savante grabbed a rake and a shovel and headed out to the field. He moved dry dirt in from the outfield, got the field in playable condition in time for the teams to play their games. Another example of the kind of person Savante is occurred recently in front of City Hall. A young man was distraught at the corner of Clark and Main Streets, moaning and clutching his head next to his vehicle. Without concern for himself, Savante put the stranger's needs in front of his own, notified the marshals, knelt down next to the young man, and quietly comforted him until the marshals and care were made available. Kind, committed, and smart are our city core values, and you, for sure, certainly exemplify that. You can't have been working here for 20 years. Did you start when you were about 12? 14, there we go. Savante is a great example of our employees, and we thank you for all that you do for the city and this community. So we are proud to name you our October. How come we're so far behind? This is December. Oh my goodness. What happened? November. Am I firing you right now? Does it say November? It's November. Right. November. I'm so glad I'm alive and well and can see this. November Employee of the Month. We'll give you October too. October and November Employee of the Month. So Maggie, tell us about this great young man.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Those two examples are great examples of Savante's work ethic and his compassion. But the truth is that every day he comes to work, he's pretty much the Employee of the Month. So you mentioned the city's values of kind, committed, and smart. Kindness, Savante's kind to everyone. Everyone. There's no one that he's not kind to, and everybody who knows him can think of lots of examples. Committed, as you mentioned, he's been working for the city since he was 14, and he comes to work with the same work ethic that he's had the whole time, very committed to his job. And smart, what we look for in Parks and Rec professionals is someone who can do every job, every programming job that Parks and Rec offers, and Savante can do that. So thank you so much for the recognition for him.
You have family with you here? I do. Okay, you're going to tell us who they are, too. All right, so first we'd like to hear from you. If Councilman Coffin will get away from me, please. This is Cervantes Day. Okay, so you have family here? I do. Okay, so I'd like you to introduce them. And obviously, whoever had the hammer at home that made you the most kind, courteous, polite, well-mannered, fabulous person, I know that didn't happen all by yourself. There's got to be family there. So here you are.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I do have some comments that I would like to make before I introduce my family, if that's okay, Mayor.
You're in charge.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to the mayor and the council. I want to say thank you to Mr. Zamora, Vince, who nominated me. I also would like to say thank you to Janet B. She nominated me as well. I really do appreciate that. I was thinking about what I would say today, and I didn't want this to sound like a retirement speech because I have 20 years, but I'm not going anywhere. Got a while left. So, as I thought about it, I thought about my career here with the city of Las Vegas. And over the time that I've been here, I've worked at many community centers. I've worked at the Mirabelli Community Center, the Veterans Memorial Leisure Service Center in Summerlin, Chuck Minker Sports Complex, Doolittle Community Center, the Youth Sports Office for the city of Las Vegas, and now I'm in the Municipal Sports Unit with the city of Las Vegas. This is throughout the entire city that I've been able to make an impact. And also throughout this time I was with the city of Las Vegas, I've been able to work along the side of very passionate people. They work hard every day. They do a very hard job within our communities, but they continue to come and strive daily to do that job. And while I was in the process, I started here while I was young, but now I found my passion. And my passion here is to make sure that I do the same that my colleagues do. And I have a twofold passion that I'd like to share with you guys today. My first passion is to make sure that I encourage someone so much and inspire them so much that I make a difference in their life. But the second fold to that is they take that encouraging word and they share it with someone else. That's the way we're going to build a better world. That's the way we build better lives for these participants. That's our job. That's the ability that we have in Parks and Rec to change lives. You guys, we all have a responsibility. And through our great management here, they've given us the 3 ways to do it and how we should behave. We must be kind to our participants because they deserve it. We must be committed to our participants because they deserve it. And we must be smart and do it with all of the intelligence that we have because our citizens and our participants deserve it. All right? I know at times this job gets difficult. It gets very hard. But they also gave us something else through our management. It's not a personal job. We are here to build this community to make life better. That's our job. That's what we committed to as public servants. That is our role. So today, I accept the Employee of the Month on behalf of the Park and Rec family, the Manor family, and myself. Thank you guys for your recognition. Thank you for your gratitude. You guys have a good day. Thank you. So do I need to bring my family up?
Yes, you bring, as long as they're not 200 people.
It's not quite 200, but we have a few. I'd like to bring up my sister first. This is Sharonda in the front. Come on up.
We know her. Congratulations.
My sister Tara, come on up. My nephew Terry is here. Come on up.
Congratulations to you.
My brother Anthony is here. Come on up.
Oh, this is so wonderful.
My sister Trina is here. My sister Trina is here. And the one who gave me my heart and my passion, my mother. Come on up.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm a good boy. I raised him. gentlemen. You have got to do something.
Where's Jamon? Where's Jamon?
No.
No, she's not. Thank you.
Later on.
Where's Jamon? And my brother Jamon is here in the back. Come on now. And Amani, my niece Amani is here. Come on up. Yes,
Is everybody older than you?
they're all older than me. I'm the youngest.
You are the most spoiled child in the world. No wonder you came out perfectly.
Manor family always OD.
And you're married? How long?
I've been married for 9 years, almost 10. And where's his wife? My wife is at work. My wife had a meeting at the State Building today.
Well, and what's her first name?
Alexandria.
Alexandria, we're speaking to you on TV. You are one lucky lady, and this is the day of the lady. So we're proud of him, and thank you for sharing him with us. Savante, we have your plaque for the Employee of the Month, and it does say November. So we are so proud, so proud. Okay, if you look in the back to the gentleman who was up front, he's now run to the back. We have a big family picture. Are you there, Maggie? Yes.
I'm here.
Hello, come here. Okay, ready?
We are so proud. We hope you get another one. Yes. Oh, yeah. Can you give? Yes. Take a bunch for his family, please.
What did you do at age 13?
All right.
I worked in summer camp. Yes.
So he wasn't kidding. He said that he started with. Could you repeat it, Savante? What were you doing at 14? He was really here working.
I work summer camp at Doolittle Community Center, and after summer camp, I work with the youth basketball program at Doolittle as well.
So how about students that are out there that are in high school? What do they do if they want to get on board and work the same way?
Contact our municipal sports unit because we definitely need staff. Or you can go to any of the community centers. You can go online as well, put your name in and apply for a youth monitor or a sports monitor, and we'll be able to go through the applications and hire them from there.
Will they see you? Will they see you?
If they come to the municipal sports unit, they will see me. If they go somewhere.
So come on down. Do they get paid at 14?
Yes.
What a fabulous job working with great people. How many people do we have here from Parks and Rec? Please stand up. Your team. Awesome. Thank you for all that you do, and Miss Maggie, wherever you went. Congratulations. Oh, there she is, the little person in the back, passing out chips. Anyway, we're so proud of you. Thank you. Okay, for our next item, I'd like to invite our Cultural Affairs Director, Allie Haynes-Hamblin, to join me at the podium. We have great employees at the city, and it's my pleasure to recognize a very special group of employees today known as our Values Team. On 1 October this year, for those of you who may have been there, and for those of you who weren't, the city hosted a remembrance vigil in the Healing Garden for the 58 we lost at the Route 91 Harvest Festival tragedy. What was most important at that vigil was to ensure that the remembrance was respectful, dignified, and about those who passed away, not about anyone else and not about anything else. In part because of this team of employees, the tribute was beautiful, moving, and a ceremony that really gave total applause and remembrance to the victims and their families and their friends. The name of each victim was read aloud. A candle was lit. The bell was tolled, one by one, 58 times. Simultaneously, the lights of the tree bearing each victim's name was turned on. Not another word was spoken. It was indeed moving and extremely emotional. The planning and coordination and the timing were critical to the tributes being meaningful and successful. Our special events, cultural affairs, and communications teams pulled together for an outstanding job. And so did the team we are here to recognize today, the city's tech team. It's nicknamed the A-Team because they're so good at coordinating sound, light, microphones, and all things technological. We applaud them, and we appreciate them. I'm so proud of this team, and we are happy to name them our December Values Team, and I'd like to ask each team member to join us at the podium as I call your name. Dave Lewis. Raja Picrone. George Milenix. Megan Luttrell. Monica Maria Coakley. Chris Anderson. And Rodolfo Aguero. Thank you all. You're simply the best. And Allie, your turn.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'm so proud of this team to have this honor this month. But as many of you know who come out to our special events and our performances and our parades, this team brings their A game every day. That's why they're the A team. This particular event was, as you can imagine, very emotional. There were a lot of irons in the fire and a lot of plans to be had. And I have to say, this team are the kings and queens of fielding curveballs like they're nothing. Every event that we do, there's always something that changes at the last minute. This event was no different. We had several thousand more people than we expected. Lights were being kicked around and knocked over and out of focus, and these guys ran around the whole time and refocused everything so that we were ready and everything was perfect at the moment. I am so proud to be affiliated with these guys. They're the key members of our cultural affairs team. We couldn't do any of the amazing things that we do without them. And I'm just so grateful for this honor. I really want to thank Esther Reinke and Special Events for nominating them. Their goal is to stay behind the scenes and make sure that nobody notices them. That's their goal in life. And so therefore I try to respect that and not call them out. So I'm really grateful to our fellow city staff who take the lead and make sure that they're recognized because they deserve this recognition every day.
Yay, A-Team. How about a word on behalf of your team? Anybody here brave enough to say a word? The silent good folk. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Esther, for nominating us. We're honored to be recognized for this. That'll be it. Thank you.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. We're so grateful to you. Thank you all. Keep up the good work. There's much to do. All right. Shane in the back. Great. Thank you. What a great team. Thank you. Work's only going to get tougher. It's going forward. Got more and more things, new equipment. And our final item this morning is, wow, Councilman Creer. I know you're playing games over there, but your turn. Uh-oh, and I made you drop. It's all right. It's yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Today I have the privilege to take this time to recognize my fraternity, the fraternity of my father, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, for the continuous efforts to improve the lives of our students and residents. Can the members of Alpha Phi Alpha please come up here and join me here on the podium? Brother Atara Sibula, our brother Lacey Thomas, brother Pastor Connor, Kerry Connor, Brother Nod Nair, brother Paul Cooks, brother Clarence Taylor, our president, brother Blow, brother Demetrius Bird, brother Leonard Means, brother Sean Torrey, extraordinaire. Please come and join us. In yeah, the Golden Knights copied us. In 1904 and 1905, the school year at Cornell University, located in Ithaca, New York, half of the black men students decided not to come back after the Christmas break because of all the racial discrimination that happens, because of all the tension that was going on, and the way that they were being treated at this institution. 7 men, who we call the Jewels, decided that they wanted to start a social group to bring black men on campus together to talk about what's going on, what can they do to make things better. That led to them, many of them worked in the fraternities of the white fraternities that were there and saw the brotherhood that was taking place. And in 1906, on an ice cold Tuesday, December 4th, these 7 men, Brother Jewel Henry Arthur Callis, Brother Jewel Charles Henry Chapman, Brother Jewel Eugene Kinkle Jones, Brother Jewel George Biddle Kelly, Brother Jewel Nathaniel Allison Murray, Brother Jewel Robert Harold Ogle, and Brother Vertner Woodson Tandy formed what became the country's and the nation's first black men's fraternity, collegiate fraternity in the history of our country on this ice cold Tuesday, December 4th, 1906. We celebrated our Founders Day yesterday, 112 years of fraternal organization. And today we're here to recognize and to pay tribute to those that founded our organization, that have come and that have entered what we call a mega chapter, and those that are still here. 200,000 men later, we have what is now Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Some noble members, Brother Martin Luther King, Brother Dr. Martin Luther King, Brother Justice Thurgood Marshall, Brother Jesse Owens, Brother Ambassador Andrew Young, Brother Lionel Richie. On a local stage, many of you might know some of these individuals, or had known them. Brother Justice Michael Douglas, who is the Chief Justice for the Nevada Supreme Court. Brother William Bailey, Bob Bailey. Brother Marion Bennett. Brother Judge Adelaire Guy. Brother James B. McMillan. Brother John Creer, who was my father. And also our former colleague, Brother Councilman Ricky Barlow. Alpha Phi Alpha, the local chapter of Theta Pi Lambda. We're located here in Las Vegas. This chapter provides leadership to its members and respective residents in the Las Vegas community. This past Saturday, we hosted our annual Black and Gold Gala, where we raised dollars and resources for our foundation, the Theta Pi Lambda Foundation, and we raised resources that supports the foundation and our mentoring group called AMDOT. Alpha Men and Divas of Tomorrow. We provide kids mentoring through 9th through 12th grade, through SAT training, through we take them on college trips, we provide them with sexual awareness training, and we also provide them with scholarships that they go off to school. Over the last couple of years, we've awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to kids to attend university. We have a 100% going rate for our kids who mentor through our program. And our president of AMDOT, Sean Torrey, is here, and he takes these kids, and we volunteer our time, our talents, and our treasure to assist in making sure these kids have a level playing field and opportunity to pursue higher education. So Alpha Phi Alpha develops leaders, promotes brotherhood and academic excellence by providing service and advocacy for our community. And so I want to bring up Brother Blow. Maybe you guys can come around, and I want to present you with a proclamation on behalf of the mayor and the Las Vegas City Council. And I just want to read the last paragraph of it. In great recognition of Alpha Phi Alpha Incorporated, Theta Pi Lambda chapter of Las Vegas, in their efforts to make a significant difference in the lives of our youth and for their continued dedication towards providing scholarships for our students, we urge the entire Las Vegas community to join with us as we do hereby proclaim December 5th, 2018, Alpha Phi Alpha Day in the city of Las Vegas. Congratulations.
Thank you, brother.
Like to say a word, Brother Blow?
Thank you, Brother Creer, Madam Mayor, and the rest of the council. It's such an honor to receive this recognition today. And while we're very humbled by the recognition that we received, that is not why we are so committed to doing the work that we do. This is a passion for us. This is a calling for us. And we are just so happy and so proud to be partners in the Las Vegas community. We've been here for the last 54 years, and we just look forward to many, many more years of service, of collaboration, and of achieving amazing things in this community. Thank you for the recognition. Thank you for having us. And please have a wonderful holiday.
Thank you. We get a picture.
She's coming in?
Great, thank you. The first year of this chapter was 1964. That's why Oscar and I came here in 1964. We knew you were opening a chapter. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. Thanks for taking care of our young people so well. They're our future. Thank you. Appreciate it. Happy holidays. Happy holidays. Thank you for all that you do. It's all about our youth and opportunity. So we're grateful. Okay, I have 2 minutes after while we turn over and get our A-team working on the turnover for technology. We'll take a 5-minute quick break while they do that. Okay. Go wash hands. Okay, our brief recess is over. If Mr. Riggleman says everything's ready to go. Are we ready to go? Who's fired? He is not there. Jace is not there. Are we ready to go? Okay. Everyone, if you'll take your seats, please, and put your phones on mute, please, because I can see everybody who's looking down at their cell phones, and I know exactly where the noise comes to. So, thank you very much. Anyway, we're on to agenda item number 10. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific agenda items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. It is your opportunity to address the council, but council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. We'll set the time at 1 minute, but I do know that Councilwoman Jerry Schroeder is here from Henderson, who has to, there you are. So we welcome you. Love having you down here in the heart of the city. And I know you have to leave, so thank you. There is a button you can put. There it is.
Oh, there we go.
It.
Thank you. Well, good morning, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure for me to be here in front of you today, all my buddies up there that I work so well with in the city of Henderson. I appreciate you allowing me to come up and be the first at public comment. I'm here to speak on item number 41. However, I got to get my daughter to class at CSN, so I appreciate you allowing me to come up and do my part of the report at public comment. Earlier this month, I attended the National League of Cities Conference. There was much discussion on issues affecting local governments, such as the recent change in Congress for the election, transportation, infrastructure, the opioid crisis, the importance of the 2020 census, housing issues, including short-term rentals, sober homes, those types of issues, immigration, preemption, cybersecurity, online sales tax fairness, climate change, natural disasters, active shooters, the marijuana banking issue, trade and tariffs, and troops on the borders. I brought back information on how cities can step up on Alzheimer's by the Women's Alzheimer's Association, which was presented by Maria Shriver. Also brought information on the 2018 Playground Catalog, which if you would like to get a copy, I can get a copy through the National League of Cities. It has all the really cool new playground equipment in the 2018 catalog that I'm sure that all the people who go to our parks would really enjoy. Also brought back information preparing for the 2020 census, which is going to be very important for us because, as you know, the census determines how much federal funding we receive back from the federal government, which is something that's very important for our budgets and for us to be able to give back to our community. There was also a book of resolutions from the following committees: the Finance Administration and Intergovernmental Relations, Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources, Community and Economic Development, Human Development, Transportation and Infrastructure Services, Public Safety and Crime Prevention, Information Technology, and Communications. At the Western Municipal Association, which consists of the 14 states in the western part of the United States, I stepped down as the chair as my term is up, and Vice Chair Denny Doyle, who is the mayor of Beaverton, Oregon, became the 2019 chair. We had presentations from Anthony Perez, Director of Legal and Land Development Services of SmartWorks Partners, and Cynthia Moses-Ned, State and Local Government Liaison, Department of Interior. Issues discussed were the proposed revision of the NEPA process from a 10-year process to a 2-year process, taking the environmental impact statement process to 1 year, and the report to less than 150 pages, and reducing duplication of studies. I also serve on the First Tier Suburbs Committee. City of Henderson is a first-tier suburb of the City of Las Vegas, as the City of Las Vegas is a metropolitan community, and we're a first-tier suburb of Las Vegas, as well as the City of Sparks is a first-tier suburb of the City of Reno. In the First-Tier Suburbs Committee, we discuss issues that are important to suburban neighborhoods, which kind of overlap what happens in metropolitan neighborhoods, as Las Vegas is not just on the Strip or in the downtown area, but it actually goes into more suburban areas as well. Myself, along with Wes Henderson, who is the Executive Director of the Nevada League of Cities, and Christopher Dare, the councilman from the City of Sparks, and Councilwoman Charlene Bybee from the City of Sparks, all attended a session regarding e-scooters. This is an issue that's been coming up very rapidly. Brandon Pollock and Y.J. Fisher, spelled F-I-S-C-H-E-R for the record, representatives from Bird gave a presentation about e-scooters. There are many questions regarding their business model of dropping off scooters in communities without getting a business license or permits. ADA issues were brought up as scooters are left on sidewalks and corners where wheelchairs and strollers must maneuver around them. They talked about a Birdwatcher program, which will pay people to pick up the scooters and charge them at their home. Bird says they would need to drop 500 scooters to be successful in the community to have enough bird watchers. So if we can imagine 500 scooters that are just being dropped off here in the city of Las Vegas, in different areas of Las Vegas, whether it's Centennial Hills, Summerlin, the downtown Fremont area, and just having them just be all over the place. Bird would like to have a conversation and relationship with cities regarding safety. Many cities have banned Bird and Lime because of their business practice to drop off scooters without notifying municipalities, not having a business license or permit, and safety issues of scooters being left everywhere and anywhere. Finally, the National League of Cities Congressional City Conference will take place March 10th through March 13th, 2019 in Washington, D.C. After the conference, the delegates from Nevada will meet with the Nevada Congressional Delegation to discuss the resolutions from the City Summit and present issues affecting cities in Nevada. Nevada has a voice at the table on national issues. I serve on the board of directors, and so does Wes Henderson from the Nevada League of Cities. There is much to learn about issues that affect our community, and I encourage all of you to attend the conference and get information that will really benefit your community, and make sure that you're updated on everything that's going on. It's important for all cities to continue our advocacy by attending the NLC conferences in the future. You know, it's good to go to these conferences, but where the work is done, and I know we all got elected because we didn't want to sit on the sidelines. We want to make sure that we do things that are going to help our own communities. So I encourage you not to sit on the sidelines. Be a part of one of those advocacy committees that I listed. I know that we have Councilman Bob Zien, who is on the Energy and Environment and Natural Resources Committee. We have Councilman Christopher Dare on the Community and Economic Development Committee, which he is vice chair next year, and Wes Henderson on the Finance and Intergovernmental Relations Committee. So there are these other committees: Human Development, Transportation, Infrastructure, Public Safety and Crime Prevention, and Information Technology and Communities, that I encourage you to be a part of that, because that's where all the work is done, where we talk to our congressional delegation and make sure that they understand what the important issues are of the city, of our cities and municipalities. So I thank you again for allowing me to speak at this time, and I hope you all have a wonderful, happy holiday.
You have a good holiday yourself. And so for those of you, that was a public courtesy to allow the City of Henderson and the Nevada League of Cities to have that opportunity. But we will stick to 1 minute from here on in because we have a full agenda. For those of you who are here on agenda item 55, if you are going to take your 1 minute here and can't wait until 55 comes up, which is public hearing, we would ask you, you're going to state your name for the record, please, but do not come back at the agenda item 55.
Okay, Mayor, thank you very much. Larry Hawkins, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard. We're here to address agenda items 39 and 40, if we may. Jonas is going to make the presentation, and I'm going to yield my time for the reading.
And these items, again, you said this is just to make, we will not be responding just to hear your comments, but 39 and 40 are the two?
Yes.
Correct.
Correct, okay.
Thank you
Please
for
go
your time,
ahead.
Larry. Hi, I'm Jonas Wolverton, the Ogden, 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North. This is about the fines for unlicensed STRs in the Ogden, agenda items 39 and 40. We applaud the efforts of City Code Enforcement, calling City Council to approve fines for these unlicensed operators who have shown contempt for the law, their neighbors in the Ogden high-rise, and their guests. If their guests had caused damage to life or property, who would pay? And what insurance covers an unlicensed rental? Regarding agenda number 39, Unit 1806. Unit 1806 was known for its partying guests. Earlier this year, one of them vomited in the lobby and elevator, leaving the mess for someone else to clean up. This two-bedroom was advertised for 10 guests. Earlier this year, it was dropped to 8, and more recently to 6. Who knows how many they squeezed into this small condo? These out-of-town San Francisco owners ran their rental by remote control. They never met their guests and had no care for the impact that they might have. There can be no excuses. These owners had repeated warnings, yet they chose to line their own pockets at the expense of others. And thank you for your time, Larry. Agenda number 40, Unit 2315. First notified on November 17th. December 17th, they applied for a special use permit to do STR, yet they continue to rent the unit. Code Enforcement's case notes, which I will provide right here, I have for both units. I'd like to submit to the public record. They show clearly how this owner attempted to avoid detection, taking reservations on Airbnb, and then moving them off the book. I have video documentation of this if anybody's interested in seeing it. They instructed guests to not speak to anyone about being an STR guest to avoid a $500 fine. Who knows how many guests they did with this approach? The Airbnb records would not show off-book payments made by other means. Unit 2315 was also rented through Airbnb to the Las Vegas shooter in September of 2017, which I'm sure you're all aware of. The Metro report describes how the Ogden Airbnbs are not like hotel check-ins. The owner host runs them by remote control. The concierge simply provides access to the unit. Again, we have an out-of-state owner running an unlicensed rental by remote control and going to extraordinary lengths to avoid the law. I'd like to submit this to the public record.
We'll come
Thank
up
you so
and
much.
thank you very much.
For your time.
Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to make comment under the public comment, agenda 10? Okay, let's move on to agenda item number 11. Business items for possible action and any items from this morning's session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
We have two items today. A discussion item number 44, request for a temporary massage establishment license. LNS Group, LLC, doing business as Paradise Massage at 2221 Paradise Road, Gorong Lee, managing member. The action requested by the applicant is abeyance to 12/19/18. We have item number 51, bill number 201847, which amends various provisions of the UDC to establish additional bases and standards for determining whether or not a use has been abandoned or may be deemed abandoned, and therefore required to cease operation, and to clarify when use-related approvals expire or become void. And this is an abeyance to 12/19/18, requested by the staff of the city. And I move, Mayor, that these two items be approved.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on agenda item 11 for approval on those two items. Please vote and please post. Councilwoman? The motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 11. For possible action, approve the final minutes by reference at the October 17th, 2018 regular city council meeting. We're still in October?
Mayor,
Yes? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion
I was just
on
going
that,
to,
please?
my motion is to approve the minutes.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 12. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item 13. Items 13 through 35 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the departments, may be enacted in one motion. Note, the record should reflect my abstention on items 17 and 24 because they pertain to medical marijuana-related business. One of my sons involved in that industry. I will be voting on all other items. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward from consent? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem. May I have a motion on the consent agenda? Okay.
I approve the motion. I move to approve.
You're not light up yet. You're light.
The problem. I'm not, I move to approve.
Okay. The motion to approve the consent agenda 13 through 35. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 36. Public hearing and discussion for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or a reduction of fees totaling $16,831.31 in outstanding out-of-pocket costs, $78,000 outstanding civil penalties for a total of $94,831.31 recorded against the property located 1215 South 16th Street. Property owner is MT Real Estate Investment, Inc. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. This is a public hearing which I declare open. And Ms. Ozuna, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council. Vicki Ozuna, Code Enforcement Section Manager. The item before you today is a public hearing to request a waiver of fees and civil penalties at the request of the current property owner, MT Real Estate LLC, for the property of 1215 South 16th Street. Code Enforcement has completed 4 abatement actions since 2014, with the last being completed October 2017. Total outstanding hard costs is $16,831.31, and outstanding daily civil penalties is $78,000. Total outstanding is $94,831.31. This property has not been rehabbed at this time. The current property owner purchased the property at $163,500, and the current value on Zillow is $231,336, and on Realtor.com, the neighborhood median is $284,900. Staff requests that you deny this request.
Thank you very much. Are you MT Real Estate or are you representing?
I'm Michael Turner, MT Real Estate.
Thank you. Did you want to make any comments here?
Yes, I would. Here we are again. Mr. Coffin, this one is in your district. I believe yesterday that through your assistant, Ida Lena, that she showed you the pictures of Linden, just to kind of give you an update on that one that we previously did. And in addition to that, she should have provided you with pictures of this one on 1215 South 16th Street. Just to get to the hearing today, we had to get the case closed, and I forget the guy's full name, I think it's Mark. Vicki might know, but anyway, he wanted us to clean up the property, get all the bushes cleaned so the homeless and different vagrants couldn't sleep around the property, secure it and get up all the trash, clean up the landscaping and all the clothes that was left behind from others. We've done that, and then in addition to that, because it does continue to get vandalized, we went ahead and covered the pool, and there was a lot of leak on the roof. We had to redo the roof, and I think you might have seen pictures of that as well. So again, we come before you. We would request that we pay the hard cost and 10%.
Okay, thank you. If I may, before I turn it over to you, Councilman, is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on agenda item 36? I'll close public comment and turn it over to you, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Michael, how many of these houses do you own now? How many houses do you own that you're
You
trying to rehab?
mean currently? Like,
Yeah. How many?
I'd have to count them. I'm not really sure. Maybe like 10 or 12.
How many of them are in the older downtown area?
Like 3, maybe.
3.
Yeah.
One on Cedar, maybe, or?
No, we don't have the ones here. We have the one on Linden.
We don't have that in front of us today, though.
No, sir.
Okay. Are you going to come and ask for some sort of abatement on that one, too?
I don't think we have that in our we can take a look at it. Maybe we can get it and then bring it in front of you. Yeah, we would do that as well.
Do you have, if I may, Mayor, do you have a tenant ready to go or a purchaser? Since you're a realtor,
Yeah.
is a purchase pending?
No, sir.
Did you, when you bought this, did you know about the total amount of the liens?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Vicki, did you have, you said the date that MT bought it?
They purchased the property. It was recorded October 31st, 2018.
18?
Yes.
Okay, so you know what you were getting. Did you pay $163,000, Michael?
Yes, sir.
And did you figure on that you'd somehow get a discount? You gambled on it because you bought it without
Yes, sir.
consulting us? No?
Yes.
Okay. Well, although a staff's against it, we try to do this, but you have got to list this. So I tell you what, you don't have a buyer, you don't have a tenant, you don't have anything.
Well, Mr. Kaufman, that's not true. When we started renovating and gutting the outside of it, and the neighbor to the north, she did come over and inquire, and she's apparently renting there. She said that her and her husband would be interested in perhaps buying it. But like you asked me, do we have a contract? I'm not going to lie and say we do because we don't yet.
Okay, the point is, what we try to do, and I'm going to help you on this, at least if the council agrees, but you have to remember that we want buyers. We want people to come in and be contingent upon, some of these things we do. So, for example, if I abate or move to abate part of this, would you be able to complete this work, the rehab work, so that it becomes available to rent or sell? When would you do it?
No more than 90 days maximum.
90 days maximum?
Ever.
All right. Then, Your Honor, I'm going to make a motion to the council that the council, of course, not abate the outstanding out-of-pocket costs of $16,800. No. And then we'll go ahead, and if this is completed in 90 days, we will abate 90% of the $78,000 of soft cost.
Could I ask you, Councilman?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean by it being fixed? What are the parameters beyond 90 days?
It's subjective.
Exterior, what is it? It is a subjective call.
It sounds subjective. This is a house that's very rare in the old Mayfair district because it has a swimming pool. So there are amenities here that don't meet the eye. I think that the idea is that we've got to rush to get people off the dime, and you've got to have a deadline on these things. There's no question. We've got to get something started. So sometimes it doesn't look great, but we can get it going. Yes. Please, go ahead.
Council, you might ask a question?
Mayor?
Yes. Who's calling?
Mayor?
Yes.
And through you, Madam Mayor. So what's the plan for this house? What do you plan to do with it, and what is it going to, if the city is looking to make an investment in you in this home, and if the citizens of Las Vegas are looking to make an investment, the investment would be 90% of the fees that are owed to the city. What is your plan, and what is the return you believe to the citizens of Las Vegas and to the council of what you're trying to do?
Well, the initial plan would be to obviously keep the property secure, but to renovate the whole house. I don't know if you've seen the pictures. I have them here if you'd like to see them. But this one requires an extensive remodel. It needs air conditioners, electrical. The whole pool has to be replastered, retextured, all new equipment. And that's just the start. I mean, it goes on from there. All the drywall, texture, plumbing, cabinets, vanities, bathrooms, tubs, you name it, it needs it. So to answer your question, once we had it renovated, we would more than likely sell it.
So what's your time frame of the starting and completing the renovations that you
90 days, max.
So you're going to do all this in 90 days?
Yep.
Okay.
Maybe 45.
Okay. And Councilman, if I'm understanding you correctly, are you saying we would rebate the 90%, it would be conditional upon the completion of the renovations?
That's correct.
Okay, so then...
Colleague, I hope to, if the council will approve that.
Okay, so if I'm clear then, if those 90 days expires and the completions are not, then I would have to say, maybe in terms of consideration for the councilman of Ward 3, then the full 100% of the fees would then take effect? That would be possible, Ms. Ozuna?
Correct. We would not remove any of the fees until the work was completed anyways.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
Did you have a question? Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
through you.
thank you.
Are you keeping the pool?
Yes, ma'am.
Great.
Somebody had some money, Your Honor, when they lived there. This is Old Mayfair. That house was probably built in the early days of World War II. We have a lot, all of Mayfair, you know, really basically 41, 43. And I would say the main thing we concern about is the exterior, to make it look good. And that improves the value. So that's your first chore. So, Your Honor, I believe we can now make a motion.
Please.
I think Councilman Creer's, you know, given a good admonition to this man. We need to improve the neighborhood. So I will now move that pending payment of the outstanding out-of-pocket costs and 90%, excuse me, 10% of the $78,000. Within 90 days, we will abate that to that limit on this property. That's my motion.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion, please, on agenda item 36. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. So good luck. You got a lot of work to do in a very short period of time.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, agenda item 37. Public hearing and discussion, possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or a reduction of fees totaling $6,434.68 in outstanding out-of-pocket costs and $93,350 in outstanding civil penalties for a total of $99,784.68 recorded against property located 1820 Cedar Avenue, property owner Jaguar Associated Group, LLC, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. This is a public hearing which is also open. And Mrs. Zuna.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council. Vicki Ozuna, Code Enforcement Section Manager. The item before you today is a public hearing for a requested waiver of fees and penalties at the request of the current property owner, Jaguar Associated Group, LLC, for the property at 1820 Cedar Avenue. Code Enforcement has completed 3 abatement actions against this property in the years of 2008, 2011, and 2014. The last 2 abatements were completed with the current property owner owning the property. Total outstanding for hard costs is $6,434.68 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $93,500. The total outstanding is $99,784.68. This property has not been rehabbed at this time. The current Zillow value is $125,000, and on Realtor.com, the estimated value is $124,000. Staff requests that you deny this request of waiver.
Thank you. And are you Jaguar Associated or representative?
I'm his representative.
And
So we're actually...
Your name, please.
My name is Ricardo Sanchez. We're in the middle of purchasing the property, but I wanted to come before, the council and you, Mayor Goodman, so that we can reduce the fees, and then when we purchase the property, then we would rehab. I actually have a list of the items that we would be doing to the property. It includes landscape plans, texture of the walls, windows, light fixtures, fencing, new kitchen, new bathroom, countertops. And once that is complete, then we will eventually sell the house again. I also have a list of other properties that we've rehabbed in the past. So our goal is to improve the neighborhood, a house at a time. I am a real estate agent, real estate investor here in Vegas, but that is the goal, to transform the home, give it back to someone, in the community, and improve the neighborhood for sure.
And you've had the home since 2008?
So actually, I'm not the owner. We're in a contract right now with Fidelity National Title, and we're about to close, but I wanted to come so we can reduce the fees before we close so that I can start the work on the property.
Anyone from the public wanting to be heard on this particular item, please come forward. I will close public hearing then and give it to you, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Ricardo, did you say you are not the owners?
I am not the owner.
No, I'm talking about the group that you're representing today, Jaguar. They are not the owners?
No, they are the owners. They are not here. They're actually in Colorado. But I came here, I am the purchaser of the property, and just wanted to come, before you guys to see if we can reduce the fees before I would purchase it.
So,
yeah.
Okay, is the paper held by Fidelity National Title?
I can send you, I have an escrow number and all that, and we have a contract in place. We're just waiting so we can reduce the fees so that we can purchase it.
What does that mean? You have a contract in place to purchase?
To purchase the
Is that
property.
contingent upon the reduction of these?
Yes.
Do you always represent them? I mean, I don't even know how many houses they have. How many do they have, Ricardo?
I'm not aware of that, how many houses they have. It's just, I came in, this is the first time I'm here, sorry. I just came on behalf of myself, I guess.
But you're with Jaguar, correct?
Yeah, I'm not representing them at all. I'm just a purchaser. They're in Colorado. I just came.
He's in escrow.
Did you put an offer in?
Yes, and it's signed, and we're just.
Please, you got to elaborate a little bit. Yeah.
So we have a signed contract, a signed offer, and I just wanted to come so we can reduce the fees.
Okay,
so
so
we can start the
you will
work.
be the owner. Okay, all right. And yet this company, this group has owned this a long time.
Yeah.
So what did they do? I mean, this is incredible. They left it go to hell for how long and got notices and didn't abate until finally they found you?
Well, actually, I was just prospecting. You know, I grew up in Vegas. I grew up actually, I think, in your ward, 89101. And I just wanted I'm an investor, like I said, but I want the neighborhood to improve. So I contacted the owner. I said, hey, you know, can I purchase a property from you? We wanted a contract, and now that's why I come before you, so that we can reduce the fees, so that I can purchase it from him and then eventually rehab the property and then give it back to a homeowner, to a family.
Okay.
I have a question, Madam Mayor, while you discuss for the applicant. Thank you, through you. I mean, actually through Ms. Ozuna. Question for you. So if, let's say we did obey or we set aside the fees for this, and let's say this gentleman does not close on that house, do the fees for the house that we then, that we set aside, would that carry with the house, with the property? So whether he's the owner or he's not the owner, the fees would still carry with the house. So whoever would end up purchasing would have less than that.
Correct. And we actually, until we will send a payoff demand with the correct amount of fees to the title company. If the sale does not go through, then we don't remove the liens. The liens stay on the property until everything is completed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I think 90 days has a ring of approval here in the council, which means that clock starts today, if we approve. So I will now move to abate. Again, no abatement. I will move to levy the $6,434 in out-of-pocket costs, and I will move also to obey 90% of the $93,000, but only if this is paid and the job is completed, exterior primarily.
Perfect.
Within 90 days, and the clock starts now. So
and how about your money, Mr. Coffin, Councilman Coffin? The $6,000 payable when? We'll wait 90 days on that too?
No, I think the out-of-pocket costs have to be paid sooner. I think I'm more concerned about the exterior and the large abatement. So I think you got to pay that pretty close to today, as soon as you can. Can you pay it this week? The $6,400?
So with the sale of the home, that's the previous owner would
Granted,
sell.
we're going to put that in a bank, a pocket, and it won't be abated really until such time as you got the job finished, or at least the exterior done in 90 days.
Okay. That's fine.
I think that's
So what we can do is we can ask the title company to sit on the escrow, sit on the full amount in escrow for the 90 days, and then at that time, if he completes the exterior, then we can go ahead and submit a lesser amount at that time.
Okay. Okay. All right with you, Mayor?
May it, through the mayor, might I just make a comment?
Please, go ahead.
Mr. Coffin, this is your ward, and you know the needs of your ward, and I respect that, so I will back whatever you feel in this ward. But I do want to say that this seems a little strange to me, that here you have a bank, or your associated group company, that held on to this for so long, let it fall in such disrepair, and now, from what you said the values were, what it would sell for, it would be just a tiny bit of amount that you'd make if you did all of the work. And we had trouble with companies such as this and banks in the past, and we had to get tougher on it. And I just would say that if we do pass this one, to be very, very careful that this does not become habitual, because what's happening is they leave this a mess for the people who live around there and who tried to take care of their properties for so long, and then, you know, they get somebody that, does he work for that company? Did you work for the Jaguar Associated Group?
No,
You
no,
just
I'm
knew
just the
of-
purchaser, the buyer of the property. I have a
see-
list of properties that I've rehabbed in the past, 2017, 2018, and then current properties that are in rehab, one in Paradise Palms, one of my favorite neighborhoods in Las Vegas. But we're just trying to improve the neighborhood, and at the same time, you know, it's an investment, but we're just trying to give it all
Improve the
back.
neighborhood and make a profit at the same time,
Of
because
course,
you need to
of
do
course,
that, right?
but just trying to improve the neighborhood at the same
I'm
time as well.
I'm just saying that as a cautionary tale for in the future.
Your Honor, through you to the Mayor Pro Tem, if this was a bank, we'd be a little different in this. This is a case where it is privately held by these folks. They're in escrow to sell it to this fellow. So I think that we've got a different situation, because I don't like banks holding paper forever and making neighborhoods look bad. So the motion, I think I've stated it. Do I have to restate, basically? Again, the payment needs to be done, I think, in 2 weeks. So that payment of the hard cost, and we'll hold the $93,000 in escrow as well for the 90 days. Of course, the hard cost will be held there too. And we will abate then if you got the exterior completed. And the reason is we've got to get these neighborhood houses fixed up. And we need an incentive. Somebody needs to make some money to take the risk. So for that reason, that's what we do. And house built in, goodness, maybe the late 30s. It's better than having another vacant lot around, like right next to it. So it's secured. You got to maintain security.
Yeah, actually, the owner gave me permission to go to the property. I have it boarded up. One of the windows was actually exposed, and I came in there and I actually closed it as well myself. So I've been trying to keep away the homeless.
We know you'll sleep there too, Ricardo. Thank you very much. That was my motion, Your Honor.
Okay, and so let me just have you reiterate or get the clearance from Mrs. Zuna. The hard costs are going to wait also 90 days to be paid, or they are to be paid in 2 weeks?
Hard costs are to be paid within 2 weeks. We will notify escrow to sit on the $93,000 for up to 90 days. And if the exterior is completed within that time frame, then we will send in a reduction down to 10%.
There you are.
And I just would like to ask and make sure that you say yes, but I have to go back to Councilman Coffin. What does fixing the outside mean? Does that mean landscaping? He has to have some guidance here because it's highly subjective. What do you mean? Paint the building and landscape? What do you mean?
Well, Your Honor, thank you to you and through you to the council. We have always been subjective on these decisions. We cannot really say you must have a certain kind of grass or you must have a certain type of surface or paint or anything like that. We just know that you'll know when it's presentable to the neighbors. And if the neighbors think it's still not sightly, they'll be out of luck. I think that's how we operate here. We have to treat the neighbors. We're thinking of them, not you. But we're giving you the incentive to join the neighbors.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. All right, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
All
Council.
right, we'll move on to agenda item number 38, public hearing, discussion, possible action regarding a nuisance notice in order for failed inspection fees of $1,428 and assessed daily civil penalties up to $96,000 to authorize the recording of a lien against property located at 3665 North Campbell Road, property owner Lucchese Steve John, and that's in Ward 5 with Ward 4 with Councilman Anthony. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Mrs. Zuna.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council. Vicky Ozuna, Code Enforcement Section Manager. The item before you today is a public hearing to consider the assessment of failed inspection fees of $1,428 and daily civil penalties up to $96,000 to be approved as a lien against the property of 3665 North Campbell Avenue. This property is owned by Steve John Lucchese. Code Enforcement received a complaint about short-term rental activity in September 18, 2017. After confirming the activity on September 23, 2017, Code Enforcement staff issued a notice and order to the property owner on September 27th to cease all the activity on site of the property, and they also discussed it with the property owner on October 22nd on site of the property. After confirming the Code Enforcement has been monitoring this property since September 2017 to the current and has performed 12 site visits. Staff has observed on 3 inspections guests that are utilizing the property. On September 5th, 2018, Code Enforcement obtained a search warrant requesting rental information from Airbnb and HomeAway. The information returned verified short-term rental activity totaling 192 days of rentals. Staff is requesting $96,000 in civil penalties be approved against the property. The total amount of income generated by this illegal activity was $45,252. There's also additional room tax that's owed to the city and has been determined to be in the amount of $5,882.76, and an additional $734.32 in interest due to the city. Business licensing will be addressing the collection of these funds. As of December 3rd, the Airbnb website is still operable. We are requesting $96,000 in daily civil penalties be approved and $1,428 in failed inspection fees be assessed by lien against this property.
Thank you. And are you representing Lucchese, Steve John, or are you in fact that person?
No, Your Honor. Jared Johnson on behalf of Mr. Lucchese. He's here in the audience today. And I would note, so as the city has indicated that it is currently listed, he is working to remove that at this time. It is no longer available to be rented. He's working with Airbnb to get it removed from the website.
Today?
Yes, yes. And that is a primary residence for him. So what we would request at this time is that the lien not be authorized for 2 reasons. First, we would like to submit a request for abatement of penalties on the condition that Mr. Lucchese attend a class regarding short-term rentals and implement security for the property and go through the proper short-term rental licensing procedures. Also, we would request that the lien be denied at this time and at least afford 30 to 45 days to allow us to review the Airbnb records, which we've just received. And as of Monday is when I received those records. And I see 192 days rented. I have a lease agreement for 30 days, so I know at least 30 of those days we need to look at because that was not a short-term rental. So that does affect the bottom line. That's $15,000 in penalties, depending on whether that's included in the 96. So I would, at a minimum, ask for a continuance, but ultimately to not authorize the lien at this time.
Okay. I'm going to ask for public comment here if you wish to be heard on this, and I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Anthony. Anyone specific to this item? I'll close public. Yes, sir. You come right up and state your name for the record, if you would, please.
My name is Whistlet Rizard. Sorry.
Thank you.
Sincere apologies. My name is Whistlet Rizard, and I'm just hearing about this and just seeing this as an egregious penalty on an individual. I'm a very principled person, hence why I'm even standing here. I have no affiliation to this property whatsoever. But when it comes to standing on principles, there is something in terms of the Declaration of Independence where actually there was conversation within our founding fathers where it was life, liberty, and the pursuit of property, because property is an extension of exactly what freedom is. And when we impose these egregious fees and fines, what we in essence do is basically create a person to be a criminal, not from their activity or their possession of property, but merely on what we or an individual or a group of individuals think a person should do or behave within their property. And in terms of what I'm hearing here today, especially $99,000 up to, given the discretion of whoever is enforcing this. Today, if this were to pass, and just as a law-abiding citizen, what I would be actually seeing is our government advocating for the possibility of an individual to actually lose their property, the very extension of their happiness and freedom, merely because of other people's opinion. And I think it's a very important thing for us to establish remedies to correct this and to preserve the very freedoms and entities that we, as Americans, really, really pride on. I get it. It's a matter of making sure that the community is protected, but this is definitely not the way. $99,000, it's not the way. And I have no affiliation whatsoever to this property.
Could I trouble you, sir, please to spell your last name for the clerk?
Yes, last name is R-O-U, Z as in zebra, A-R-D as in David. It's Rizard. Both my parents are from Haiti, so I know it's a little different.
Thank you. Thank
Yes.
you for your
So
comments.
thank you.
Appreciate it. Mayor Pro Tem, you wanted to say?
I just wanted to ask Vicki, how many times was this owner notified? I mean, these penalties do not get this high. Sir, and I wanted you to hear this, sir. These penalties do not get this high unless there is a deliberate non-compliance by the owner. And so I just wondered how many times had they, oh, there. Yeah. That's it. And the reason why then it gets that high is because in the past we found that they utilized this so they didn't fix up, and then the neighbors and the people who live there, their values were not protected. I'm just trying to explain
I'm going to
that.
go ahead. Thank you for that explanation. And I think once we're concluded here, I'm going to close out your public comment. But I'm going to ask Mrs. Zuna afterwards so she could clarify you how these penalties incur on the homeowner and what the history is here. It's been very long and involved. Thank you for caring, though, and coming down. And so I will close public comment at this point, and I'm going to turn this over to you, Councilman Anthony. So you may see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I'm actually shocked that Mr. Lucchese would pay you to come up here and actually make those comments. I mean, this has been going on for, I don't know where he is, doesn't really matter, but this has been going on for a year. In September, if he had stopped renting his house the first time he was noticed, we wouldn't even be here today. So hold on, let me just finish my stuff here. So we wouldn't even be here today. But he ignored that notice, he ignored 12 other notices, he ignored inspections. He could really give a crap what the city of Las Vegas said to him. And he just rented this place out with no regard for the city of Las Vegas and no regard for his neighbors. In fact, let me read you one of the complaints about Mr. Lucchese, because it's not his house, it's him. It's become horribly annoying. The noise is deafening. Numerous cars are parked in the street, causing a traffic problem. The house appears to be rented almost every single day. And this is after he was noticed he can't be a short-term rental. I mean, this is a perfect example of a bad actor in a short-term rental situation. And the interesting thing is, according to Airbnb, you did a subpoena on Airbnb, and they responded, and he made around almost about $50,000. in short-term rentals, I think you told me. Home Away was issued a subpoena. They didn't respond, so I'll just estimate he made about the same amount.
Correct.
Okay.
So the fines and inspection fees are about what he made on that particular short-term rental.
Sure.
So, again, this is an example of a bad guy in a bad neighborhood that causes a lot of trouble, doesn't listen to the city of Las Vegas. So, Vicki, the room tax and interest that you mentioned, is that part of the fine and inspection?
That
or
is not part of
different?
our lien. Business license will contact the property owner after this hearing and make arrangements for them to make payment to the city.
Okay, so you will
for
take
the
care of
outstanding
that.
amount. They can also file their own lien against the property owner.
And I might
Okay, so
ask,
I'm going to make a motion when you're ready.
I'm sorry.
I just am going to, excuse me one second. It is up to you. I've closed public comment. This apparently might be Mr. Lucchese, I'm not sure, but I'm going to turn to you. It's up to you. Do you want to hear him at this late time?
That's up to you, Mayor. I'm ready to make a motion. I've heard from his representative. I'm ready to make a motion,
Okay,
so
why
that's up
don't
to
you
you.
go ahead and make your motion?
Okay, I'll make a motion that we assess the total fine, $96,000, as well as the inspection, $1,428. If my math is correct, that will be a total assessment on the property of $97,428.
Correct.
Is that correct, Vicki?
That is correct.
Okay, that is my motion.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Now, one of the reasons I allowed that process to go through was because of the fact you heard your representative say you were here. That was your time to come up here and speak on your own behalf if, in fact, you are Mr. Lucchese.
Well, I don't understand the process. He told me to sit down and...
Okay.
Because I'm here and Mr. Anthony did not allow a response.
This man's saying I'm a bad guy, which is not true at all.
Okay, well, it's
And I was
been-
on the
it's
property
been-
in
okay,
August and September.
Excuse me.
I had a
excuse
guest
me.
from...
Okay, all I'm saying to you is at this point, if you will go sit and talk with Mrs. Zuna with any issues that you might have, she could then, if in fact it is meritorious, she could then address it with Councilman Anthony. At this point, that motion was made, and you have been here, and you had the appropriate time to come up, which you didn't, and so the motion carries. So if you will be good enough to meet with him and his representative to try to explain and hear what he has to say, and if there's any reason to contact then Councilman Anthony, if you will do it, please. Okay, we will now move on to agenda item 39. Okay, 39, public hearing and discussion possible action regarding a nuisance notice and order for outstanding failed inspection. Fees of $4,284, assessed daily civil penalties up to $99,000 to authorize recording of a lien against property located 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1806, property owner Modi Tulsi M., Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. And this is public hearing, which I declare open. Mrs. Zuna.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council. Vicki Ozuna, Code Enforcement Section Manager. The item before you today is a public hearing to consider the assessment of failed inspection fees of $4,584 and daily civil penalties of up to $100,000 for the property at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1806. This property is owned by Tulsi Modi. The short-term rental activity on this property was reported to Code Enforcement November 6, 2017. After confirming short-term rental activity on September 23, 2017, Code Enforcement staff issued a notice and order on the property on November 29, 2017. Staff did not receive any contact from the property owner after the notice and order was issued. Staff did track down the property owner on an active phone number and spoke with her in August 14, 2018. At this time, the owner agreed to remove the listing. The website on Airbnb is currently still active as of December 4th, but does state only 31-day rentals are allowed. Code Enforcement monitored the property from November 2017 to current and has performed 27 site inspections. On October 10, 2018, code enforcement obtained a search warrant requesting rental information from Airbnb and HomeAway. The information returned verified short-term rental activity totaling 200 days of rentals. Staff is requesting $100,000 in civil penalties be approved against the property. The total amount of income generated by this activity was $49,198. Room tax that is owed to the city was determined to be in the amount of $6,395.74. Business licensing will be addressing collection of those funds. We are requesting $100,000 in daily civil penalties be approved and $4,584 in failed inspection fees be assessed by lien against this property owner.
Mrs. Zuna, is the owner, Modi Tulsi M, here? And are they in fact local, or are they out-of-state owners?
I believe they are not here, and I believe they are out-of-state owners. They were notified of the hearing and advised of the time.
When you say they're notified of a hearing, if they're out-of-state owners or in-state owners, how are they notified and how often, and how are you assured that they've gotten the notification?
Well, we send it regular and certified mail, and both, about 3 to 2.5 weeks before the hearing.
Okay.
I have not been contacted by him, neither has the code enforcement supervisor or the officer.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to comment on this particular item, please come forward.
Wiz Rizard. I was just wanted to clarify, I just want to make sure, when we were saying a nuisance notice and order, what exact activity is being considered a nuisance? And I just
Mr.
want...
Rizar, we really appreciate that you care about this community and this country and the freedoms that we all enjoy. I know Mrs. Zuna's been standing here. She can't talk to you because she's standing here addressing us on these items. So you can get a full class, let me tell you. And I appreciate it, and please will you make sure you clarify all of this, how it's processed.
Yeah, that's
Thank
all
you.
I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you. No, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to close public hearing to you, Councilman.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Vicki?
Yes.
The council passed a permission to a unit owner about a year ago
Correct.
in there. So that meant that anybody else could not legally operate within 660 feet of that unit. Was that person also notified, this person also notified of that, that's why they were in trouble? Or is that the reason?
Yes, yes. The nuisance notice and order advises them that not so much that somebody else has already obtained one, but they do need to obtain a SUP. This person has not come forward and applied for one because they could apply for a waiver of the 660 requirement. So, but they have not done that as far as I know.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. This person, who I do not know, has flouted the actions of the council. And for any person who thinks these fines are high, understand the legislature, and it may have happened while I was up there, limited these fines. There was a number that was considered unreasonable, and it was reduced to a reasonable number in the eyes of the legislature. That's number one. Number two, some people think their freedom extends to everything around them that they can see, and it does not extend to impinge upon other people's freedoms, and so their freedom of occupation and quiet, if you will, quiet title to their property ownership, those are also to be recognized in this free country. So it's not something that anybody is picking on anybody here. This has been going on for a long time. Repeated ignorance on purpose, apparently, of our notices, of our inspectors, and we've shown 27 visits, and still this property is up. I'm going to move, Your Honor, for no waivers here. I'm going to move that this property owner pay the entire amount of fixed costs and civil penalties on this, Your Honor, because this is, it's probably been so highly profitable for this owner that this may not even come close to what they've received in income.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
And that is the motion, yes?
Madam Mayor, to your left.
Oh.
This guy?
Hi.
Thank you. I just want to just make one small statement. I concur with my colleagues, Councilman Anthony as well as Councilman Coffin, on these. You know, I was told that there was nothing that could be done in terms of Airbnb. I felt that if a business is not licensed, then I'm unsure how Airbnb can put them on their website as an organization to sell. Now, I was told that there's some federal regulation that does not allow them to not put unlicensed STRs on their website. I don't know about that, but you know, I just want to go on record that I do believe that there is some culpability that goes along with it, with the operators who are operating these VRBO, Airbnb, et cetera, that don't seem to take any responsibility for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may continue.
Yes,
Thank you very
please.
much, Councilman Creer, because it's, I'm glad you're in agreement. This is, understand that there is another bill. We have a bill, item 55 today, on the subject of residential short-term rentals. There is another bill being introduced today that, I believe it's today, that will be in the order of addressing high-rises and other developments where owners of units are conceivably next to renters, short-term renters. And this is a place where we absolutely have to enforce propriety. Now, some of the people in that tower have applied, they have representation, and they have been good citizens. And they, unfortunately, some are not, and this person here is, you know, obviously going to have to set an example for the bad actors over there. This is not against any person or any platform out there. I don't hold the platforms responsible for anything. Okay, that's just their business. Your Honor, that is my motion. Yes?
Okay. Yes? Please. Yes, you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I just want to clarify, Ms. Zuna, that the City of Las Vegas has contacted this individual 27 times, like we've literally met them face to face and said, hey, stop what you're doing. We have not met them 27 times. We did not receive a response to the notice and order that was issued in November. In August of this year, my supervisor, he took it upon himself to track her down and contacted her in San Francisco because we were getting ready to do a search warrant. And he wanted to let her know, listen, we're moving forward with the search warrant. You need to stop this activity. And one of the things that I probably should let you guys know is when we do a search warrant through Airbnb, they notify the property owner that we are requesting their records. So they get notification of it as soon as we submit that request. So she has not reached back out to us. I don't know that she would answer the phone, but I can say that my supervisor was very, very clear with her about the activity and the need for it to stop. And the complainants in the Ogden are very, very vocal and work very well with my officers and let us know when people are checking in and out. So we are down there all the time, every weekend. He's down checking the units, so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. There's been a motion, and please vote, and please post. That briefly came up. That motion carries. Thank you very much. And Mr. Roussard, we have one more item, and then Mrs. Zuna will meet with you. This is agenda item 40, public hearing and discussion for possible action regarding a nuisance notice in order to assess daily civil penalties up to $10,000 to authorize recording a lien against property located at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2315. Property owner Joyner Palma L, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. And Mrs. Zuna.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council, Vicky Ozuna, Code Enforcement Section Manager. The item before you today is a public hearing to consider the assessment of daily civil penalties up to $10,000 for the property located at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2315. This property is owned by Palma L. Joyner, The short-term rental activity on this property was reported to code enforcement November 25, 2017. After confirming that short-term rental activity was occurring on November 26, 2017, code enforcement staff issued a notice and order on November 29, 2017. Staff spoke with the owner about the violations on November 18, 2017. I'm sorry, correct. December 18, 2017, and the owner by this point had applied for a special use permit, and that item is currently scheduled to be heard at City Council on December 4th, 2018. Code enforcement monitored this property from November 2017 to the current and has performed 22 site inspections. None of our inspections verified any activity. On July 10, 2018, code enforcement was contacted by a guest who was going to rent the unit for a 3-day stay. The guest provided staff copies of all the Airbnb correspondence. Copies of her texts that she received from Ms. Parma were also provided to us. Staff verified that Ms. Parma's phone number matched up with the number provided on her SUP application that was provided to planning. Ms. Parma met with the guest in the parking garage and escorted them to the unit on July 11, 2018. July 12, 2018, code enforcement conducted an on-site interior inspection at the request of the guest who rented out the unit. On September 7, 2018, code enforcement obtained a search warrant and requested information based off of the activity that we verified in July from Airbnb. The information returned verified short-term rental activity totaling 20 days of rentals. Staff is requesting $10,000 in civil penalties to be approved against the property. The total amount of income generated by this activity was $4,029. Room tax owed to the city is an amount of $1,256.96, and business licensing will be addressing the collection of these funds. One of the things I would like to point out is when the staff met with the guest in July, the guest advised and provided documentation of her text from Ms. Parma that she asked them to cancel the reservation on Airbnb and advised them that she would meet them in the garage and they could pay for cash for the rental activity. So whether or not our records that we received are correct, I don't know, but there was very limited activity found on the Airbnb records. So,
Couple of questions. Is Joyner Palma local or out of town? Owner.
She is. The address provided on the assessors for the unit is 8625 Lake Lucinda Drive, Southwest Olympia, Washington. So I don't know if she lives here or if that is her other address. So we are requesting that $10,000 in daily civil penalties be assessed by lien against the property for this activity.
I know you're not Ms. Palmer, so would you like to introduce yourself, and are you representing the property owner, please?
Madam Mayor, as you well know, Matthew Seibert, now 700 South 7th Street of Wooldridge Law, here on behalf of the property owner, who is Pama Joyner. So Ms. Joyner is in Washington. This is her second property. She wanted to be here today, but unfortunately, she has commitments. She has work. She is the director of the Office of Health and Safe Communities, actually, up in Washington. So this is a really interesting situation. One, the incident that Ms. Ozuna is referring to with this local couple that checked in, that's not actually what's on the agenda for today. That fine was paid. We accept responsibility for that. That was a situation in which, Pam has been working with the city for over a year with this situation. There was no need to subpoena Airbnb. I forwarded all those dates that are on this document to Ms. Ozuna, and I actually have correspondence to Officer McCoy from Ms. Joyner, and I have correspondence to him as well, informing him that we had these reservations on calendar. We were trying to accommodate people while we were trying to clear the calendar when we first got that notice in December. That notice was posted on the door December 1st, 2017. So we, through this correspondence, were given till January 3rd to clear the calendar by Officer McCoy. So as far as the violations for 12-15, 12-19, I don't think that those should stand because we were under the impression when talking to code enforcement, trying to do our due diligence, that we had permission for guests to stay so that we explained that obviously people had holiday plans, people were coming and staying. To cancel reservation at the very last minute for somebody that might be coming from out of the country or something would be a huge inconvenience. We spoke to code enforcement, we spoke to our councilman, we spoke to everybody that we could to try to resolve the situation, work out some sort of framework so that we could accommodate some people while clearing the calendar, and that's exactly what we did. As far as these other 3 dates
Did
from,
Ms. Joyner have an SUP?
she's applying for an SUP. She's been one of my applicants since October.
Okay, but
so she originally started this application process without my guidance.
Okay.
Then she ran into this notice and order, she retained me.
Okay.
We informed her that she had to clear her calendar. So if you look at these dates in question, they're December and early January.
Okay, but the most important thing at this point, I'm going to stop you. I know you have had discussions
Well, there's
with
more.
Councilman.
There's more that I need to say because the $10,000.
But she has not been granted an SUP.
She has
She's
not.
in
But if you look at the re-inspections, it's not $500 a day because she's only had 3 inspections that were failed. So that would be a $300 a day civil penalty. For
Well, Councilman, let me get through the process here, and then you can have the conversation with Councilman
Okay.
Coffin about the actual penalty, but she has not been granted an SUP.
That is
according
correct.
to
She
what
has not
you
been granted an
That's
SUP.
all I want to hear. That's all. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone else want to be heard on this item? Okay, Councilman, it's yours.
Thank you.
And you did a good job. She should have hired you way up front, so
Thank you, Your
could have
Honor.
gotten SUP.
I think Ms. Joyner was not part of the original group that Matthew represented, and she apparently contacted you and said, would you please help me like you're helping others? So we've had an orderly process of discussion and negotiation between Mr. Seibert's clients, which are 6 or 7 or 8 clients, I don't know. And we've gotten so close to having a understanding there'll be a change in the CC&Rs. I don't even know exactly how that's going to work. The point is, Your Honor, we're close to a solution on the Ogden problem. The council has been very patient. But there are people like this who have ignored some of the things, and frankly, that issue, Matthew, of the meeting me in the elevator in the basement sounds shady, and I'm just kind of curious. You know, when you think about it, it draws attention to the fact that could be that maybe Airbnb doesn't know all the revenue that's
Can I explain
been
that
posted
situation,
there.
Councilman?
If you disagree with that, please.
Yeah, so here's what happened with this situation. Mind you, that's not what's, that incident isn't what's on the docket for today. That has already been resolved. We paid the fine for that. We were assessed a fine. We paid it. It's shown here in the documentation for today's staff report. What happened there was we thought we were close to reaching a resolution, like you said. I didn't advise her to do this. I didn't know that she had done this, but she had opened her calendar in anticipation of being able to rent out her unit. So as soon as we found out, hey, you can't do that, she shut it down. There was this local couple. Obviously now we know that she was set up, but they gave her this sob story of, oh, we've got, babysitters for our kids, all of this stuff. Ms. Joyner explained to them, I can't rent to you, like I need to clear my calendar, I shouldn't even put it up. Oh, but please, blah, blah, blah. So she said, okay, I won't accept any money. She did accept $120
That's okay,
for the
Matt.
cleaning
That's okay.
fee.
She got paid for it. One way or the other, the question could be, and you should advise her, has she underpaid in any way in reporting or payment in some way of the hotel taxes?
Has she, excuse me?
Well,
So I know that we've been assessed one penalty already, and we paid it immediately.
I just wonder, listen to me carefully here, and I think everybody else should. There's a question of the other more serious potential violation, that is, if anybody rents and they don't submit a report with the exact amount of revenue, money received, they are in violation of a state law.
Okay.
And that's cheating others who are paying hotel room taxes. And that's something we cannot waive. We cannot ignore that. In this action, I'm going to move
for, and did you have a question, Councilwoman? Okay, let me interrupt myself.
Madam Mayor. Thank you. So, listening to this, so I have two questions. The first question, since this is in the beginning of January of 2018 and December of 2017, correct?
Correct.
So for the rest of this whole year, there's been
Except
no
for that
activity.
one instance that she referred to, which we paid the fine, we accept our responsibility, it should have never happened. We immediately took care of it.
And when was that?
That was the one in, I think it was July. Because like I just explained to the councilman, she thought that she was going to get approved. I told her, clear the calendar. It was a big mistake. We accept responsibility. We paid the fine. That was it. These other dates, I mean, I have email correspondence between Officer McCoy and Ms. Joyner saying, hey, can you give me till this date? He's going, sure, but I can't give you past that. So
Let me explain the question and why I'm asking. Because as hard as I fight for the freedoms and for people to be able to do this, and as hard as we have fought to come up with solutions for STRs and work with Airbnb and all of the other agencies, it makes our job extremely difficult when we say, don't do anything, and then someone thinks they can sneak it through, right? So it makes it very difficult. So that's number one. Number two, you're saying that the couple that she met in the basement was not really a couple, it was more like a setup?
that's what it seems to me, because they were making representations to Ms. Joyner that are obviously different than the representations that it seems to me like they booked the unit with the intent to call code enforcement, letting them know
Mrs. Zuna, do we know anything of this? Was this our undercover people?
No,
Okay.
we did not participate in
Okay.
anything like that, no.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman.
Your Honor, thank you very much. Now, by the way, for those of you who are really paying attention to this issue, we're introducing a bill today to address these things. Item 59 will be no discussion today. It's simply a new bill introduction so that we can begin to have hearings in recommending committee if that's the disposition of the mayor to move it there. So there will be plenty of time to discuss this in recommending committee. We might not even be able to do it in one hearing. So for that reason, there will be other discussion, and your clients, I know, will be ably represented by you, as they always have been. I now move for assessment of the total civil penalties of $10,000 on this property.
May I say one more thing, really quick, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but, I mean, if you're going to assess a fine of $10,000, that isn't even a correct assessment if you look at the email correspondence and everything else, and then your own fee schedule for the amount per day of fees. I'm just trying to save us in the future some litigation, because we're going to have to.
Your Honor, Your Honor, we have a motion on the floor. Matthew, I'd like to, respect you, but you need to respect the council. This issue is on the floor for a vote.
Okay, there's a motion made by Councilman Coffin on agenda item 40. Please vote and please post. The motion carries. Okay. Mr. Adams, we have the report now from Wes Henderson. There's a report from Wes Henderson, Executive Director of the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities, regarding 2019 80th session of the Nevada Legislature and current league activities. So it's in reference to all wards. We did hear from Ms. Schroeder, Councilwoman Ms. Schroeder, this morning at quite some length. And knowing our agenda is pretty full here, and through you, Mr. Adams, you have been in touch about the report. I mean, is this a lengthy report?
No, Madam Mayor, we've provided instructions to make this a very brief report.
Okay.
So
And not to denigrate or make light of the wonderful work you're doing, but Councilwoman Schroeder was quite lengthy in her 1 minute, which became like 10 or 12. And so we welcome you, and if you'll repeat your name for the record, and thank you for coming down.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. For the record, my name is Wes Henderson, and I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of your League of Cities. I will be very brief, Madam Mayor, because I know you have a lengthy schedule. I do want to thank you all for your public service. I know it's not always easy sitting on that side of the dais. As you're aware, the league is allowed to submit 5 BDRs per session. We submitted 3 this year. I would like to briefly describe them to you. The first bill, or BDR that we submitted, which is now Assembly Bill 3, would amend language in chapters 453A and 453D to allow the Department of Taxation to issue additional licenses for recreational or medical marijuana facilities at the request of the governing body of an incorporated city. The second BDR, which is now Senate Bill 10, would increase the compensation that's allowed to be paid to members of the Board of Trustees of General Improvement Districts. Their salaries have not been increased since 1977, and we feel it's time to do that. And then the final BDR that we have is now Assembly Bill 18, and that adds language to NRS chapters 268, 269, and 318 to allow for the construction, installation, and maintenance of ramps compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act within any public easement or right-of-way, including a utility easement. Now, we do have 2 special days that will come up during the legislative session. We have Mayor's Day on February 11th, and Mayor, we hope you can come up and join us for that. And then we have Local Government Day on March 20th as well. I would like to thank Councilman Anthony for his leadership on the Large Cities Caucus. He served as chair this year. And I would like to encourage you all to be as active in the league as you can. And as President Schroeder said, please attend the Crystal City Congress in D.C. And my final comment is that we have entered into a contract with the Hardy Consulting Group. So we will have Warren Hardy, who is here in the audience with us. He will be helping us this year up during the legislative session. And with that, Mayor, thank you.
Very much. And Councilman Cox?
Thank you, Your Honor. Briefly, Wes, every day should be Council Day or Government Day, Local Government Day. So we really need help. And I hope that we are in league with NACO and all of the other associations to attempt to get some local control back. If we drop the word home rule or something like that and just forget that for a minute, we have certain circumstances where we have got to act. Awful lot of things need to be returned to the local government. As you know, we could not even react to the 1 October shooting in any way because the legislature took away our ability to regulate firearms. Not take away guns, just regulate them. We didn't know that until last year. It had happened so quietly. And I don't know how, I did not know because I was here in 2015. It wasn't brought to my attention. So you see it happens, and I know there's 1,000, 2,000 bills that are going to be considered, but you see, we got to start right now with the new body.
And we certainly, and the term we use is local government autonomy, and that is obviously one of our top priorities, is to keep all the local government autonomy that we have. So we are working on that.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor?
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. I just want to say that I attended my first National League of Cities convention recently in Los Angeles, and I was really highly impressed with the organization and what it does and what it's accomplished, and to be with so many elected officials from small towns and cities to major metropolitan cities.
Excuse me, Mrs. Zuna.
Was immeasurable.
I was looking for you there. I'm sorry we didn't get to connect.
I was there. Yep, I was there. I saw it with Councilman Schroeder as well. So thank you.
Thank you for attending.
I look forward to attending more.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Rezard, Mrs. Zuna, I'm sure will be right back, but I would like you to speak to her on your questions. And in the interim, maybe Ms. McElhone, could you speak with Mr. Rezard till she's back, please? The lady in front right here. And maybe you know she's coming back, because I really think you really need to learn what is, why it is.
Yeah, I got the contact information.
Oh, you did? Thank you. Okay. All right, so let's move on to agenda. That was a report only from Mr. Henderson, and thank you very much. Pardon my rudeness, but I saw Mrs. Zuna leaving, and I didn't want to miss that opportunity for him, so thank you very much. And we know from the National League of Cities the important work you're doing, because for those of us who also belong to the U.S. Conference of Mayors, on the national level, many of the issues are the exact same. So it's a huge piece that we take care in Nevada and everything that's going on in the state. So thank you very much, and pardon my rudeness. And it was right there for Mr. Rezard. Just taking care. All right, agenda item 42, discussion for possible action regarding a Fifth Amendment to the retail lease between the City of Las Vegas and Eat Here, LLC, DBA MTO Cafe tenant, which extends the term of the agreement for 5 years and resets the rent commencing on September 15, 2018, for property deliciously located at 500 South Main Street, Las Vegas, in Ward 3. So here's Mr. Arndt, who's a frequent diner there, and we pay in full, no comps.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and City Council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. With me this morning is Young Lee, representing the owner, and he's also involved with operations if you have any questions about the operations. MTO Cafe opened in October 2013 at our 500 Main Street garage. They opened through a 5-year lease with the city. That original lease had 2 one-year renewal options. Instead of having a 1-year renewal option, the cafe and the restaurant would like to extend for an extended period of time. And so we worked on a negotiated amendment to the lease, which would change the monthly rent to a recommended $3,100.50, which is at the lower end of market comparables, but we think is a fair rent based on the activity in the area and what the restaurant brings to our community. The city benefits from having a long-term 5-year tenant in the lease and having certainty of operations. We are recommending approval of this lease amendment, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Lee to introduce himself, and I'd be glad to answer any technical questions that you have about the lease amendment. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. My name is Young Lee from MTO Cafe. Thanks for having me here. Just want approval. I want to be here for long term.
Now, we know you're open at downtown Summerlin as well, correct?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
So you started out downtown here. So
this is our baby.
Okay, this is the baby.
Love to be here for long term.
Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, thank you. What I did note is that these rents are slightly below market rate. Bill, explain why that's so.
Thank you, Councilman. So we did order an appraisal for the property. The appraiser valued the property at the leasehold at $4,547 per month. That appraisal contained a range of rents. We also looked at market comparables as staff. The average rent for a retail space for a restaurant in downtown, based on the information we have, is about $1.69 per square foot. This lease rate represents a rent of $1.50 per square foot. It also includes 2% annual increases, which is a common standard in a retail lease that you see in industry retail leases. So it was kind of a give and take, where in exchange for having a slightly reduced rent, we have the certainty of having a tenant and a restaurant that provides a good service to the community. They've paid on time, and they've been a good tenant for us at the property.
And they took a risk on right out of the recession, so we're really proud of what you've done. And I think anything you can do to pay good people back in a modest way, but that's fair. So I'm excited about
Well,
this.
you're right, Your Honor. That's truly absolutely true. They did take a gamble moving into a parking garage with no business other than City Hall nearby. So I think they've delivered on their terms and on their promises. I thought I saw Mr. Ben Saburi, one of the partners, in the audience, but I'm not wanting to come up. I'm going to move for approval of this lease.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 42. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. We're thrilled.
Thank you.
Great food, MTO, go.
Thank you.
Great. And you can take out. I don't know if they deliver. Okay,
They
agenda
don't.
item, they do deliver?
No, that should be a condition of the lease.
Oh.
Thank you.
He's out the door, forget it, but go pick up. Okay, agenda item 43. Abeyance item, discussion possible action regarding suspension and revocation of a temporary massage establishment license, number P66-00185, denial of a request for permanent massage establishment license for Vegas Spring Inn, DBA Sarah Massage Spa at 7871 West Charleston, Suite 150. Layman Lee, President, Secretary, Treasurer, Director, Shareholder. Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Good morning. Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. Before you today is the suspension and revocation of Sarah Massage for their massage establishment license. This location has had a previous history of prostitution and suspected human trafficking under the name of Thai Day Spa with a different owner. Thai Day Spa had its licenses for cosmetology, ancillary massage, and independent massage therapists revoked on December 6, 2017. It was fined $2,000 through a disciplinary complaint process. But before that disciplinary complaint hearing took place on December 6th, this time last year, this new owner, Layman Lee, who I believe is here today, was involved in this location. And on June 27, 2017, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department had closed Thai Day Spa after an undercover operation. The City of Las Vegas began to pursue a disciplinary complaint against the owner and Thai Day Spa, and Thai Day Spa remained closed. Then on August 24, 2017, as part of a routine inspection to ensure the business, Thai Day Spa, was closed, the license officers found the business open. The front door was open upon arrival, and license officers encountered Layman Lee and another employee inside. The business looked fully operational, and we're waiting for customers. I'm going to show you some photos. So this is a picture of the front. It still has the name Thai Day Spa on there. And then we have some pictures that were taken on August 24th. This is when our license officer went into the location. The location should have been closed. As you can see, the location appears to be open and ready for business. Here's some additional photos. And then on September 8th, I should mention that on September 8th, our license officers did go back to the location. The location was found closed, but the location had also changed names. It was now known as Rose Day Spa, and these are photos that were just taken just a couple weeks later. So this does indeed show that there was definitely a change that had taken place at the location. During that encounter with Layman Lee on August 24th, she had stated to the license officers that the owner and key employee were not there. When asked if they were working by the license officer, Layman Lee had replied no, that they were just friends and they were just hanging out. The license officer then asked how they got inside, and Ms. Lee stated that she had the keys. And after further questioning, Ms. Lee finally admitted to being the new owner as of August 6, 2017, and had bought the business from Siva Porn Larendo, the owner of Thai Day Spa. Ms. Lee was advised that she could not operate without a business license and to immediately close, which she did. Ms. Lee was not allowed to apply for a change of ownership until the matter of the disciplinary complaint against Thai Day Spa was actually settled. An application was eventually filed under the name of Sarah Massage Spa, and Ms. Lee was the sole owner. And on August 14th, 2018, this year, a temporary massage establishment license was approved. Layman Lee passed a preliminary background check, with the final background check pending with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. We've heard back from that background check, and she has passed the check. On August 31st, 2018, an undercover Las Vegas Metropolitan Police detective was solicited for prostitution by the owner, Ms. Lee. That temporary license has now been suspended. Based upon the facts as stated above and the solicitation for prostitution, that license has been suspended. The detective who did the undercover operation is here and able to testify, and the license officer who encountered Ms. Lee on August 24, 2017 is also here if you should have any questions for them. And as far as I know, Ms. Lee is here as well. And when you're ready, I can give a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McElhone. And you, sir, are representing
Yes, I'm
Ms. Lee?
representing Ms. Lee. I'm John Serio, her husband.
Okay, and is there anything you wish to comment before I turn
Yes, I would. Back in the incident for August of 24th, when my wife was purchasing the business, she did not know. She thought she was going to open in a day or two. She was only in there cleaning and getting the place ready and doing some painting, was not open. Air conditioning wasn't even on. And she was not cited a ticket when the city person came in, and it was a little bit between the language about whether she was open or not, but a complete misunderstanding. We had paid to buy the business. Then we found out the business couldn't be sold. Took a long time to wait before we could buy the business. Then we had a meeting with Lois Tarkanian and also the owner of the plaza, Mr. Peter Pappas. And we agreed that we wanted to run a normal massage establishment, that we would not do anything wrong. We even gave Mr. Pappas a large security deposit, an extra $10,000 security deposit. My wife has invested a lot of hard-earned money into the massage establishment, and we promised her and Mr. Pappas nothing would happen. The city has dismissed the case against my wife, and there's a discrepancy with the police officer and with my wife over whether the $20 was for the second half an hour of massage or was the $20 for a sexual favor. The city attorney agreed that there really wasn't anything there and that the $20 was for the extra half-hour massage, because when the undercover officer came in, he paid $50 for a half-an-hour massage. The massage was over, and he goes, "Is the massage over?" And my wife said, "Yes." She left the room. She's waiting up front. He didn't come out. She goes back with a bottle of water. After waiting for a while, he's still in the room laying on the table, towel over him. So my wife said, "Do you want an extra massage for a half an hour? It's $20. He said yes. So in the report, that's in there. And then in the next report, it's in there that he paid the $20 and that she agreed to perform a sexual favor. So what I'm asking today is that we can forward all this stuff over to Lois Tarkanian, both police reports, a dismissal of the case already, the city's dismissed it, and wait before a decision is made, because we have a lot of money invested in this and we don't believe we're wrong. So
Thank
that's
you.
our request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman, you have to turn your mic on. Yes, please, Councilwoman Fiore.
Madam Mayor, Madam Pro Tem, would you mind if I ask some questions? No. Okay. First of all, sir, are you applying for this license?
No, it's my wife.
Is your wife here?
Yes.
May I talk to her?
Sure.
Great.
Mayor, Seth Flood, while we're waiting for it to come down, I just wanted to clarify one point that Mr. Serio made. He stated that the city had dismissed the case against his wife. That's not accurate. In fact, Ms. McElhone has the sheet in front of her. What the negotiation in that case was, it was what's called a submittal. If she meets certain conditions for a year, her case will be dismissed, and Mary she's got those conditions there. But the status of the case is that it's still an open case. It has not been dismissed.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a question. I have a few questions for you. Were you working at the previous establishment when the arrests were made for prostitution?
She wants to know if you were working for Thai Day Spa.
So, sir, are you a translator? Because I hear you speak in English. I just need to know, like, what language do you speak?
Sorry,
Chinese.
I'm Chinese.
Okay, so when I ask a question and she doesn't answer, but then you ask her the question in English, what is she speaking?
If she doesn't exactly understand exactly.
So answer that question. Speak into the mic, ma'am, and answer that question.
Sorry?
Yeah, were you?
Wait, excuse me 1 second. Could you repeat your name for our records, our clerk? What is your name, please?
Lai Min Lee.
Thank you, and we do have the spelling on the record of the agenda item. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Were you working at the previous establishment when the arrest of prostitutions were made? Were you an employee there?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Are we going to play this game? Okay. How about this? I got questions for staff then, and then I've got some more questions for you. Has this location been an issue for prostitution in the past?
Madam Mayor, through you to Councilwoman Fiore, yes. This has been a subject of disciplinary complaint this time last year, December 6, 2017.
Under different ownership?
Under different ownership, Thai Day Spa.
And she worked, obviously you don't understand me, but you are our staff. This particular individual worked at the establishment when the prostitution, and now she's trying to buy it.
No, Councilwoman Fiore, that is not accurate. As far as we know, she was not an employee under Thai Day Spa.
Okay. And so then, how many times has this council been asked to review license operations at this location for disciplinary complaints?
Councilwoman Fiore, this is the second time.
Okay.
But if I might, Councilwoman, under this ownership?
Under this ownership, this is the first time.
So when I look at this, especially when I'm looking at this land use because of this massage establishment, it just seems, and correct me if I'm wrong, this particular location, shall we say, so it just switches hands and prostitution continues to arise. And so I request that the land use be placed on the next available agenda for review and possible revocation, because I think this spot is a hot spot for prostitution. And I mean, I have 2 pages of questions, and I'll let the Mayor Pro Tem, this is her, but I am seeing this as nothing more than a prostitution ring, sex trafficking. And look, if you want to do your business the way you want to do it, we have legal prostitution in 15 counties in the state of Nevada. Just go over the hump to Pahrump and get a massage establishment and do prostitution. Not in Clark County, not in the city of Las Vegas.
Okay, Councilwoman?
I believe you'll recall that I spoke with the owner of the property, and I spoke with you also. And I said I had a concern that this location attracted the types of activity that we do not allow in the city. And the owner of the property assured me that this would not occur again. It was absolutely, this was clean, everything was fine. And I said to the owner at that time, and that if this occurred again, I was going to repeat the request for what Councilwoman Fiore said for revocation of the use for massage. It wasn't how many weeks or how many months was it after you were given approval? I was very reluctant, but I was told by you so sincerely that yes, you were going to not have all this happen again. It did happen again. And we cannot have that happening in that area, and especially with the other activities that are located near it. So I would say that I would not, did you want to say it? I can say it, but I do want to make sure that we have on whatever you say, that I direct planning to review the land use for massage to consider revoking the entitlement.
Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian, yes, we will definitely start the process to revoke the special use permit.
But that is beyond the scope of
That
this
is-
particular
that is beyond-
item.
Yes,
So-
that is correct.
But I do want to put it in there to make sure it's considered. I mean, because of what this item is. I can do that,
So-
can't I
Can we
legally?
condition the
Yes.
license?
Legal says I can't. What?
So, Mayor Pro Tem, can you condition the license?
Am I giving the
She may
license?
suspend it
Oh,
or
okay.
deny it, so go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you like me to read the
Recommendation, that's what I want. I told you to put the proper wording in for the recommendation of what you and I agreed should be done.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian and Mayor Goodman, the staff would recommend that the suspension and revocation of the temporary massage establishment license is upheld and that the permanent license is denied. And that
And
is,
that is my motion, and strongly put that consideration for revocation, because the owner of the property knows. In fact, I pulled out the minutes, well, I should say a member of my staff pulled out the minutes of the meeting where you were approved. And at that meeting, we stated anything whatsoever that would occur, because we were dubious about granting it in the first place, that we would have it revoke the use of massage from the whole area. So that's my motion.
Madam Mayor,
Councilman
just real quick, I
Freeman.
have a question, just want to get on the record. We continue to have habitual issues with massage parlors. This is an additional issue that we've had in the same location. What happens to the property owner and the landlord of these facilities that continues to lease these facilities out, knowing that illegal activity is taking place, yet there does not seem to be any accountability for the landlord, who has a responsibility to maintain legal operations within their facilities. Can you help me out with that, Ms. McElhone?
Mayor Goodman, through you to Councilman Crear. Councilman Crear, we've had this issue before at one of the locations on Paradise Road, and the answer to that and our next step was actually to do a chronic nuisance order against the landlord. If the activity continued, it was human trafficking and prostitution at that time, and that was back in 2015. So the first step here would be for us to go through the process of revoking the special use permit for the massage establishment license, so that activity, the massage, would no longer be able to occur on that parcel. And then if we continue to have problems, probably the next step would be to pursue a chronic nuisance.
Okay, so your motion
Yes.
is out there as a motion as you made it?
Do you understand? I don't know if he...
Well, I do, but yes and no. I would think that sufficient evidence and sufficient documentation has been established, and that any means of revocation, any means of disciplinary action should be happening while we speak,
Well,
instead of moving to another step. I'm not sure what other steps need to be taken in order to see that there is habitual illegal activity taking place.
Excuse me, but I don't believe that I can take that other step yet. Is that true?
I understand,
can
but
I
I'm
do it
saying we
right
should
here
be
at
able to
this
take the other
meeting?
step.
If I can do it at this meeting, I'll do it at this meeting, but I was told that that had to be a follow-up step.
Has to be,
So I'll jump in there, Mayor, if I may. Seth Floyd, Deputy City Attorney. You really can't do those at the same time because they're separate processes. What's happening today is the business license disciplinary process. The special use permit runs with the land. That's where you get to the property owner. As Mary stated, we have had this challenge before in how do we kind of connect the two so that we can eliminate these locations where they're problematic. But doing this today is helpful in taking the special use permit or revoking the special use permit. So it's helpful for our office if we show a pattern of disciplinary problems with the business licenses, it gives us more that we can use to revoke the special use permit.
and you can't do the other without agendizing it in the first place.
Yeah.
So to me, this is the first step. There's a motion made. We need to do that. Mayor Pro Tem has already requested that you follow up with the the land use piece.
Yeah, I'm requesting that be on a future meeting.
So please, there's a motion. Would you please vote and please post? And that motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we'll move. Agenda item 44 has been obeyed to the 19th of December. So we now move on to agenda item 95, 45. Where was I at 95? I'll be asleep by then. All right, discussion for possible action regarding a request for a temporary massage establishment license. Jimin Lee, DBA AAA Massage at 3201 West Sahara, Suite B. Jimin and Lee, owner, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. And Ms.
Good morning. Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. AAA Massage at 3201 West Sahara Avenue is requesting a temporary license today to operate as a massage establishment. An administrative temporary license has been issued, and they've been operating since September 25th of 2018. The preliminary background check on the owner, Jimin Lin, has been performed, and there have been no issues found. The full Metro background check is pending at this time. However, the Planning Department does have some concerns at this location, since this was the subject of a disciplinary complaint for a previous massage establishment called Asian Flower in August of 2018 as a result of prostitution, lack of proper management, and concerns over human trafficking. This location has had a documented history of prostitution basically since 2006. And on August 5th, 2018, the City Council revoked the massage establishment license, reflexology establishment license, and independent massage therapist license of the owner. It needs to be noted that at the time of the disciplinary action and license revocation, and this was this past August, Jimin Lee had just started working for Asian Flower, and she was actually filing as a key employee. So Jaimin Lin is the new owner of this new licensed AAA massage. The applicant is here today, and when you're ready, I can make some recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are you the applicants on this? Yeah. And would you get close to the microphone, state your name, please, for the record, and then anything you wish to add?
My name is Jimin Lee.
Okay, and anything you want to say about the issues on this item?
She doesn't speak much English. Is that okay if I can help her?
Oh, of course. And your name, please?
My name is Chao Yen Lin.
And could you spell, or do you have it down? You're okay? Ms. Clerk? Can you spell it for us,
Yes.
please?
Spelled it as Qiaoyan. Last name Lin, Lin.
Thank you very much. Okay, so are you related?
Yes, she's my mother.
Oh, she looks very good. Yeah, sister. Okay, so please help her. Does she have any comments she wishes to make back to the comments made by Ms. McElholm?
She started working over there. She did hear a little bit about PASS, but not sure what it is because nobody talking. Only one key employee working over there, and including her will be two. The business got shut down. That time she took her a few days off. When she came back, it was already down, and she needed a place to work. So we were thinking if there's we have to find another job, might as well just take over. So that's why we went over, talked to the landlords if we can lease in a place, and then started our own business. So she's currently just herself and working there by herself as well.
Okay, thank you. Any comments that you would like to make in reference to what Ms. Ling just said? No.
Nothing.
Okay, Councilwoman. Yes, Councilwoman Fiore.
Sorry. Okay. So let me get this straight. So your mother worked in this establishment where it was shut down because of prostitution, and now she wants to open a massage parlor in the same establishment.
When that happened, she wasn't there. She just started working over there for about 3 months, I would say, 3 months. And then that thing happened was back 2017, that what we know of, and it's been keep going. And while she working there, everything was followed by the rule. Nothing was the thing.
So why not find another location? This is like a revolving door, right? So we have a bad actor, and then we have your mom without a record who comes in, saves the day, keeps the establishment open. The address is there. I personally, everything I said on the previous massage, I feel the same exact way. Mayor Pro Tem, this is yours. I personally am not okay with this. This is very, very crystal clear to me. If you really want to go and open up a clean massage establishment, this location, this again has to be looked at. I don't believe any of that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilman.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
But at her age, it's very hard to find a place to work. So she started late, whole year at the beginning of the year, she didn't work, tried to get a job. So it wasn't that easy until somebody introduced this place. That's why she got her job.
Listen, I'm a grandmother, and she's about to buy a business and open up a massage parlor, so have her buy a business somewhere else outside of this particular area of prostitution.
Yes, I understand, but it takes a lot more investment to do it. This one is shut down. The reason we started because everything is already set up. The rooms and everything, they take everything away, of course, but we just need to buy in the material, the massage bed and everything, so it will take less investment. We don't have that much to start up. If you go out to start it, there's a lot of construction that you have to do.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm awfully frustrated, just as my colleague, Councilwoman Fiore, and yet, obviously, I'm going to leave this up to the representative of the area. But it is unfortunate that these happen, and yet there's a real interesting clue you've just given us. Why was your mother not being able to find a job? You say it took a year. Why is that?
She has very limited English.
Say that again, please.
She has limited English.
Yes. Do you need to be expressive in English? Do you need to be fluent in English to be a masseuse?
And a lot of places, they request, I mean, even that we don't say it, but it is true out there. They look at you, they judge you, they depends on your age and everything.
So what they really want, who are they?
Employers.
The owners,
Okay.
the place that we looking for a job.
We have a problem, and you just happen to be the victims here at this moment, but they want younger ladies, and that's the clue which we should all keep in mind. It is not about massage, and I'm going to support, again, I'm going to support the councilwoman's motion, whatever that is, but there is a problem, I think, we have with these temporary licenses. They're too long, and the idea of a 15-month, is that what it is, Mary? 15-month?
Councilman Kaufman, we can do it up to 15 months, but...
Okay, I really hope that the councilwoman would, if she chooses to approve, to allow a very short, like 3 to 6 month time. Giving people time to hang themselves and so on and give a lot of rope it's kind of fruitless, because in the end you know what's going to happen, and so I think we better let them know sooner by watching sooner. I am for legalized prostitution because you can only regulate prostitution if it is legal, but unfortunately it is not here, and I believe that my colleague who has had this kind of experience as I have understands 15 counties can do it. We can't. And that was very short-sighted. So, okay, I'll get along. I'm going to ask the councilwoman to please have a shorter, if she approves, to please have a shorter period of time on the license.
And I think Ms. McElhone had suggested it could be up to 15 months.
Typically, that's what we do.
I have, the human trafficking is a big concern of mine. I believe I and probably many of the other members of the council are feeling it's a big business here in Las Vegas and the county, and I want to do anything I could to stop it or help the people who want to get out of it, who are involved in it. But I also know how legal things work, and you have to ask the specialist involved. And so if we recommended the denial of this temporary license, pending the results of the full suitability, it could take how long?
Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian, it can take up to a year. Because they're already in the process, they started in August.
Yeah.
We would expect the suitability report to come back probably sometime maybe in February or March.
So it might take longer that way than if we approve temporarily and they stay under the investigative arm of us. Is that correct?
Mayor Pro Tem, yes. One of the benefits of leaving them under the temporary license is if we have compliance issues, it is easy for the director to suspend the license and bring them before you at City Council, rather than giving them an opportunity to have the permanent license. And once that happens and they have a permanent, it's the whole disciplinary complaint process. So there is an argument to be made for the full 15 months because it gives us a lot of opportunity to see how they operate. The way this works is in the city, we come to you and ask for temporary licenses. There, per our code, 2 6-month temporary licenses. So if you decide you do not want the full 15 months, we can change that, and you could approve just 1 6-month temporary license, and then we can bring them back. I would expect the report to be back from Metro by then, and at that time, you can make a further decision whether you want to completely deny them or whether you want to give them a license.
That seems to be the better way to go as far as efficiency with time is concerned. I hope you understand what I mean,
Yes.
Mr. Coffin. So I move for a 6-month temporary massage license for this establishment.
That sounds good, and we'll bring them back at the end of the 6 months.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. There's a motion for 6 months on this. Please vote and please post.
Who knew everything was so complicated, right?
And that motion carries.
6 is pretty simple.
Okay, we're going to move on now to agenda item, where are we, at 46. So hopefully these will, you have all probably fallen asleep here waiting. We're trying to move it as quickly as we can, but we're getting there. Okay, this is agenda item 46, Board and Commissions. Discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment Melanie Rollo to the Audit Oversight Committee. Ms. Rollo was originally appointed December of 2016, is eligible for reappointment and wishes to continue to serve. Procedure for this committee requires appointment, reappointment by the mayor with ratification by the city council, and I move to reappoint Ms. Rollo, so would you please vote on my motion? And then please post. Thank you, and that motion carries. Agenda item 47, discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of Councilwoman Michelle Fiore as City Las Vegas representative to the Oversight Panel for School Facilities. The procedure to fill this seat is appointment by the mayor with ratification by the City Council. I move to reappoint Councilwoman Fiore if she will agree to continue to serve. Thank you. That's my motion. Please vote. And please post. And you can vote for yourself. And please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 48, discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of a nominee, Brent Buffone, to the Civil Service Board of Trustees. Options are that any member of the City Council recommend the appointment of Mr. Buffone or advise staff to agenda an item at a future meeting to consider another nominee. Councilman Coffin, I understand you have a recommendation.
Yes, I do, Your Honor. I want to move to adopt the appointment of nominee Brent Buffone to the Civil Service Board.
Okay, so there we are. Please vote. And there's a motion. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Agenda item 49, discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of John Trimble to the Arts Commission. Mr. Trimble occupies a seat designated as the Ward 5 representative. He was originally appointed in March of 2014, is eligible for reappointment and wishes to continue to serve. Councilman Greer, this is your motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a recommendation for John Trimble to be reappointed back to the Arts Commission.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. And for agenda item 50, discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of nominee Mia Palancar to the Historic Preservation Committee. Ms. Palancar is a resident of the John S. Park Historic District. She's eligible and wishes to be appointed to this seat. Mr. Coffin, Councilman, how say you on this?
Thank you, Mayor. I am also a resident of the John S. Park Historic Neighborhood, and I know this nominee. So I am now moved to nominate Mia Palancar to this Historic Preservation Commission.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Agenda item 51's been obeyed to December 19th, so we're moving along, and these three look to be yours, Councilwoman Fiore. This is bill number 52, bill number 201855. Councilman Anthony, would you like to have the bill read?
Which one?
Yes, Mayor.
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2018-55, an ordinance creating the City of Las Vegas Special Improvement District number 610, Sky Canyon, ordering a street project, storm sewer project, sanitary sewer project, drainage project, and water project within the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, and providing other matters related thereto.
Move for approval.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 52. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Agenda item 53, bill number 2018-56. Councilman Anthony, would you like the motion read?
Yes.
Bill, excuse me.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2018-56, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 610, and assessing the costs of local improvements against the assessable property benefited by the local improvements and providing other matters related thereto.
Move for approval.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 53. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. And finally, agenda item 54, bill number 2018-57. Councilman, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2018-57, an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale by the city of its special improvement district number 610 Sky Canyon Local Improvement Bonds, Series 2018, approving the form of certain documents with respect to such bonds, ratifying action taken by city officers toward the issuance of such bonds, and providing other matters related thereto.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 54. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And now we're on to agenda item 55, bill number 218-58. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Bill number 2018-58, an ordinance to amend LVMC 19.12.70 to limit short-term residential rentals to dwelling units that are owner-occupied, have no more than 3 bedrooms, and are not closer than 660 feet to another short-term residential rental, eliminating the ability to obtain relief from those limitations by means of a special use permit application, providing for the continuation of existing uses that do not conform to the new limitations, subject to the licensing requirements of LVMC Title VI and the non-conforming use provisions of LVMC Title 19, and providing for other related matters. In addition, Mayor, before we get to the comments from council or the public, the City Attorney's Office has a document to submit on the record because we received it directly from the Ogden Unit Owners Association. The thrust of the comments are to the association would like the council to hold off on considering any short-term rental bills until the association can add some amendments to its own CC&Rs. So obviously, we're just submitting this on the record out of an abundance of transparency.
Thank you very much. And I think what we're going to do here first, I have a small group of comments, which we will get to. And thank you for your patience, all of you that have come down on this bill. We're going to start with our Director of Planning. Mr. Summerfield will go. I want to make some comments. I know that Mayor Pro Tem wants to make some comments, and then we're going to go to the public and, of course, any other council that would like to make comments. So you're on the floor.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council. So this is the, as this is the public hearing for this item, I'm going to just give a real quick, brief update on what this ordinance is as you conduct your public hearing. So Bill 2018-58, this will remove the land use provisions for new, and I underscore that on the slide, and for the record, new short-term residential rentals with the following exception. If you're an owner-occupied short-term rental that is 3 bedrooms or less, and that you meet the 660 feet from any other short-term rental, and you meet all of our licensing requirements, our noise requirements, and our parking-related regulations, then you may be approved conditionally under the way this ordinance reads. Caveat, and make sure that it's very clear, because this is a departure from the way that it's currently read, there are no waivers that are of any of these conditions via an SUP process. The SUP process is removed for these. You must meet every one of those conditions in order to be a short-term rental going forward under this ordinance. One of the other things this ordinance does, it clarifies how the use defines owner and owner occupied during each period the unit is rented. I'm not going to go into all of this. It's all on the screen. But again, to be very clear, if you're owner occupied, that doesn't mean it's your primary dwelling and you are on vacation in San Diego and you rent out your house while you're gone. It means that you are here in the community, you're living in the house. Yes, you may go to work. Yes, you may go to school. Yes, you may go on date night. It is not in any way interfering with you living your life. But if you're going to rent your home under this owner-occupied definition, you must be actively in the home, living in the home, spending your night in the home when you have guests. So this makes that very clear. The ordinance does not impact the following. So again, to be clear, if you're an existing legal STR, those that are presently licensed, this ordinance as drafted does not impact you. You continue to operate legally as you're currently licensed or entitled to do.
And under the conditions, if I might, Mr. Summerfield, those are already licensed to function, but under the conditions, and that if the ownership changes, that permission under that SUP is expunged.
Correct. So if you're licensed, so the difference is if you have a license to conduct an activity, you, the individual, are licensed to do that activity. Someone else doesn't just get to pick up that license. They have to go through a completely new licensing procedure. So we wouldn't be licensing. Under the entitlement scenario, I do have to, for transparency, do have to be clear, there are some SUPs that the council approved in the early days of the SUP process.
Which is a special use permit.
Special use
SUP.
permit, exactly, through the entitlement process that did not have the expungement condition. So there's a handful, literally a handful of people who are entitled to an STR that do not have the expungement language attached to their entitlement. Most of the SUPs, most of the special use permits that have been approved by the Planning Commission and the City Council, particularly since Council gave us that direction, include, and those applicants acknowledged and accepted that condition, that they would voluntarily expunge the entitlement if they ever sold the property. So again, there's a handful of people that would be able to basically maintain the right for a short-term rental past their ownership, but it is really a handful. But that's not a license. A license is per the individual. So I do want to be clear on that.
And so basically, and I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No,
but
you're fine.
These are some of the calls that we get with some continuing energy behind them, to say it lightly, that those who are already under SUPs to operate are grandfathered in.
Correct. The language we use in planning, we call them non-conforming. Grandfathered in is what most people think of. And that's to the second point here. So those that have an improved entitlement, meaning a special use permit, but may have not licensed yet. So a special use permit has a certain time frame in which you have to exercise it. So if you have an approved special use permit from this council, from our planning commission, if the item didn't come to council, they do have until the end of their entitlement period to get licensed, and they will be able to perform. So again, they are not affected by the proposed ordinance. And then finally, any short-term residential SUP that is currently pending a hearing before the Planning Commission or the City Council, the Planning Commission and City Council must hear those items based on the code that was applicable when they were accepted by the Planning Department. So again, to your point, there's been a lot of rhetoric out there about, oh, we're accepting applications, or we have accepted applications, and in a month from now, Council's going to make these illegal. If the city has, through the Planning Department, accepted an application, that application gets acted on in the code that applied when they submitted that application, and that application was accepted.
So basically, those are still alive as long as they are in compliance with all the processes.
Correct. So they're still in the process. They still get their hearing. That doesn't mean that they get approved,
right,
because these are discretionary reviews. The council will look for compatibility in each case, in each location, just as they have done throughout this SUP process. But those applications, those operators could potentially get approved still. STRs, so all short-term rentals made non-conforming by the adoption of this ordinance must remain licensed throughout. They can't let their license lapse, and they must remain in compliance with all their licensing requirements. If their license gets revoked, they don't get the use back at that location. Like I said, except for those handful that did not have the expungement rules where they could potentially sell the property and a new licensee could potentially come forward. And that's it. It is not that, it's not that complicated of a change. It's significant, but it's not that complicated in terms of what we're changing in the language of the code. And that's it for me, unless you have any questions.
Well, I'd like to make some comments, but hopefully you'll stay in chambers with us so you can come up and address comments from council before we go to hear from the public, because I know with this group here, and then I'll talk to you about how we're going to do it so you're not here till tomorrow. First of all, obviously, as you know, 2016 was when these issues really began to come in front of our council. 2016, we are turning into 2019. So we've been hearing a lot, especially in different wards through the council, certainly at the mayor's, in my office, a ton of phone calls and comments and emails, and we're grateful for them all. Obviously, this is a hugely complex issue with many facets. And the reason we have been sort of slipping and sliding through a lot of this is because the more we try to undertake in one fell swoop, the more impossible it's become. So one of the things that I really want to clarify, having now in my 8th year here, which I really understand, most of the things except paying your taxes and death are in progress. Things can change. Things can be added to, new amendments, and we have done this in so many parts of what we do here at City Council. So to remember, this is a work in progress, and I think what today's going to address, unless we hear differently from Council, and want you all to hear it before you make your comments, changes, additions to, we really don't want to take in the whole big wad in one swallow. What we're trying to do is establish a base and then build on it, taking it as carefully and wisely as we can. One of the things that seems to have become evident, whether it's good or bad, I have my own opinions, is a lot of these short-term rentals are owned by people who do not live in our community, which of course for those of us who live here, there's a different element of pride and attention to our residences. Certainly we know in wards 1, 3, and 5, they are the older areas, and most of the areas built before there were homeowner associations, built before there were CC&Rs. And as we have moved forward through the past 25 years at least, many of the CC&Rs, and whether you're looking at the newer ones, I would say, out in, let's take Sky Canyon. As they go through their development, they're going to have regulations for their community, which in fact preclude or don't the short-term rentals. But in the heart of the city, those were never in place, at least in most neighborhoods. So that is a big issue. We also have the Strip or Las Vegas Boulevard issue, where we have hotels, obviously, and the hotels generate the funds, the room tax, that are the taxes that help support everything we do here in the city. These are all issues that really make us look differently at applications. So from my perspective as the mayor, we have been sitting on this now for 3 years, and I can look at so many of you and know that you've been on this with us going into this 3rd year. Why are you on this side of the fence with this one, on that side of the fence on the other one? And one of the most important things which I am now asking, and as anybody is here to comment today or we hear it, I've asked the city clerk and staff, I'm going to ask where the owner lives. Because we are finding most of these owners that are doing the short-term rental, and short-term means 30 days or under. 31 days, you are not a short-term rental. You can rent your residence out for 30 days without problems other than licensing, I guess, you have to go through. So the first thing is really to begin to start to address this carefully, not getting too big, and I think in this one is homeowner residency, but only 3 bedrooms. And so down the road, councilwoman or whomever is going to be carrying this may say, why can't it be 5 bedrooms? Well, at this point, we'll start with 3. Homeowner residency while this is in progress. And so all the other things are in place for the 660 feet separation. We are not at this point, other than we've already licensed in high-rises. This one is the single home. So we will get to high-rises, but you can hear the problems in high-rises. And so to me, the first step is this piece. And then let us take comment, let us have meetings, let us find, as we get more into the inner core where these seem to be problematic. Many of our high-rises have CC&Rs that already are addressing these issues, the homeowners that own in the high-rises. And some of them, the Jewel, Newport Lofts, I think, short or Soho prohibit short-term rentals. So this is something that we can take on. So we have other things. I know there was a wonderful concept that came up from Councilwoman Tarkanian, not that there haven't been other genius remarks and comments, but about small parks. and you look in the McNeil area, which I'm very familiar with, there's a small park there called Bob Askin Park. And because it's surrounded entirely by residences, those of us who've lived in the area for years allow our children to go to the park and feel that might be, in the future, another piece to add to the ordinance, that itself becomes a 660, anything from the neighborhood park. But that's not in this. All that's in this is what Mr. Summerfield has just shared with you all. And let me just take a quick look if I left anything out that I thought was singularly most significant. So at this point, I'm going to turn it to Councilwoman Tarkanian, who really has been carrying the banner for so long on this, not that other council persons haven't been engaged, and let her make her comments as to why and where we are. But keep in mind, it's a work in progress, and we will get to the totality, but we have to start somewhere. We've been kicking this thing down the road for so long, we're at a point of... So, Councilwoman, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, my legacy will probably be short-term rental involvement, and that was never what I thought it would be. I'd like to say that for over 10 years now, 10 years, I have worked with residents in an effort to strike a balance between preserving neighborhoods and allowing a homeowner such as a retiree to earn a little extra income by renting a room or two for a short-term rental. And I've tried to work with residents, and I've talked with them about that, and they feel that this could be a good compromise from where they're feeling as far as short-term rentals. As probably you know, I had some misgivings about allowing short-term rentals businesses to operate in residential areas. However, the City Council 10 years ago believed that a compromise could be found. Over the years, we've had many discussions and made adjustments to the ordinance to regulate short-term rentals in a way that aim to protect neighborhoods. While the situation is a little better, concerns about the short-term rental industry continue to mount, not only here, but in Las Vegas, but also in many places around the country and around the world. And I would like to say that I know for about the last 2 years, Mary, who handles our licensing department, has attempted to work with Airbnb, and we have had very little contact, or when we did get contact and answers, they would agree to something, and then when it came to signing an agreement, they did not sign. And so it was obvious to us they did not feel any type of involvement in helping us from our resident standpoint. Sharing platforms such as Airbnb claim that short-term residential rentals are the wave of the future. Over time, though, governments have learned from one another's experience about the impacts and need for close regulation of short-term residential rentals. Many cities worldwide are discussing or are implementing bans. These bans may be citywide, they may be within single-family neighborhoods, or they may be waived for owner-occupied properties. A partial list of these cities include Irvine, Huntington Beach, Anaheim, Santa Monica, Austin, Honolulu, Boston, Charleston, Orlando, Las Vegas, Vancouver, New York City, Amsterdam, Madrid, and Paris. It's throughout the world. They're being looked at very, very carefully throughout the world. These are people who have had short-term rentals longer than us. So to say it's a wave of the future, when actually we have so many governments and entities involved in looking at this, finding out it wasn't a good wave for those who lived within the city. So as the short-term rental industry matured, the mom-and-pop bed and breakfast no longer predominated. But they compete with property investors who own multiple properties. And make no mistake, please make no mistake, this is an industry, much like any other industry that we would find in commercial and industrial parts of town. According to HostCompliance.com, Airbnb has been valued at $30 billion. And the amount of profit they make each quarter is, you ought to own stock in it. It's quite high. Now, that $30 billion surpasses the valuation of major hotel chains, such as Hilton, Marriott, and Intercontinental. And so from what we've learned here, the voices, the concerns that are being voiced nationally, internationally, our residents have been voicing these concerns, and they came and they asked, would I put this on the agenda so they could tell their concerns to the other members of the council. And so that's why we are here today. And that's what I'm going to say and turn it over, Madam Mayor, to the people who want to speak.
Okay, thank you. And
Those who
is
are
there any, what I'd like to do at this point, before we have wonderful groups that have given their minute to a speaker. We're very grateful for that, and for every speaker that's going to be commenting. What we're going to do, as you can see, there's a place for everybody that's pro, that's going to be speaking on the pro side. Those who are con the item will go on this side. We'll give everybody a minute, but for those who have group, I saw Judge Mosley's here. He's speaking for a group, and many of others of you. And, but I didn't know if there was any comment briefly that any council member would like to make, or we'll get started. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, may I listen to them and then make a comment after?
Oh, absolutely.
Perfect.
Absolutely, because at that point, then, we will move ahead with this. So, if there's no other comment or request here, we will go ahead and get started. And what I'm going to do is, we have the package of cards here. I'm trying to put them in order, and it is wonderful to be born with the letter A as your last letter, the first letter of your last name. And so because of that, we're not going to start with A.
Start with Z.
What I'm going to do is, first of all, for those of you who are representing a group, not the individual speakers, it's good to be a family of people and a village, as they say. So everybody with paper clips, we're going to go ahead and start. And the first, so that encourages the rest of you to get groups. And what we're going to do for the single speaker, you get 1 minute. We're going to hold to it. I'm going to ask our clerk to make sure we're doing that. And so what we will start with is Dina Cianchetti. Are you here, Dina? And you have 5 cards, so you get 5 minutes. And if you would assure us how many people, and this is not counting to your 5 minutes, on your cards, do you know who they are and
Yeah,
that they
they're all
all
set,
reside
yeah.
here? Could you
Yeah.
stand up, people who are behind Dina's cards? Okay, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Oh, Tom had to leave.
And Tom had to leave. And you are all residents of Southern Nevada?
Yes, we all Dina Cianchetti, Dina-Cianchetti.
Wonderful. Yours now. All right, timer start. She gets 5 minutes.
Just want to say that, since we've had the short-term rentals come into our neighborhoods, we've seen, we have 4 cameras on our house. We've seen a lot of crime. Talk about prostitution.
Do you want to give us a general area where you live this
2241 Diamond Bar Drive. We're like by Canyon Gate in the Lakes.
Okay, perfect.
Sahara, Buffalo, Cimarron area. That's where most of the group is from.
Thank you.
We're on like a half an acre, 4,000 square foot home. So we have the big houses where people want to rent them and party in them. We own our streets on the front of our house. So we actually own our streets, and we have found out that if they have Airbnbs on our streets, on our neighborhoods, they will cancel our homeowners insurance. Because if they fall on our streets, we're held liable as neighbors. Not everybody has that situation, but on our street, Diamond Bar, we're held liable for that. So you can imagine when people are drinking and partying, we've seen prostitution, we've got someone doing porno movies, we've got all kinds of things in our neighborhood now since the short-term rentals have come in. We've got legal ones and we've got illegal ones. We're trying to be a community and protect our neighborhood. And we love our neighbors. We're together every Thursday for Neighborhood Watch. I'm also the Neighborhood Watch captain. We're trying to protect our neighbors and not have all these people come in that we don't know, that they're getting that keys to a house. Every single weekend we have different people in these homes, and we don't know who they are. And it's causing a lot of issues. I mean, we had a drug deal last night at 11:30 on our street in front of my house that our cameras caught.
So we really are, we like what you just said about having owner occupied, because I think when they're owner occupied, you're not going to have as much riffraff, because you're not going to have a drug dealer staying in your house, hopefully. So we want to protect our neighborhoods and not protect their wallets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's call on Donald Mosley, and you have 4 cards. And everybody that is given a card to the Honorable Judge Mosley, could you stand, please? And so that's 3. We're missing a person. Oh, you're the 4th. Oh, wait, in back there, here comes one more. And are you all homeowners in Southern Nevada?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay.
As attorneys are prone to say, I'll be brief, but of course they're lying most of the time. Donald Mosley, 1127 Westland Drive, Rancho Anoki Neighborhood Association. I am a resident. If we're to be honest with ourselves, everyone in this room knows that to commercialize a neighborhood with these short-term rentals is a wrong thing to do. But yet we're here, and it's all about money, pure and simple. In my neighborhood, the 660-foot separation between these short-term rentals means that every 7th house could be a motel. And because there are 10 to 15 short-term rental items on the Planning Commission's agenda typically every month, it doesn't take a genius to figure out how long Ward 1 will take to just be inundated. And that's where we're headed. I'd like to discuss something that I don't think has been given much attention. It's the legal aspect of some of this, and perhaps, well, the city attorney left, but perhaps we can get together sometime on this.
No, Mr. Ponticello's here.
Okay.
Terry Ponticello's right here, our attorney.
Okay. Let's assume that we have a short-term rental approved, and the next-door neighbor is a lady who worked at the Mirage in the beauty salon for many years and is now retired, and she wants to redecorate her garage and put a little chair in there to have her own little beauty shop next door to the short-term rental. Across the street's an attorney who wants to put his law office in his home rather than to avoid the rent of some office building somewhere. And 3 or 4 houses down the street, there's someone who wants a daycare center with a few children, all very calm and collected, not a big problem with the community, supposedly. And if we say no to these people, someone's going to sue. And when it gets in court, this is what's going to happen, in my judgment. The court's going to look at these people and are going to say, this is a neighborhood in transition. This is a commercial enterprise zone. This is not a traditional neighborhood. And the city of Las Vegas can't be heard to say, we'll let you have a motel here, but your neighbor can't have a beauty shop. Or the attorney can't have his law office across the street. That's inconsistent. That won't happen, in my judgment. So what we're looking at here is the opening of Pandora's box, in my judgment, when we allow these short-term rentals to proliferate. And I would suggest that we have an opportunity at this time and at this place to limit this nonsense. And that's exactly what I think it is. There should be a total ban. We don't have an appetite for that, evidently. Let's grant Councilman Cartanian's bill and let's approve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, these are out of order because I haven't had a chance, but I've got 1, 2. Well, I want to give you these. I'm keeping track. So here, did I give you another? Who was our first group? Can I have that? Could I have Dina's back? Because I want to sign off that we've heard them. Okay, well then we'll find out where it is. Oh, I've got her here. Okay, so let's see. This is one. All right, Jessica, nope. This is all singles. I'm looking for groups. Okay, I have, yes. Howell Edward Jones Jr. speaking for 8 people. And with the other 7 people, including your vote, could you stand so we could see you? And are you all owners of properties in Las Vegas? And Nobody on your list is an out-of-state owner?
No.
I mean, they may own property out there,
Yeah.
but they have
We're all
residence
residents, we
here.
all live within the city
Great.
limits.
Okay,
of,
thank
Las
you.
Vegas. My name is Hal Jones, and I...
And a microphone, you'll turn it on.
There it goes. My name is Hal Jones.
8 minutes, please.
And I live at 7811 Dana Point Court, which is inside the city limits. I live within Dina's Coalition, Neighborhood Coalition. It's 2,300, over 2,300 homes. The real estate value, I just happened to look it up, is somewhere between $750,000 to $1 billion, okay, of real estate in that area. I actually have handouts, something I like to have on the record, and I have a copy for everybody on the council, as well as copies to be submitted on the record as well. Some of you I've met with, and I'll try and be brief. I appreciate I have 8 minutes. Thank you very much for that. I'll try not to use all 8. I narrowed it down to about 5 points I'd like to make. If we can turn the overhead on, people can see it.
Okay, it's on.
Okay, I don't know if everybody can
So-
see that.
But just make sure you speak into the mic. There it is,
Yes.
right in front.
I'm retired, but when I was in business, I was a strategist, as some of these people know, and I like to work based on facts versus just pure opinions. I like taking opinions in, but I also like to have the facts. And so I've done a lot of work to get the facts. And I worked with a gentleman, Murray Cox, who runs Inside Airbnb. He's done data analysis around the world on what's actually on the Airbnb site, what's listed. So I don't have the other sites. This is purely just a Airbnb data. It's pulled directly from their site. And I tried to summarize this down, and the backup pages give you the information that support these statements. But the first one is the total tax revenue for the city of Las Vegas. There's a hotel tax of 13%. I was told that only 1% actually gets to the city. And if that's true, that's what I was told.
Let me ask, take this off his time. We're at 6:20. We'll start there. Mr. Aimling, what is the tax revenue from the room tax for the city versus the totality? What percentage do we get?
He's correct. We collect 1% out of the 13%.
Okay, so if we collect 1%, using the data from Airbnb, the total revenue, if all the legal and illegal short-term rentals operating within the city limits was collected, the city would actually only see about $159,000. That's less than $200,000. And I believe our code enforcement this year alone was over $400,000. So if I'm running a business, we're not doing a very good job. The second point I'd like to make is that I looked at it because I was told, oh, it's your neighbors doing this, and so I wanted to understand what my neighbors are doing. And when I looked through the data, I found that 83% of the revenue is coming from people renting out whole homes, not rooms, the whole entire residence, okay? They're not your neighbor. I then looked to see Airbnb has a concept of single listing host versus multi-listing host. And when I looked at that, I found 29 multi-listing hosts, people that have multiple residences that they're representing, okay? Represented 140 of the total of the multi-listings that are out there, okay? It's a subset, so I've excluded the single listings. That's almost half, 29 entities, okay? They're investors, they're businesses, they're buying property meant for residences to operate them as hotels, period. It's pure and simple. As a matter of fact, I found investment sites all over the country where you give me $100,000 and you're buying into a portfolio, and we're going to go buy homes up, and we'll return you profits in excess of 20 to 30 to 40%. That's a really good investment because most investments aren't returning those. The next point I'd like to make is the majority of revenue is from the short-term rentals that are being rented throughout the entire year, over and over and over. They have people coming and going the entire time, multiple rentals, okay? They're not primary residences. These are hotels. I don't know how you can call this a residence being used. It's not. It's a hotel. And roughly half of the short-term rentals are being operated by hosts in the city of Las Vegas, and they're not even within the valley, located within the valley. They're outside the valley. They're outside the country, in fact. We have 2 in my neighborhood. They're not even in the country. So, you know, I support this bill. I'd like to see a ban, but I can be a reasonable person. And I think this bill is really reasonable. It's not perfect. I think we can amend it downstream. It's a place to start, so I totally agree with you on that. But we can work on it. And cities around the world, as was stated, are working on this, and I think we can learn from them as well. It bothers me that Airbnb is unwilling to come and work with us. They don't want to sit down with residents. I haven't had them come to my area. I'm pretty vocal. Most people know who I am. Okay? I've used Airbnb in the past. I've stayed in Europe. I get it, but I think they need to be regulated and they need to be operated legally versus illegally. 90% of them are being operated illegally. I'm sorry. If you want to do something, do it legally. You don't like the laws, get involved like me and get them changed. I thank you very much for the time, and like I said, I support this, and I believe most of the Buffalo Coalition supports this as well. Thank you very much.
Very well researched. Okay. A frequent commentator here who's representing two people, so you have 2 minutes, and we won't count your time to the microphone. Mr. Figler.
Actually, Madam Mayor, I have 2 more cards from people.
Oh, now you have 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to submit their single card to Mr. Figler? He's very eloquent.
No advertising.
Okay. Thank you. Those 2 for me here. Oh, okay, log them first. For him? Okay, so we haven't started you yet.
Thank you.
All right, and the 4 people, could, if you're here, the 4 people that Mr. Figler's going to be speaking about, could you stand?
And Jeannie, and there's
And
2 others.
you are owners of property here?
They are.
Anybody
They're
from out?
John S. Park neighbors, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead now. We start.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is David Figler. I live at 1302 South 6th Street. I am the president of the John S. Park neighborhood, which is in Ward 3, represents over 100 households and almost 1,000 people that live in that particular neighborhood. Your Honor and members of the Council, I have a map up here that should be of great import and interest to you. If we could zoom in on that just a little bit. This comes from the city website. I'm a veteran of the 4 a.m., 2 a.m., midnight planning commission meetings. And I think we all know that they are packed with concerns about the short-term rentals. Those concerns travel throughout our neighborhood, and there are many people there who are in support of an outright ban of short-term rentals throughout the city of Las Vegas. There have been a lot of participation, forums. A lot of them have tried to come to as many meetings as I have, but I try to make them all in my capacity as the president of our neighborhood association. When speaking with my neighbors, and I'm going to try to keep this single issue because we've met with a lot of our neighbors from adjoining neighborhood associations throughout the city of Las Vegas. The one thing, though, that is quite stark in the requests from my neighbors and from others about a total ban is the knowledge that there actually is a ban that exists within the city right now. And I pulled this map off of the City of Las Vegas website, and if you could see the title of this particular map, if you zoom in a little bit, is the short-term rental prohibited areas. Short-term rental prohibited areas. So when the city council, some of your predecessors who are here from the council that's here now, enacted the legislation, essentially, the ordinance that allows short-term rentals, areas of Las Vegas were excluded, outright banned. And I have a map so that it kind of brings the point home of where these areas are, and the participation of those city council representatives should be mindful of that. Because I represent Ward 3 that's over here. There's no ban in my area whatsoever, except for a very small little period over here in the new medical district. But if you look at the map, and if you start in Ward 6, which is Councilwoman Fiore's, and you have Town Center, So there's Sky Canyon, Grand Canyon Village, Cliffs Edge, Town Center, and Providence Square. That's a huge swath of Ward 6, and all those areas already have a ban in place. So nothing you're going to do today is going to change that whatsoever. Now, if you move down into Ward 4, where you're looking at Sun City, you're looking at parts of West Summerlin, and you're looking at Summerlin proper, that's all banned as well. And then as you get into Ward 2, and the bottom there of West Summerlin, and parts of Summerlin as well, there's a ban there too. So when we're talking about Councilman Soroka's ward, Councilman Anthony's ward, Councilwoman Fiore's ward, you're not hearing from the neighbors like the other wards are because the ban is in place. And my neighbors want that ban too. But, you know, we're reasonable people and we understand the arguments that many have had. And so this is the compromise bill. This is a compromise short of the ban. And we support this because it allows the time for code enforcement to catch up, for the experiment to be sussed out properly, and for the original intent of a bed and breakfast idea to actually be implemented so that the adjustments, just like Your Honor said, can be made so that we can do that. So this is a compromise, and it's only fair to our wards too.
Thank you. And it is a start, and as I said at the onset, the wards 2, 4, and 6, most of them have CC&Rs, and that's why it's prohibited.
And those are additional bans, correct.
So what we're trying to do is get the best resolve, but piece by piece, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Lara Kohlberg. Lara, you have 2 minutes. We will not count your walking time. And the other person, Lara and Linda Newton, do you both, your property in Las Vegas?
Yes.
Please, okay. You have 2 minutes, please, on her 2 minutes.
Okay, Laura
Thank you.
Kohlberg, 612 Ampere Lane. I'm representing the West Mesa Estates Coalition, and 7 of our neighborhood residents are here today. A petition process showed that 75% of the 273 households in our neighborhood are opposed to short-term rentals, shown by the properties highlighted in orange. And only 2% of the households declined to sign the petition. 23% could not be contacted, or the homes were vacant. So based on the fact that a majority of our residents are opposed to short-term rentals, our coalition formed a short-term rental committee to research and develop a proposed new ordinance, which we presented to each of you. Our committee supports this bill because the requirements for owner occupation aligns with our proposed ordinance. The requirement is important because, 1, operators will have greater vested interest in maintaining their own homes. 2, operators will be more concerned about preventing disturbances for their own neighbors. 3, it prevents the problem of absentee and out-of-state landlords who aren't present to deal with problems. And 4, it keeps landlords and corporations from running purely commercial businesses in residential areas. Our coalition is working to build camaraderie and stability in our neighborhood, and short-term rentals work against our efforts by allowing many hotels to bring a constant stream of strangers into our midst. Please vote in favor of people who live in neighborhoods rather than the bottom line of investors who are often absentee and out of state. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
I could ask you, do you happen to know those who did not sign on the petition? Are those homes owned by out-of-staters? And is there a way, because it would be interesting to find out. And for anybody else who's speaking, and as representative, those people who do not support what your interests are they in fact owned out of state? Because I think when we heard from Mr. Jones, the data's continuously supporting that. So if you would do that, that would help us.
in our case, a lot of the properties that we couldn't contact, it's because we've had such a problem with crime that we can't even get to their door to ring a doorbell. So.
Okay, thank you. Keep your material, because we may come back to you to get addresses and things if we're allowed legally to do that, which I don't know. To keep that, yes?
Addresses, public records, sure.
Okay. So, Lara, if you would make note of the addresses of those who didn't participate, they're allowed to vote at whatever way they want, but we want to find out if they are out-of-town owned and non-resident. Okay, thank you. We are now into Diane Harrington, who also has 2 cards, 2 minutes, and your other card is signed by Zanhire. Are you here?
Mayor, she had to leave for an appointment.
Okay. Does he own property here?
Yes, she does. We both do.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Diane
Please.
Harrington, 2020 Homeview Court, Las Vegas, Nevada, Ward 1 for 25 and a half years. I am Vice President of the Rainbow Family Park Neighborhood Association. The association borders Sahara, Charleston, Rainbow, and then Buffalo. There are 600 homes and about 2,000 residents in our area. We favor a ban on short-term rentals, but support Bill 2018-58 as a step in the right direction. We are a neighborhood of business owners, teachers, medical personnel, and other professions who work and offer support services to the city of Las Vegas. Limiting the rentals to 3 or less bedrooms and owner-occupied would be a huge step in the right direction because we will no longer be bearing the onus of monitoring large party groups that come into our neighborhoods with short-term rentals. The bill would also provide relief of city resources to the city code enforcement department that has been overwhelmed with all the demands that has been put on it. And furthermore, Metro 311 cannot handle all the volume of calls that has been made. As citizens, we are a family-oriented neighborhood of parents and grandparents interested in maintaining the integrity of our neighborhood. The purpose of zoning laws and ordinances are enacted for specific purposes, and the purchases of properties are entitled to rely on these zoning laws and ordinances. The Bill 2018-58 will help us maintain our properties as residential communities and help us maintain what attracts people to live in Las Vegas and the future value of our homes. On behalf of my neighbors and the Rainbow Family Park Neighborhood Association, we urge you to support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Jim Sullivan, you have 3 minutes. And could the supporters with Jim please stand up, the other 2? Okay, and your property is owned and in Las Vegas. You live in Las Vegas? Both of you? Thank you. And you also, I'm assuming?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please.
Good morning. My name is Jim Sullivan. I live at 6500 Vegas Drive, and I'm here representing the Culinary Union and our 57,000 members. I'm here today to ask you to protect affordable housing and vote for the short-term rental ordinance before you today. The Culinary Union has been concerned about short-term rentals and their effects on affordable housing options that many of our members rely on since they became prevalent in Las Vegas several years ago. Short-term rentals have contributed to affordable housing crises in cities like New York, San Francisco, and Washington, D.C. because they take affordable housing units off the market and raise rents. In recent years, these cities have scrambled to try to react to their affordable housing problems by passing ordinances of their own. The City of Las Vegas has a unique opportunity to get ahead of this problem with this ordinance, which will require all short-term rentals to be owner-occupied. Researchers, including one from the National Bureau of Economic Research, have found that zip codes where the majority of short-term rentals are owner-occupied experienced minimal increases in housing costs, while properties with absentee landlords saw much bigger increases. This ordinance before us will allow homeowners to earn extra money and protect affordable housing while preventing absentee landlords from opening unlicensed hotels and party houses in our neighborhoods. This is a sensible and much-needed ordinance, and the Culinary Union urges you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Annette Fiala, and you are speaking for 2 others. And so, Annette, if you'd come forward, please. You're coming from far over there. And your supporters that have relinquished 2 minutes, could you stand? I see one, I'm missing. And you own property here? Thank you very much. And Annette as well?
Yes. Well, I live in Clark County.
No, that's fine.
So, Madam Mayor and council members, first I would like to apologize for the lack of attendance on our side today. A lot of people have to work and they can't take off work and not make $200 to $500 a day. And so a lot of times this last year, everything has been continued and they've showed up and it's been held in abeyance, okay? So our Vegas Vacation Rental Association, we advocate for licensing short-term rentals with reasonable regulations and best practices for the industry. Immediately after the October 9th Planning Commission meeting, we reached out to Chris Jones from the opposed short-term rental organizers. She responded earnestly with points that we both agree upon. I feel when the day comes that we can all get the stakeholders together at the same table, that is the day we will all have input in an ordinance that will positively serve all parties. I strongly agree with Commissioner Cherry when he advised all parties to get together to work something out while we still have control at the local level, instead of being like Arizona, where Arizona adopted a law at the state level where everyone has the right to do what they want with their property, except when you're governed by an HOA. Arizona took away the opportunity for local municipalities to work out an ordinance that would serve each community best. Our Vegas Vacation Rental Association owners and managers and contractors today will present solutions which we have discussed with council members over the last year. I would like to just show you our t-shirts say, "Welcome to Las Vegas." It all starts here. We know a lot of people, there's over 500,000 people that come to Vegas using the short-term rental platforms, and we'd like to welcome them all. And let's see. And many, I know you're asking where people live. A lot of our association live and work in Clark County, and there's a lot of people, they don't necessarily own a house in the city. I don't know if that was important. That's all I have. Thank you.
No, thank you. Yes, actually it is, because, you know, in the county, I believe the county has banned all short-term rentals, but we know there are over 6,000 that operate there. And so it's sort of important for us within the city confines, even though we know we have county islands, to understand who our constituents are and how much out-of-state ownership is part of this whole complex issue. So
Yeah,
thank you.
I do understand how that's affected. Here's one more comment on that. The gentleman that presented the facts on the tax dollars, so I had done a study on the AirDNA report, and for all of Clark County, Henderson, North Las Vegas, the city of Las Vegas, and the county, they were on target to do over $550 million of gross bookings on Airbnb and the other platforms. That would have represented $65 million of taxes for everyone. And I understand that the taxing entity trickles down. The way that it's broken down is 32% goes to the LVCVA, 25% State of Nevada Education, 14% Clark County School District, 10% to the taxing entity, County Transportation 8%, State of Nevada Tourism 3%, NDOT 3%, and miscellaneous 5%. The point is, I know that earlier this year there was discussions of a license fee instead of the tax, which would allow the city of Las Vegas to get their share of that, which would be $10 to $15 million for this last year, based upon the bookings on Airbnb and HomeAway. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so at this point, only a card, if we've got to get through these cards.
My card's already in there. I was speaking on behalf of our organization, Americans for Prosperity Nevada. It wasn't really made clear that there was a special.
Oh, could we, could you go check on that, Ms. Campbell, please? Okay, what we're going to do now, I've got some, we'll go to some of the opposition to the bill, and so I'm going to start with, I've got, apparently these are individuals who live in the same residence, and, but I'm not sure of the address. They're 89128 and 89129. One is Irene Cruz. We're going to now start with a minute each. So if you will come up to the microphone, if you're on the pro side, you'll go on this microphone. If you're on the con side, you'll come here. So Irene Cruz and Timothy Cruz and Jessica Cruz. So if the three of you, you oppose the owner-occupied, so if you'll come speak one after another, and each, Ms. Clerk, if you'll give them each a minute. And so if you'll just, you can sit close by, but as one is finishing, keep your eye on the clock, and then you'll go to the next one. So thank you very much for coming, and if you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Irene Cruz, and I live at 1908 Tierra Vista Drive most of the year. This is my husband of 48 years, Timothy Cruz, and he lives there 90% of the time, but I travel to see our grandchildren much more than him.
And if you can, speak closer to the microphone for us.
Sure, I'm sorry.
That's fine. So
Okay.
let's start her right now, if we would, with a minute.
Okay. Local owners of short-term rentals are like David versus Goliath. They are fought by large, wealthy corporate interests. However, in the end, David won. Now, I don't want to sound
No, you go ahead,
too
use
much.
your minute. Wow.
Don't let the big guys bully the little guys. I oppose any bans on short-term rentals and any proposed ordinance that does not allow the current demand for STRs to get licensed. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 29 seconds left, so I'm going to give them to your daughter. Jessica?
Yes.
You're going to get her 23 seconds, and you go on with your minute.
My name's Jessica Cruz. I'm from 7712 Four Seasons Drive. That's 89129 in Las Vegas. I've been here 9 years. I'm a teacher. Enforcement is one of the biggest concerns affecting the neighborhoods. We support requiring all properties, not just the 5 bedrooms or more is required in the current ordinance, to have the 24-hour security response. They guarantee no more than a 2-hour response time. I participate in this as well. NCI Security Company has 100% success evicting the guests if the owner determines the conduct is inappropriate for the house and the neighborhood. Currently, their response time has been less than 45 minutes. The police and code enforcement officers do not have the authority to evict unruly guests. The security company has the authorization from the property owner, me, to evict and take necessary actions to secure the property. I've never had to use the service because I vet every person that stays in my home. So forcing me to also stay in the home is just, you're throwing away the baby with the bathwater. I do everything to keep noise down. I don't rent every weekend. I only rent to families. And to compare me to the way other people run their homes, it's very unfair. I take my neighbors very seriously, and my neighbor is here to support me because he took a day off.
Thank you.
So he keeps me as a neighbor.
Thank you. And Mr. Cruz, did you want to come speak as well?
Madam Mayor, can we find out if these people live in the city, or if, obviously you have, I guess, a home rental in the city, ma'am? Who are the, I can't find you.
Jessica Cruz.
Jessica, you have a rental in the city?
Yes.
And you live in the city?
Correct.
Okay. And
I rent my home out.
With you in it?
No, I'll go to California for a weekend. I stay at my boyfriend's. I will rent out my whole home. But again, I vet every person, and I don't rent it every weekend. And my neighbors know how to reach me. I have a security company.
Please stop, because if you don't stop, I can't ask another question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz, your turn, please.
Mayor, Council, thank you for listening. I have opposition to the ban on STRs and any proposed ordinance that does not allow the current demand. Actually, the regulations could be enforced, and licensing revenue and fees collected, of course, would total a lot more than has been talked about earlier. And this money could be used for neighborhood programs, parks, recreation, or whatever. I just noticed the soccer kids were here, and teams from out of town, from out of the country, Little Tykes and the big ones, they stay at the STRs to get a home-friendly and wholesome experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Sean Kiss. Sean, are you here, Sean? And while you're walking, do you own property and live in the city? And look how nice his manners are. You do not. Do you live out of state? Do you live in the state?
Yes.
Do you want to come to the microphone, please, and then say your name for the record, please?
Yeah, I do have a prepared statement as well, so.
You go ahead.
My name is Sean Kiss, ShaunKiss. Thank you for having us today. So, in June of 2017, while adopting a new short-term rental ordinance, no one had the information on the revenue from short-term rentals and Airbnbs. Now we have records from websites like AirDNA that banks, savings loans, broker houses on Wall Street, real estate investment trusts, and financial institutions currently use to project profits and losses for investment properties. The records we have from VVRA show that the city of Las Vegas for 2018, a projected $10 million of taxes could have been realized for 2018. Clark County, Henderson, North Las Vegas have all been waiting to see what the city adopts as an ordinance that encourages and supports all owners to get licensed so they can adopt a similar ordinance and get their share of the 2018 projected taxes, which are calculated at over $50 million. Since 2014, Clark County has missed out on hundreds of millions of dollars of tax revenue, all because of a couple party houses in the city. Hundreds of millions of dollars is a lot of parks, homeless shelters, code enforcement officers, and more.
Thank
So I oppose the ban.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kiss. Okay, we are now going to, we will now go to Marcus Lopez, who has four other residents. And the other four, could you stand up and show us that you're here? Okay, and are you homeowners and residents of Las Vegas? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Lopez.
I live in Anthony's district as well.
Drop your hat, son.
Sorry about that. Excuse the hat here. So I'm here on behalf of Americans for Prosperity Nevada.
Excuse me 1 second. You get 5 minutes. Okay, thank you.
In Nevada, our organization represents over 50,000 activists, all who engage in various forms of community activity. Nationally, we have about 3.2 million. Over the years, short-term rentals have become a great way for local residents to make a few bucks on the side. And for tourists, short-term home rentals are an attractive alternative to staying at pricey hotels. In a town where the house always wins, this may be the only time that the house wins and the customer wins too. But the fight is about more than money. This is also about supporting the sharing economy, an economic system where goods and services are shared between private individuals. In just a short years, the sharing economy has grown in popularity due to flexibility, efficiency, and convenience. Today, consumers can order a car service, a dog walker, or have someone pick up their laundry all in a matter of minutes because of the sharing economy. This has helped increase global revenues by $335 billion. My question is, and our question is why should the government get in the way of an individual or a family looking to make additional income by renting out their home for a short period of time? It is especially helpful option for someone between jobs or for someone who's not earning enough income to pay the bills. Tourists and visitors to Las Vegas benefit from short-term home rentals too. Study shows that there is a real Airbnb effect. The savings by opting for a short-term rental over a traditional room benefit the local economy through increased disposable income. Our opponents say, noise complaints, things of the matter. We already have laws in the books to handle these things. I don't see why we need to add more bureaucracy and more laws to this. If these regulations pass, it will eliminate a source of income for many Las Vegas residents and shut off the option for countless more. For those with limited means, a trip to the entertainment capital of the world may be cost prohibitive. Instead of erecting barriers to opportunity, we should remove them and make it easier for the exchange of goods and services. That's the spirit that made Las Vegas, and it's the hallmark of a society of mutual benefit. And it's one worth preserving for future generations. So we urge you to vote no on these regulations. I do want to take the rest of the time for a personal comment. Two of them is, there's a gentleman that came up with some alternative facts. I do want to say that they were misleading, especially the first point about $200,000 and costing $400,000, because all in code enforcement, as you guys know, comes with code fines, which means that you guys collect more money than that. The other point is our union friends continue to misunderstand supply and demand. If you want to increase artificially low supply in housing, the solution to that is to remove barriers and remove regulations that prevent developers and people from coming in to build more property. And if I remember correctly, the other day I saw them that they were arguing against development near Red Rock, so I feel like their opposition on that term is insincere. That's pretty much all I have on that.
Thank you. Now, council, if I may, council members, Mr. Williams, if 1 second, if I could, Mr. Career's attention, Ms. Fiore, if I could. As long as, because you've been here since very early this morning, we do have some coffee in back. Just make sure that there are always 4 of us remaining if you need to take breaks, because we need to hear everybody together. So just look down and make sure we have 4 people. Right. Oh, and true, if somebody is leaving the dais here, they are hearing you in back. But it's a long sit, and so many of you are still here with us, sitting as long, so we know that. So, but just want them to go ahead, take a look, and as they get up. Okay, so now let's go to 2 cards. Keep joining together, because I've got singles, and we've got lots of singles. This is Sarah Thiel, and you have 2 minutes. And while you're walking, are you and your other card residents?
Yes, I'm Sarah Thiel, 4530 Paseo El Rio. I've been a homeowner in Las Vegas for 10 years now. Just bought a second property. I do have a tenant. They live on my block. And I'm a mom of a 3-year-old. So the idea of being able to have a vacation rental, save up for her college, I can monitor this directly across the street. I love my neighbors. They love me, is amazing. But by doing what you guys are talking about doing, you take that out as an option. I can actually manage my home from my home. I do right now, like I cross the street and I fix stuff at the house. How am I going to be able to do that if we do go into that role? It's not even an option for us. I did want to say something else about how nobody's really acknowledging the tourists that are in need, that are coming here. We keep talking about the homeowners, and I'm one. So I want to protect my neighborhood. I can't really get away from my neighbor who plays his stereo all hours of the night. I've called the cops like 50 times on him, and he still hasn't been cited. It's been 2.5 years. So I find it interesting that we keep talking about how we're going to police this stuff, but it's not getting policed. So I don't think that the issue is the actual current ordinance. I think the issue is the way that we're dealing with any of the issues that come up from that ordinance. I think changing it is not going to fix things. We have to think about how we're policing it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, next, Patrick Webb. And do you own residence here?
I am not, madam.
Where are you from?
I am from Montana, actually.
Are you down here with the rodeo?
I'm not. I would love to attend, but no tickets. Here to visit friends and family. I think the great state of Nevada, especially the great city of Las Vegas, has a lot in common with my great state of Montana, a lot of tourism. And I know, looked it up briefly, looks like it brought in about $60 billion into Las Vegas in 2016. It's a substantial chunk bigger than what we get in Montana. But I just wanted to point out one thing. I first just really think it's impressive that the City Council here and of course you, Madam Mayor, are working so diligently at this problem. And trying to find solutions. It's not an easy problem. That happens when change comes to the world. This is a change that is coming across the entire world, and I think it's important for communities like Las Vegas and Montana probably in the future to try to be leaders on these issues. One issue that I wanted to bring up specifically is a member from the support team cited a 83% figure for people that like to stay in full homes. All I want to say is it'll gut the industry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy your time here.
Thank you.
All right. We are now moving on to, these are a little bit out of order, but anyway, go to the rodeo. It's great. We have a lot of things happening in town.
Get tickets.
But a lot of things are free. All right, Jeff Rogan. And Mr. Rogan, do you own property in town and do you live in it?
I do, Your Honor. I also submitted 4 cards. Should have been.
Wait, you want to make sure the button's on? There you go.
Sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. I already also submitted 4 cards additionally that were not attached. Noemi Torres, Mitch Streeter, Marie Ocampo, and Jackie O'Brien. So if I could, I'd like to...
Whoopee.
What's your name again?
All
Jeff
right,
Rogan.
the other 3, could you stand up?
It's 4, and I believe 2 of them have left.
They didn't find us exciting? Do you live here and own property here? Not in Montana? Good.
Mayor, can we get those names again?
Oh, would you spell your name, please?
Sure. I have Noemi Torres, Nohemi, last name Torres, Torres. Mitch Streeter, Mitch, last name Streeter, Streeter. Marie Ocampo, Marie, Ocampo, and Jackie O'Brien, Jackie, O''Brien.
So there were 4 others plus yourself?
4 others plus myself.
So you get 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for your advocacy on this important issue. I come before you as a resident of Las Vegas to urge all of you to support this compromise measure that's before you today. Several weeks ago, when the Planning Commission came forward with an outright ban on short-term rentals, many in our community, in the McNeil neighborhood, were ecstatic that finally someone was advocating an idea that many of us support. When the ordinance that's before you now actually came out and it was no longer a ban, we were somewhat troubled that that was no longer a consideration. But after reviewing the particularities of that ordinance, we came to realize that this is actually an excellent compromise between those of us here that support the short-term rental industry and those of us that perhaps are opposed to it. And what we came to realize is that this ordinance actually fits the intent of what the short-term rental industry was designed to do. As you just heard from a gentleman a moment ago, this is an opportunity for people who live in the community that may need a little extra dollar to rent out unused rooms in their house and monetize that underused value in their own home and earn some extra bucks to pay their mortgage or pay their rent. It's also consistent with the traditional uses of our neighborhoods. The short-term whole home rental industry has never been something that existed in the city of Las Vegas. It's existed in other places like San Diego, beachfront community, or Tahoe, a ski community, or Big Bear, a lake community, where homes were built and it was tolerated to rent out those homes for a weekend or a week for people to come and enjoy with their family. That's not what has ever happened in McNeil until Airbnb and the other short-term rental industries came along. That's not what happened in John S. Park. But what we have allowed, traditionally, are bed and breakfasts in our single-family residential neighborhoods. And so this bill that we see, this ordinance, is simply just an expansion of what we have already allowed. And so it's nothing new, it's nothing different, unlike whole home, unoccupied rentals. This ordinance, by requiring an owner to be occupying the residence when it's rented, also resolves a lot of the problems that you have faced, that being party houses, noise complaints, parking violations, trash, disrespect to neighbors. Because no longer will we have to rely on code enforcement and you folks and the Planning Commission to resolve these issues, but we simply can walk next door and speak to our neighbor about the problems that we are having. And we don't need to involve government anymore. Finally, I think an important issue is that we have been dealing with this, as Madam Mayor, you pointed out, for at least 3 years, if not longer. Many of us have come to this body and come to Planning Commission time and time again. I think that for the neighbors who live in this community, as well as for the folks who support short-term rentals unregulated, would all agree that we need some finality to this issue. We need some rules. And while we may work on those rules in the future, this ordinance goes a long way to resolving the issues that we are having. And it may not be perfect, but we can work through that. And to that end, I like the idea that's been proposed. I would suggest that we have a short-term rental working committee where people who support short-term rentals and people who oppose it can come together to resolve those issues. So please, on the behalf of your neighbors and your voters and and people you live with and around you, we ask that you support this ordinance as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, I have to say, with the issues that the council has dealt with over the 8 years that I've been here, it has always been to bring private parties to work together to resolve issues among private people. And all of us live in homes here and feel very much committed, if we have a problem in our area, to work with those who may feel differently about what we do. It's always about private. Government should be there for the infrastructure, all the public services, the safety. That's what the job of government should be. And it really is private people working when they have issues together to work through resolve. So I particularly appreciate personally what you have advocated here. And again, to reiterate, we need to take a first step. We're going into year 3 with this, and we need to build. And I do think there is resolution coming in the future that will really address special needs, whether it's through a special use permit or however it goes. But at this point, we've done enough of kicking it down the road. So let's go on. And poor Lex Anderson, who was the first card I got. Where are you? It does pay to be an A. Every time. All right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council members, Lex Anderson, 3709 Waterhole Street. I'm a historian for a 24-year-old NARA 732-home rural preservation overlay district community that covers some 720 acres and part of the Centennial Hills sector plan. Perhaps you know us by now. We certainly endorsed Bill 2018-58 towards management of the short-term rental business impact within residential areas. It's reasonable, it's fair, it gives neighbors the tools they need to help maintain the community values, culture, and integrity. That being said, it would be a missed opportunity to not qualify rural preservation communities as exempt from future STR licensure in compliance with their Title 19-10-010 ordinance status as an overlay district and in support of the original 2005 intent and purpose. Everyone on the dais received comprehensive documentation justifying this consideration, and specific wording has been suggested. In pedestrian terms, this truly is a no-brainer. As a long-term resident of Bonanza Village, our councilman career in Ward 5 is intimately familiar with rural preservation as an ordinance-based, diverse lifestyle option within the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Okay.
1 minute, we
And
can't
we
go over.
appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, come on, Calvin Bell. Calvin Bell, and we're going to put Brittany Biggs in the chute. If you'll stand and you're pro there and con there, I'm going to read 5. We're into single cards. So Calvin Bell's up, then comes Brittany Biggs, Jim Boyd, and Paula Caballero, and Julie Christensen. If you'll all just, if you're con, be on this side. If you're pro, be over there and just wait your turn. And you go. You're up first, Calvin Bell.
Good morning. Kelvin Bell, 8757 Castleview Avenue. I oppose any ban on SDRs and any ordinances that do not allow current demand for SDRs to get licensed. I think the imposing language changes that essentially eliminate short-term rentals is short-sighted, given the fact that you already have an opportunity to collect the hotel tax income. Working with Airbnb to do that would give you that 13% overall. Yes, some of that goes to the convention center, but you're getting kicked back to the city of Las Vegas. That is going to increase your revenues substantially. In applying the overall substance of that, gives us an opportunity for some of us who are older, including my parents, who are coming up on 86 years of age in the next 60 days, to have an opportunity for additional income and revenue. Unfortunately, because of the size of their house, you have a limitation as far as whether or not it would fit under these current rules, because theirs is classified as 6 bedrooms, even though it doesn't have 6 bedrooms. Under that stipulation, they would not be allowed to have a license, even under SUP rules, to be able to do that.
And I would suggest you make sure you stay in touch with, no, those I've already done, Councilwoman's office, because that could be the next step. We're starting with a piece, and to increase the size is another one. So please, thank you. All right, Brittany, you're on. And then are you in the queue? Jim Boyd and Paula Caballero and Julie Christensen should be ready to go. Go, please.
In regards to the Airbnb.
And your name first.
Oh, Brittany Biggs.
Okay.
In regards to the Airbnb, I'm actually opposed against the ban, if that makes sense. I would actually like to focus on the aspect of how expensive hotel resorts fees are and the demographics between the ages of 18 to 25. Most of these people use Airbnbs in order to save some money while traveling. In Las Vegas alone, the resort fees are $27 to $40 a night, and they can go up to $69 when we are having events. And that does not include the hotel and optional casino taxes and the price for the stay itself. My mother has been a casino worker for nearly 25 years and has actually told me that the problem is not Airbnbs themselves, but actually the fact that they've seen a decline in people gambling over the years. Airbnbs have actually been a great help to those who explore this great city of ours without breaking the bank. And from my personal experience, I would like to say that Airbnbs are actually very helpful for me when I want to travel and have a little staycation, and I can afford the nearly $200 to $400 stay for almost 2 nights.
And do you own property?
No, I live with my mother.
And where does your mother live?
My mother lives at 5236 Madison Stone Street, North Las Vegas, Nevada.
North Las Vegas?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I'm going to call some more cards so you can get ready. It's going to be Carrot Chu, Chris Davies, Eddie Diaz or Diaz, and Tom Dudas, and Gerald Duncan, please. Okay, up next is Jim Boyd. Please, and even though I read your name, please state your name for the record.
My name is Jim Boyd.
I have his card. Oh, you're getting another minute?
Yeah, I have a second card.
Okay. Thank you.
My name is Jim Boyd. Unfortunately, no relationship whatsoever to Boyd Gaming.
For you, yes.
I am a resident of Clark County. I do not own a home here.
Okay.
Good
Do
morning.
you live in the city? Don't count this yet, please. He has 2 minutes. Do you live in the confines of the city, or are you just out in the county?
I'm out in the county, down by
Thank
South
you.
Point. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm here to suggest that this process does not have to be a zero-sum outcome. That is, there doesn't have to be a group of winners and a group of losers. To reference that, when I was in the military, my job on receiving a lawful order was to utterly and completely destroy my enemy, leaving nothing standing. When I retired from the military and became a school teacher, I found there was a different process that worked better for that situation. And that was, I worked with my students to establish classroom rules that we all could agree on. And then I enforced them 100% of the time, fairly and completely. That worked out for us because I got a classroom that was functional and that I could teach in. My students got a classroom where they felt safe, where they knew what was expected of them and what the rules were, okay? As a city council, you can be the leaders that work with both sides to find a workable, fair set of rules where everyone wins. It doesn't have to be zero-sum. We can all win if we work together. And I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your service to the city. You have a job that I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole, and I've been both in the military and a school teacher.
Thank you very much. Okay, Paula. Okay, and restate your name for the record, and do you own and live in your property, and is it in the city?
No, it's in the county.
In the county, okay, that's
Paula
fine.
Caballero. I'm president of the newly formed Nevada Vacation Rental Professionals, Inc. We are the Nevada affiliate of the VRMA, the Vacation Rental Management Association, our national organization which has been working to educate and professionalize this industry since 1985. Las Vegas hosted the VRMA International Conference in October, which is when our Nevada affiliate was formed. I was among 1,700 attendees at the MGM Grand for 4 days of professional education. Our group is founded on the understanding that to have meaningful conversations with our neighbors, we must hold ourselves to higher professional standards. Our members are licensed realtors, permanent property managers, and private owners with years of experience in this industry. We want to protect our neighborhoods. We want to be part of the conversation. We encourage you to keep working on regulations, but we oppose this bill in its current form. Thank you very much.
Thank you, nicely stated. Okay, Julie Christensen. Julie?
I want to make sure you can see these.
Good.
Thank you.
And do you own property in the city, or are you in the county, or North Las Vegas,
I'm
Henderson,
in
or
the city.
Montana?
I live, nope, Idaho girl, but I've lived here for 35 years.
Right. And
2000 Homeview Court
Okay.
in the city of Las Vegas. Can you see the picture okay?
Yes.
Okay. I was going to say, we have been against short-term rentals since the beginning because this is what's been happening in my neighborhood. Just October, this same home was all graffitied. It's called the Graffiti Mansion, Villa Shangri-La. It was decorated in Halloween colors. They had huge parties. They had a huge video screen out front. I wanted to show you this.
Madam Mayor, just real quick, not that I disagree with you, I just need a point of clarification right here, speaking.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a point of clarification, the house that you're referring to, my brother lives on the corner from there, I pass it all the time.
Yes.
It's painted red Louis Vuitton.
It's
as we
red
speak.
now.
Now, one of the, just for clarity, this is not a short-term rental. This is an owner-occupied house that the person throws parties for himself. I'm not... No, there's no need for clapping. I just wanted for clarity. It is an issue. I'm
I
not
think
gonna
it's
go back
more
and
than
forth
just
with
his
you.
family living there then.
Well, that's fine. But
Because he
believe
has
me,
massive
hold on.
numbers of
Hold on, please.
cars.
Please, ma'am. I need to speak. Thank you. I realize that, but believe me, it's an issue. It's not in my ward, but I am familiar with it, and I've inquired about this house many times, and this is this person's private residence. Just thank you.
Okay.
I'm on to speak, Mayor, if I can, since that house happens to be in my ward. I will say that the gentleman who owns the house can hardly ever be found in the house, even though numerous people from the city have tried to find him.
Yep.
Numerous neighbors have tried to find him and cannot find him, and we in the city feel he does not live in the house. However, he's a very rich gentleman, and he travels many different places, and he's not there usually, and I do not believe that's his house of residence. Now, that's just from someone who lives there, Creer and Michelle.
Thank you for that clarification. Anyway, I do believe in compromise. I do feel like this problem has gone on too long. It's taken all of our time. We've been down here so many times. So even though I don't like short-term rentals, I would like to offer the olive branch and compromise. I think you've got a good thing going because I think owner-occupied is going to control what goes on in these homes. I just worry that it's going to get shifted and you're going to later think, oh, maybe 4-bedroom is okay, or now maybe a 5-bedroom is okay. So I think if we set it, we need to stick with it. And my husband, the attorney who couldn't be here today, said that he wanted all homes to be treated just like gated communities, ungated and gated alike. And he wanted to be able to protect the neighborhood in case of injuries during these these short-term rentals, and be able to have legal action if something is broken, someone's hurt. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got Chris Davies, Eddie Diaz, Tom Judas, Gerald Duncan, Jim Egan, Peter Fata, and Deirdre Felgar in line, please. So let's go with Chris. Who's Chris?
Hi, I'm Chris Davies. My wife Julie, who you know very well, apologizes. She's out of town and couldn't be here. I oppose this for one simple reason. I don't think it's going to resolve the issues that both sides are concerned about. It's not going to do anything about the party houses that we just heard about. They're illegal already. How is this going to help? I don't understand that. Also, I keep hearing about money for the people making this. The vast majority of people I know who do a short-term rental don't make a lot of money. And if you live in a home, like they mentioned, that's $750,000 to $1 billion, you don't have to worry about putting food on the table. Those small owners who are doing this so that they can support themselves, so that they can live, most of them are in that situation. And there are great diversity among them. And I really honestly think that this isn't going to resolve anything, and we're hurting the diverse people who aren't in this for all the money, but are in this.
Thank you. And do you live in the city?
I do not live in the city. I live in the county, but I have a home in the county, yes.
Thank you very much for coming on down. And Let's go to Eddie. Eddie?
No, I'm
Eddie?
Tom.
And can you take off your hat, please, before Councilman Coffin
Sorry for
asks
that.
you to?
Thank you. I'm just going to take a minute just in case I go over. I have a...
You get a minute. Oh, you got another card.
Yes.
Okay.
So my name is Eddie Diaz. I've been a home resident for 3 months now.
In the city or in the county?
In the city.
Okay.
So I understand why some people would look into options like short-term rentals. Just this holiday weekend during Thanksgiving, I had to pay like $500 for a leak I had in my house, which I was going to use for Black Friday. Okay, so I think we should start thinking about removing barriers to opportunity. With my organization, I talk to a lot of Hispanic families who are always looking for means to bring more revenue, to bring more money for educational purpose, to invest in their business, to get a new car, for anything. And this is a great opportunity for them. And I just want to share a quick story. I have a volunteer named Adrian. He couldn't make it today because he's working. Unfortunately for Adrian, he lives at his mom's boyfriend's house, and he doesn't get along with the boyfriend. So he's in a little problem where boyfriend comes into town, he has to look for a place where to live, and Airbnb has been that place where he can afford it and he can go out and live and work and not have any issues. So instead of just thinking about the tourism, we should think about the people here who go through some downtimes. I know a lot of Hispanic families that do that. This could be a great opportunity for them to help them in their time of need. Thank you.
Thank you, and keep in mind, for 30 days, if he rents or leases out for 31 days, it's not a short-term rental. We're talking about short-term rentals.
No, yeah.
This issue.
Boyfriend comes and goes, it's... A question.
Yes, Councilman?
May I ask a question? Mr. Diaz?
Yes, sir.
What part of town did you say you live in?
I live in 2733 Catrillo Lane Avenue by Cheyenne and Rainbow, that area.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you lived in Ward 3.
89108.
What is the revenue coming in on that? What does he have to pay?
What does he have to pay?
Yeah, when he comes to town, what does he have to pay? Or
who does?
But if he has to move out and
my volunteer?
Yeah, what is it?
Oh, well, he has to get Airbnbs.
Yeah, what is it? How
What do you mean, what is it?
How much is paid?
How much he pays? Well, I know he pays less than getting in a hotel.
Less than?
I'm not sure. I don't know the number exact. He couldn't make it today. I don't know the exact number. I just heard the story.
Thank you. Okay, let's have Tom.
Thank you.
Tom Dudas? Or how do you pronounce it?
Yes, that's Tom Dudas, correct.
Okay, thank you.
D-U-D-A-S.
Yes.
And I am a resident of Las Vegas.
Thank you.
My wife's born here. Her father, Bill Morris, has been in this town. It has seen his grandkids grow and all of that, and that's the whole sense that I want to...
That was too nostalgic. Would you give him a
Okay,
minute,
yeah.
please?
It's the nostalgia and the characteristic of family neighborhood development that I want to portray as how I have somewhat of a issue that we won what was the ordinance against short-term rentals. The unoccupied by the owner is certainly something that I find a great danger. But I can see that you are working with what is the community's possible need for individual home rentals by owner-occupied individuals. I see that as being an avenue for, say, we have several widowed women in our neighborhood that have three-bedroom homes.
You got 13 seconds.
Okay. And it would be that my 13 seconds would recommend that all rental individuals are put into a central, if it's the metro, that they have arrived and that they have departed,
Please.
and that hopefully
Okay,
is
Thank you very much. Stay in
safe.
touch with us as conversations continue. All right, now I gave the rest names. I'm going to add Swayzine Fields, Mario Garcia, Robin Hall, and Kendall Heath to those who should be getting in line. And let's go to Gerald Duncan, please. And Gerald, do you live in this city?
Yes, I do. I live in Rancho Bonito.
Oh, lovely.
I'm here in support of this bill. I believe it'll help get the STR situation under control. I believe that STRs are an economic time bomb. They are, as we've heard here today, investment. There are mortgage holders, indeed people holding multiple mortgages on homes that are STRs. These mortgages are sustained by the boom time hotel rates that we have currently. Well, sooner or later, we're going to have a downturn, I'm sorry to say. And when that happens, a lot of those mortgages will not be sustainable. And as we learned during the Great Recession, people are going to walk away. And those abandoned or forced mortgages go to homes that are now in our neighborhoods, and they will weaken the basic building block of a community. So I think they are poor and risky urban planning.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Jim Egan, if that's correct. Jim, there we are. And is it Egan?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm a property manager. I manage about 450 doors in Clark County, probably about 150 to 200 in the township of Las Vegas. And what I wanted to address is...
Personally, excuse me, don't start this minute yet, please. Do you yourself live in the city or
I
the
live in
county?
Clark County, and I own 5 properties in Clark County, none of them in this township of Las Vegas.
None in the township, and I don't want to ask because it's banned in the county. So you live in the county, you own no houses in the city.
Correct.
And therefore, this really isn't an issue, except if you go forward and own more.
I'm sorry?
Unless you bought houses in the city, it's not an issue for you, because if you live in the county has banned short-term rentals.
I understand that.
Okay.
No, I understand that. I guess what I wanted to point out is I actually have more issues with code enforcement with my long-term rental guests than my short-term rental guests. And there's a couple reasons for that. Renters who have long-term leases are significantly more difficult to get rid of because the process for evicting somebody in a nuisance is super difficult. And if I have a tenant in there that's got 6 months left on their lease, I have to fight them for 6 months and hear the complaints from neighbors. On my short-term rentals, in the last year on the short-term rental management, I have got 0 complaints from neighbors. So, in my opinion, clamping down on short-term rentals is not helping your nuisance situation.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in and stating. Okay. Hold on one second. We should be on Peter Fata, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you'll state it, even though I just did. And do you own property and live in your property in the
I'm
city?
an owner here in Las Vegas. We moved here about 3 years ago. One of the things that we did when we moved here was we thought we were moving into a residential neighborhood. And then we got into this situation where it's starting to turn more and more commercial. As Judge Mosley said, that's an issue with other commercial entities that can start opening up. I was once told a good contract in negotiations is one where nobody's happy when they walk away. So yes, both sides are complaining, but we are starting to get somewhere as far as a good mediated contract here. As far as Sarah, I think you, if you've got your paperwork already in, you're already grandfathered, so that should be okay. And just going to some of the other folks here, as far as security forces or security companies coming out and responding, when you live in the house, you're responding right away. So it's, you're not talking 15, 20, 45 minutes, you're talking 0. This is a money versus neighborhood issue. We've got people talking about this is money, 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 and about neighborhood.
Thank
So what's
you.
more important?
Thank
and,
you.
One last thing, Shangri-La is Airbnb.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're listed.
See, there you are. Okay, now I'm going to add to the list Mike Hedrick and Kieran Hill and Cyrus Hojati.
I'm going to ask that you missed.
You can, oh no, this is to get in line. You're next.
Oh, okay.
I got Deirdre Felgar next.
That's me.
And, okay. Just getting everybody in the queue.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Deirdre Felgar. I'm a property manager, a real estate broker, have been for 37 years. Also own a commercial property on Las Vegas Boulevard, and short-term rentals have hurt that property. I will tell you that I think that if they're going to run a business, they need to comply with federal laws of ADA and fair housing, state laws for licensing and property management. They need to comply with local laws, including paying room tax, paying and following all the health, fire, code enforcement, and parking regulations. We need more affordable housing. They turn these houses into something that isn't affordable housing and makes my employees have a hard time finding places. I think that we need to have respect for our neighborhoods on properties where they are not having tour buses running up and down the streets in the excess traffic. People want quiet enjoyment in their homes. And lastly, I want to say that STRs are a young business. And like all youngsters, sometimes they need a timeout, and sometimes they need rules and regulations.
And do you live in the city?
I live in Clark County, but I own a property in the city.
And what does that property do at this
It's a youth
Long-term?
hostel.
It's a youth hostel, okay. Thank you.
I
Thank you
support the
very
bill.
much. Thank you. Okay, and you are for the proposal? You said pro? For it, yes. Yes, okay. And so next, we go on to Swayzine Fields, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Swayzine Fields. I'm with Bonanza Village Neighborhood Association, and you guys know we will fight when we need to fight. With our special neighborhood, and it is a special neighborhood, each one of the houses is on an average of a 30,000 square foot lot. It's zoned for horses. And we were excited when we thought there was going to be a ban. But when we listened to the other side, I think a compromise is good. I don't want good to be the enemy of perfect. But at some point, you know, we're going to keep fighting this, because as we open the doors, you know, the doors are going to get bigger, you know, open wider and wider. And so we're going to fight, but we will go along with this ban at this time.
Thank you very much. And remember, it's a work in progress, everyone. All right, Mario Garcia, you're up. Where's Mario? And again, repeat your name for the record. And do you, I see you do you live in town?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Mario Garcia, proud resident of Ward 1 for nearly 27 years at the same address, 824 Trotter Circle. I commend each and every one of you for the hours that you've dedicated to listening both arguments for and against this. I'm a proponent of banning the STRs. I give credit to Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian for trying to work a compromise, and I support the compromise. But I think you need to, perhaps, if it's possible at this time, consider some things. One is, again, enforcement. There is a high cost, I think, to enforcing these things. It's difficult for a homeowner to get hold of one of you, obviously, at 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning to complain. Police do not give these types of calls priority, and understandably so. So in this ordinance, if it can be modified, I don't know what kind of cost studies you've done or had staff do for you in regard to what we might be looking at even under this compromise bill.
Okay, I'm going to ask staff. Mary, are you there? What is the phone number at 2 in the morning? Or what? Could you come up and announce yourself again? And there is a phone number at 2 in the morning. We do send code enforcement.
Sure. I'm Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. The phone number is 702-229-3500, and I think I have some little cards in the drawer over there, and I'm going to pull those out, and you can take some.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Mayor.
Thank you very much,
And then lastly, real quickly, the distance requirement, I don't know if that's something that would be, again, a consideration for council before this bill takes effect. But in some neighborhoods, as all of you know and have been pointed out by many of the people, the residents here that actually live in their homes, 600, I don't know how that distance was arrived at. Again, I know it's trying to probably be a compromise,
660.
but in some of the older neighborhoods, Equestrian Estates, some of those in the other sections of town, they're large lots. You know, you could easily be just every third property instead of every 7 or 8.
If I give you more in a minute, I have to give everybody else, and we can't do that. I'm sorry. Okay, getting in line, Larry Jaquez and Vanessa Johnson and Scott Johnson. And let's go to Reuben Hall. Reuben? Or Robin? Or Rober? Yes. Which one?
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor. It is Robin Hall, ROBENHALL, and I am an excited Las Vegas resident here in the city of Las Vegas. In about 2011, I came across many homeowners who were losing their homes, and I saw it during a time to find out what can I absolutely do about it and how can I help. And during that time, we fought to getting refinancing and many different things as far as when the banks were giving back money, made sure everybody got applied. Then I went to a business conference, and that's where I learned about Airbnb. And I found out that people who were in huge amounts of debts that they wouldn't have been able to pay in their lifetime were actually renting out their properties and gaining income. And I thought, oh my goodness, this is a way I can help homeowners. And so to my surprise to see that there were actually a case going on, this is the solution that I'm thinking. I'm hearing the people here loving their properties, and I'm ecstatic for them, and they're protecting their neighborhoods, and maybe possibly getting Airbnb to come along and find some source to help everyone.
So are you pro or against this?
I am actually against the ban, but pro good
And hopefully
more.
you'll stay with us as we move forward in years to come. We appreciate it.
you.
We have your card.
Okay,
Thank you very much. And we have Kendall Heath. Kendall Heath. Okay. And do you own property and live in your property in the city?
Yes, I do. Yes, I'm in Ward 2, and I have a vacation rental in Ward 6.
Okay.
So, and I've been doing that for like 13 years, but I've been licensed and following all the rules.
So you have an SUP on property?
No, I have. I'm by the 2014
Okay.
ordinance.
Start in a minute. Okay.
So at that time, we didn't need SUPs, and I'm
Okay.
still, that license is still current.
Okay, let's start her in a
Okay.
minute. Please go ahead.
All right. So how many people in this room have used short-term rentals? I bet a lot of the people who are opposed to short-term rentals have used them to travel with. We have found out time and again that people are recruited to support or oppose something only to find out later that they really did not have a problem with it. This has happened numerous times with the applicants for SUP where neighbors didn't even know that there was a STR in their neighborhood. I ask everyone in this room to think about these questions. If there was not alternative housing to the hotel available throughout the world, would you be able to take a family vacation that you have or celebrate a special occasion, have that mile marker family reunion, or travel with your sports team or children's sports team? Special needs, special requests, finances, disabilities, families traveling with children are all reasons people request alternative housing. There is no one reason that people want to stay in a house or rent a room. We respect everyone's request for housing and hope someday soon we can work with the city to adopt an ordinance that will fill the demand for alternative housing.
And you're opposed to this?
I'm opposed to this ordinance. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we go on to Mike Hedrick. Mike's over here. What happened to your card? Excuse me one second, Mike. What's your name first in line?
Cannot shoot. I think you missed my name.
Oh, I see here. Okay, I think, wait, hold on. Did I announce your name?
Earlier, yes.
Well, how did we miss you? Okay, maybe somebody claimed you. Okay, we'll go with, is it Mr. Hedrick?
Mike
Okay.
Hedrick, 1505 Banner Circle, 89102, proud resident of Ward 1 under
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian. I noticed this morning when we came in and we started our prayers, the pastor spoke about family, home, and community. We got into recognizing children from around the city. These are children from our community. These are children that are part of our tribe here, our city, and we're very proud of them. We take care of our own here. When we had our incident in October a year ago, we came together as a city. Not one time did I hear anybody on the news say, oh, this person's a short-term rental, they're here to support us. Not one child in here did I see come from any family of a short-term rental that was recognized by our city council. Not one of the prayers that I hear this morning talk about wanting to have people that are visiting here as a short-term rental to be part of our community. I came here as a Las Vegan by choice 35 years ago. My home was originally in North Carolina. That's where I grew up. This is what I made my home to be, because I love this city and I love these people that I live around. I don't want to get to know somebody's name for a day and then try to learn somebody else's name next week for a day. I'm very much in favor of this. Thank you.
Do that. Do you want to take the microphone? You've been standing there so long, I'm surprised you didn't melt.
That's fine.
And your name is, so I have the card?
Kara Chu, AA2A Brindisi Park Avenue.
Okay. Did you get, Madam Clerk? Yes. Okay. Thank you. And do you own property and live in your property?
I own a property in the county.
In the county?
Yes.
And do you do business or own property also in the city?
No.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Right. There are currently 198 active STR licenses, many of them being CUV, or conditional use verification, and less than 50 being the SUP special use permit. Only 21 SUP are currently active, with the rest of them are still working to meet the commercial code requirement for the SUP. So even though people are approved by the SUP, it will take average about 6 months for them to get the property in compliances with the SUP code. So can we please get a clarification on what will happen to the rest of the 150 licenses that will expire on June 21st, 2019? And when the 2-year period up, apply for the SUP license. Will they still remain their license? I oppose any ban on STR, and any proposed ordinance does not allow current demand for STR to get licensed.
Perfect.
I support reasonable regulation using best practices for
Thank you.
licensing.
Now, please stay right there if you would. This is Mr. Summerfield, and I'm not sure you heard his opening remarks, but I think he could say it again in response to your comments.
So, Madam Mayor, through you, so again, just for everyone in the audience, if you are currently licensed, this ordinance will not impact you. If you have a special use permit that has been approved, but you've not yet been able to get your license, because as the speaker said, it does take a little bit of time, even after you've got the SUP, to get through the licensing piece. We have to do the inspection and make sure you have your fire extinguishers and all the components. So if you have an SUP, you will be able to get licensed. This ordinance will not prevent that. So if you have an SUP approved, you can get your license. You just have to complete that within the 2 years that your SUP gives you to get licensed. Finally, to the last comment about the previous ordinance, the ordinance that set the SUP date by June 30th of 2019. If this ordinance is adopted, I believe the last section of the bill makes it very explicit that that requirement is repealed. And so, again, as I said, if you're already licensed, you will not have to go do anything more than maintain your existing license. So you will not have to do the SUP process going forward. So again, that's in the ordinance, and it's actually very explicit in the last, I think it's the last section or two of the ordinance.
Thank you. I think Councilman Coffin wants to ask you something.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for coming back up, Robert. And you used the word approved. I've read this pretty well, but I want to make sure I understand this clearly. The word approved means simply approved as to form by staff. It doesn't mean approved by the council. Am I correct?
I'm sorry, clarify for me which approved, because I think I used it in a couple contexts.
You put an application through a process.
Correct.
It is not a final approval by the council, but you're trying to make sure that everything is done right.
Correct.
Before you present it to us. Those people are okay, right?
Correct. So again, if they have an SUP application in that's been accepted by staff, but hasn't been heard by Planning Commission or City Council, those continue to go through and get their public hearing. Anyone, though, that has an approved license, I do want to be clear, if they have an approved license, that may have been a license that was done, as I believe was mentioned, as a CUV. So it may be one of those that's been in the system for a couple years now, actually. Those were done at a staff level, but again, in most cases, those are people who've been licensed for a couple years and have been, again, they're in compliance with all of our licensing requirements and code.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming forward. Sorry to have you wait. And also coming up, we're going to go next to Kyron Hill, but Chris Jones and Marlene Kirsch can come up, and Olive Naus. So we're going right now to Kyron Hill and then Cyrus Jahadi. Thank you. Are you in fact that person?
Yes, I am Kieran Hill.
Okay, and do you live in the city?
No, I live in Reno, Nevada.
And do you own property in this city?
I do not own any property. I travel to Las Vegas very often, though.
Okay, so you have a passion for this that's pro
Yes.
or con?
I'm against the ban. I'm
Okay.
against most bans, and this one
Okay.
in specific.
So please share with us your knowledge and opinion.
So, Airbnb helps the middle class. It helps poor travelers and middle class travelers, and instead of the billionaire hotel owners. In Las Vegas recently, there's a scheme of local billionaires to put in a football stadium at the expense of poor and middle class through taxes, and that has caused hotel prices to go up. Let Airbnb be the market response to that, be the punishment for that tax on the poor and middle class to give welfare queen millionaires money. City councils a vote to limit this freedom, vote to limit wealth creation of the poor and middle class. Somebody said here that throughout the world there are governments that are looking to seek to ban Airbnb. Yes, there's lots of corrupt governments, and there's lots of governments that limit freedom throughout the world. I've been to 37 countries. The countries with the most freedom are the ones which are most prosperous and most wealthy and better places to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Cyrus, you have a moment. Do you have property and do you live in the city?
No, I do not have
San
property.
Francisco, as I recall.
No, I
Did you
don't.
move here from Southern California or
Yes.
somewhere? Okay.
Yes.
Now, this is not your minute, but just trying to find, you don't own property. Where do you live?
The Northwest.
In North Las Vegas?
No. Centennial Parkway, 10697.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I obviously do plan on owning property in the city, of
No,
course.
that's good. Don't let me take any of your time. You get a minute, please. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I would like there to be...
Cyrus, you want to say your name for the record,
Okay.
please?
Cyrus Hojjati, Cyrus-Hojjati. Let me begin. This is private property rights. I want there to be competition, mobility. We have lots of empty bedrooms all over the valley. This is a good use of our resources. This is great because people like myself sometimes use it, where I pay $25 a night in a very nice neighborhood. I don't have to deal with resort fees, parking fees, and all this other fluff that comes with it. And it really, really helps a lot of the lower income people. The fact is, if this hurts housing supply, why don't we build more homes? We have lots of land. How could this be? We have land across the street. Build more residential high-rises. It could still make a lot of money. And as a matter of fact, if this were to be banned or partially banned, have you guys heard of the black market? Maybe somebody can post something on Craigslist, and then somebody might pay through cash. Think about that. So I believe that we need upward mobility, and I believe that it will help people in the next downturn that we're going to have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next is Larry Jacques. Larry, you come first, then we get Vanessa.
Okay.
Your
Thank
name,
you, Mayor. I'll
please.
try to read this pretty quickly.
But your name, please.
Larry Jaquez, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1101. Mayor, short-term rentals...
But you're in North Las Vegas, right? You
No,
live in
downtown Las Vegas. In Ogden.
downtown,
11...
in the Ogden.
150 North
Okay.
Las Vegas
Thank you.
Boulevard.
Let's start him at 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Mayor, short-term rentals are a violation of our civil rights. We have certain inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's not life, liberty, and property. We are not happy with short-term rentals in our neighborhood. The people of Las Vegas did not vote or authorize Airbnb to operate in our neighborhoods. It is affecting our lives and neighborhoods. But Mayor, we don't need a referendum to know that the majority of Las Vegans do not want short-term rentals, but it may come to that. In the meantime, since the city is toying with Airbnb, then why not follow the strict guidelines as originally intended to help those in financial need by renting spare bedrooms to offset living expenses and high taxes? Those guidelines, as intended, are only owner-occupied rentals, no more than one unit within 660 feet, and no rentals in multifamily buildings because they are the most vulnerable and in need of protection. Thank you.
Right on time. You're the only one did it to the second. Okay, Vanessa Johnson, and even though I said your name, you have to repeat it. And do you live in the city?
No, I do not live in the city.
Where do you live?
I live in Los Angeles.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming here, and please speak what you feel.
I own a property at 2500 Duck Arrow Circle, 5th Ward.
Okay.
I do Airbnb, and I am not currently doing short-term rentals because I do not have a variance. I bought the property thinking that I would be able to do short-term rentals. It was money that I received from my husband's death, and it would allow me to own a property. And I was able to buy a property here in Las Vegas to do Airbnb, and now I am not.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I do rent my property on Airbnb for 31 days or more. And my property, I monitor it 24/7 with cameras, noise, allow me to monitor the noise and every other smart home there.
Thank you. And your property, since you rent over 30 days, you're not affected by this.
But I would like to be able to rent on a short-term basis, and I'm very diligent owner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. Okay, Scott. And you own property in the city?
I do. 233 Stormson Court. My name's Scott Johnson.
Excuse me if I may, and what, do you know which ward that's in?
I'm not
What's your
familiar,
zip
to be
code?
honest. 89145.
89145?
It's up by Summerlin.
Up by Summerlin,
Up towards
okay.
Summerlin,
So
yes.
it's 2 or 4. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I actually don't participate in the Airbnb. I'm here, but I am opposed to the ban because the main arguments that I've been hearing from people have been it creates bad neighbors. And in my experience, there's bad neighbors in pretty much every community I've ever been in. My best neighbor I have happens to be an Airbnb participant. They've been nothing but great. I've never had bad people in the house next to us. Never even noticed when it's rented out, other than the fact that they're different cars. So I'm absolutely opposed to any kind of ban of it, because I think it's good. I think it's a good thing.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Chris Jones. Hi. Do you
Mayor, I'd
own
like-
property in the city?
I do, in Ward 1,
Okay.
Mrs. Tarkanian's ward.
Okay.
I'd like to ask for your consideration. I have 40 property owners within Ward 1 that have sent me their support for this ordinance. So I'm not going to ask for 40 minutes, but I would ask for at least a little bit more time to
So-
speak for them.
Okay, are they all residents of the
Yes.
city?
Yes, they are.
So how about the most we've had here is 5, since they're not here, and so we need to be fair.
Of course.
But we give you the 5 minutes.
Thank you for that consideration. Thank you. Okay, as I said, my name is Chris Jones, Ward 1. We do, collectively, the 41 of us do support, as homeowners, this compromise bill. We think it's a good compromise with respect to getting a first step into controlling more what is going on with regards to short-term rentals. I had a couple of points I wanted to make relative to what has been said so far. I would ask the council to please stay focused on the revenue and the data numbers that my husband, Hal Jones, provided. The projections that have been thrown around since then have to do with the overall Las Vegas Valley. And as you all smartly know, they're banned, short-term rentals are banned in the rest of the valley. So that money is not coming to you through any legitimate means. So in fact, the money is very small from these short-term rentals in the city. It's mostly the county that has these short-term rentals. This bill does allow Las Vegas residents, who are also, if you look it up in the dictionary, neighbors, to have their homes rented out, rooms rented out, and make a few bucks. So it is allowing that opportunity, which is great. These are residents, these are neighbors, these are not people that live out of state, out of country. So I think that's very important for the integrity of the neighborhoods. Third point is, if you're listening about all the great money we're going to get from all the taxes, the liens, the fines, as we heard earlier this morning, there was quite a bit of fines levied so far, and there are actually liens on property. So to get that money, as you all know, the person has to actually sell the home. So that money is basically tied up. So this isn't money that you guys are seeing coming into the city that you can freely spend as you wish. It's money that has not even been realized yet. Let's see, sorry, it's been a long day. 4 is tourists. So I worked for Stations Casinos, and if you know Stations, they have 18 properties in and around the valley. They're there for the families and the fun. They're not there for the strip and the adult entertainment. They work very hard for that. I know them, the family, and I would say that that is the place where I would send my relatives when they come to visit. So there is plenty of opportunity and rooms outside of the strip for people to have parties and have wedding parties, whatever it may be. Let's see, 2008. So this point here is to do with living within your means. I grew up, I paid for my own college, that kind of thing, and I believe you should live within your means. I own one home. I can afford one home. If I wanted to have a second home, it's up to me to pay for that home. It's up to me to finance that home and figure out how to either work for it or otherwise get that income. I'm not expecting the city of Las Vegas to hand out to me that I can rent it out at will just so I can make money to have a second home. I think that's irresponsible. When we have another bust, these homes too, these short-term rentals, what's to happen to them, as someone else pointed out? The debtors are going to be debtors, and they're not going to be able to pay their bills. And the short-term rental people will go away trying to take care of their first homes. Lastly, I think the fees that the hotels put on these hotel rooms has to do with the cost of keeping safety intact, right? They have security forces, they have keys that get changed every time a new person checks into a hotel. So in fact, here you have homes that you could literally take the key, go have it copied, and show up a week later and get into the same house as a squatter. There's no protection. There's no washing of the sheets at a certain temperature that's safe. There's no food safety. There's a lot of things. There's no ADA. Those are things that are for our protection. And when I go into a hotel, I expect that. And I expect people to keep me safe. Lastly, but not leastly, I think I've pretty much worn it out, but as far as, again, the safety comes first and foremost, and particularly for ADA compliance. I mean, we're knocking out a good portion of the baby boomers if we think that we can forget about ADA compliance, and these short-term rental homes are not being held to that standard. Thank you very much for my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have a card here. The individual whose name I can't read, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have you get in line. Your phone number is 310-997-2033. That is, okay, when you get up, you'll spell and call your name out, but not yet. Okay, you're at the end of the line after Marlene Kirsch, and then we've got Olive Knaus, or Knaus. Then we have a next group coming up. Mr. Rosard, you come up, and Robert John Lemu, or Lemus, and Cindy Lake, and Greg Luckner. If you'll please get in line, whichever line, and we are now into Marlene. Marlene's first.
Marlene Kirch. I live at 826 Kenny Way, which is in Lois Tarkanian's ward. Looking around the room, I am a native Las Vegan, so I figure I have lived here longer than anyone else in this room.
Maybe.
No, I have. Trust me. My concern is I am a widow. I live in a neighborhood that was generated to maintain families. There's 3 churches in my neighborhood, 2 schools. The people that come in are not familiar that those entities are there, the traffic, the security, my safety as a widow. I have concerns about all of that. I also have concerns about the damage that might be done by the people that are in the area. Insurance companies have a tendency to look at ratings and rate areas. So I also have the concern that there's a possibility my insurance rates could go up, and there could be other consequences from this. I support you and applaud you for trying to do something to assist us that live in the neighborhoods and those of us that try really hard to make Las Vegas a better city. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yes, sir. Councilman Coffin?
I don't have to call Marlene back up to here to hear this. She can hear this from there. Just that, my God, 50 years ago, you were our family company's banker in downtown Las Vegas, so I was coming to beg you for loans. I'm glad to see you here. You're right. Thank you.
Okay, Olive Naus. And if I said it wrong, regardless, say your name, please, for the record, and be right in front of the microphone. Thank you.
Olive Knaus, and I have an SUP in the city, and I've been residing in the city and the county for the last 16 years.
You live in the county?
I live in the county, I have SUP in the city.
Okay.
And I can tell you that I don't make as much money as everyone thinks that the STR operators do. Anyway, not enough to quit my job. And I would love to invest in a second property to utilize as an STR, but if I'm restricted to home sharing, I don't feel comfortable as a single female living in a home and hosting guests. I would have to get rid of my pets and lock up all my personal belongings. I'd have absolutely no privacy. And I don't think, for me, that compromise is worth it for the revenue. I know that I have an illegal Airbnb next to where I'm living. I've reported it 4 months ago, and they've done nothing. She's got 1,000 reviews, and you know, she's renting out rooms for $23 a night, and those are not the kinds of guests that people want in the neighborhood. It's in the county.
So, but you're opposed to this? You're opposed to this?
I am opposed, yes. And, you know, you might think you're preserving a handful of people that live in the same area that come here in their yellow shirts on a daily basis and do the fear-mongering and make up things that aren't true. But what you're doing is giving up on the rest of the community.
Thank you.
I also have one more thing to say. I'm representing a second person.
Okay, you want to give the card, you get another minute, or you get another 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Go ahead, please.
35% of the advertisers on Airbnb in Vegas are home shares or rooms for rent. That 35% of the marketplace represents only 10% of the booking revenue on the Airbnb website. We believe there's a lot of responsibility when it comes to owner-occupied properties. We strongly oppose the only licensing owner-occupied rentals. 85% of the bookings for the traditional whole house rentals. The proposed abbreviated ban would leave this entire market piece out, including myself. The whole house rental offers the retreat and privacy that guests require. Families, conventioneers, brides, professional sports figures, celebrities, soccer and sports teams, performers, etc.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now, if you'll come to the microphone, and if you'll be kind enough to say your name and then spell it so I can write it down too.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chu Wang, and I'm a resident of in Paradise.
Wait. I'm so sorry. I missed the whole thing.
CHUWANG.
Okay. And you live where?
Paradise. County.
Okay, so you're in the county.
Yes.
And do you own property in the city?
We run a property managing company for other homeowners.
Okay. So are you managing any short-term rentals here in the city?
Yes.
And how many?
over 10.
And are they all have been approved?
I'm not sure. I'm a employee of my company. I'm just giving a speech.
Okay, you give your speech then.
Yeah.
That's okay,
Thank
thank you. But
you.
you yourself live in the county?
Yeah,
And your company runs 10 short-term rentals or is trying to in the
yes,
city?
for other homeowners.
And are you opposed to this?
What's your question again?
You are opposed to this?
Yes, I
Yes,
oppose to the
okay.
ban. So
Okay, so please go ahead.
we cannot ignore all the data online clearly showed us how much economic benefits STRs can bring to a city, especially a city like tourist city like Vegas. But also we cannot ignore bad short-term rental managing could cause problems for our communities, but it's easy to avoid. We run a company who helps homeowners operate short-term rentals. We share our intentions with the neighbors before we even start. We put noise detectors and cameras around the house to make sure our community is safe and peace. Our neighbors become our property managers, our friends, even the witness to my wedding. Airbnb does not have to ruin your community or neighborhoods. It can also benefit it. It's well cared for the landscape. It can protect the neighborhoods and raise our property values, and etc. I suggest that we all required to do certain things to make sure our communities are happy. I'm appealing for reasonable regulations for short-term rentals instead of ignore all the economic benefits. Banning short-term rentals all at once because a small group of people have bias and fears. We want to get licensed and move forward and pay our taxes and make our city a better place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry I made you wait. Okay, and now, Mr. Rosard, please. And I found another card. Are you representing two people?
Yes, they left and they yielded their time to me along with Greg Luckner, who also yielded their time to me.
I can't remember. It's been so long ago. Do you live in the city?
I live in the county, and I have actually Airbnb'd over in the city. When my son was born, due to custodial issues, I had to be within a certain distance from his mother just to build that relationship until things were resolved in the court. So it has definitely benefited me.
And you're going to get 2 minutes, not 3. And are you opposed or for?
I oppose.
Oppose. Okay, now it's yours. You got 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Played football at UNLV 2005 to 2009, and as I said, Mr. Carrera, I played with your nephew, great gentleman as well. First and foremost, I just honestly want to take my time to give a round of applause to each and every one of you for giving us the time to actually voice, everyone, to actually voice our concerns in regards to, as Mayor Pro Tem has stated, a serious problem that our city cares. This is why you are here today, to represent and be the voice and listen to the voices. Regarding to the ordinance that's proposed, the reason I oppose it is because it's really truly a de facto ban. When you look at line number 2 where it says closer than 660 feet, I don't know why or how that number, they came to that number, but basically in essence what you're saying is you got to hate your neighbor, because whoever gets there first is going to be the only person permittable to operate. Also, when you're talking about it has no more than 3 bedrooms, as the lady stated and mentioned, there's a lot of families who just have that privacy. I know she mentioned station casinos, but we don't like to deal with the smoking, and it's a more intimate family setting. So this is truly an attack on families and given the option. And as you stated before, life is beautiful is a big thing in Las Vegas. And as you know, home sharing is used predominantly by the youth. And so by removing this, if this ban was to go in effect, you're actually going to be hurting the disposable income of those young individuals, which will deter them. I understand what the problem is. I just think in terms of the remedy of how this solution was proposed, it didn't bring people to the table. I literally 5 days ago had a meeting with Airbnb where they had people from homeowners to people who actually support this ban having conversations about it. And when I try to meet with some of you, you're booked up about 2 to 3 weeks. So it's really hard to even get into the office to discuss things. I know Michelle Fiore, she's in the right direction. She is reaching out in terms of her office and trying to bring sound solutions to where this can be a round of applause room and solving a serious problem that both sides of the aisle wants to correct. Let's be UNLV rebels. Let's unify. We got the cannon back. Vegas Knights won last night, and let's unify together to make sure that we have a sound solution. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going on to, are you Robert? Okay, so the next will be Cindy Lake, then Greg Luckner, Janelle Mazza, Laura McSwan, and Teresa Mesoloris, and Brandon Purvis, and Herman Ramirez. If you'll come up and be ready, please, and sorry to keep you waiting. Okay, Mr. Lemus.
Thank you, Madam
Would you say
Mayor.
your name for the record, too?
Robert John Lemus. I live at 2013 Bonita Avenue in the Crestwood neighborhood in Ward 3.
Okay, thank you very much. And you own your property?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I do not support an outright ban, but I do support what I consider to be a pretty good compromise bill that's on the table. I came here without really knowing how I would support, but after listening to the arguments, it seems like this is a pretty good compromise. A lot of people have mentioned the sharing economy, but when the owner of the property doesn't even live in the city or the state and you never get to know them, you're not really sharing anything. It's not a sharing of a property. It's a commercial business that's improperly zoned as residential. This seems to kind of cross that T well by making sure that you're really sharing your property if you're in a sharing property. Additionally, I think it was the union representatives made a really good point about when the inventory is really low, these are taking homes off the market that should be going to legitimate homeowners, actual residential properties. And then there's a lot of fears, I don't know what the statistics are behind it, but when the market takes a downturn, it seems to me like these are properties that are more likely to be either left vacant, become places where squatters could move into, or even go into foreclosure, which is bad for neighbors. Thank you for the time. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. All right, Cindy Lake.
Cindy Lake. I live in Henderson, Nevada.
Well,
But I'm here to represent my daughter, who is about to be a single mom and owns property in the city.
And does she live in
She
her
lives in the
property?
city. She lives in her property, yes.
Her
but
property which she owns?
Yes, her home.
Okay.
Her home. And I think what we're losing sight of here with this, I'm opposed, is that we're talking about property rights. We're talking about limiting how somebody who lives in their home or doesn't live in their home but owns a piece of property can use their own property. Who cares how much money they make from their own property? There are already laws and ordinances in place to protect other people from somebody parking incorrectly or breaking laws or noise ordinances, etc. Why are we telling homeowners how to use their own homes? So that's the gist of my argument. Thank you. Don't limit what people can do in their own homes. And let's not worry about what could happen. Let's worry about when it does happen, we'll handle it. Thank you.
Thank you. We can't be Greg. Greg Luckner. He got tired of this. He's gone. Okay, so we'll fix him over here. Janelle. Oh, how'd you get way back there? Okay, and say your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Janelle Mazza. I run and manage a Airbnb that's legal and licensed in the county. I'm at 1301 South 6th Street.
You're in the county?
Excuse me, I'm in the city of Las Vegas, 1301 South 6th Street.
Because you'd be the
6th
Lone
and Franklin.
Ranger out in the county. Phantom.
Indeed. I'll keep it short and sweet. You all have seen me plenty of times before, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for your time and consideration, thoughtful consideration on item number 55. It's my sincere hope that the decision to approve or deny this ordinance has not already been made. And in the interest, I oppose any ban on short-term rentals. And this proposed ordinance, it isn't a compromise. It's targeting owners who are doing it right. So again, I oppose this. Cheers.
Thank you. Yes, please.
I think our previous speaker has forgotten we approved her property 2 weeks ago without the, without the limitation. I want to make sure that's correct.
Okay.
She may not have remembered that.
You were approved, Councilman Coffin says, 2 weeks ago. So you're operating under the ordinance of the city and doing the right thing.
Not the current ordinance, not this proposed ordinance.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
But
Thank
she
you.
won't be your grandfathered in.
You're continuing. Okay, moving along, we've got Laura McSwan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's Laura McSwain.
McSwain, okay.
2727 Ashby Avenue. I live in McNeil.
Okay.
And I find myself in a precarious
position. I don't really like bans of anything, because I don't like anybody telling me what I can't do. However, we've got a technology issue that is now creating disruption, not just in where it should be in competitive marketplaces, but in our neighborhoods. And what I'm also kind of mind blown about today was to discover that large parts of our city already are under a ban. So I'm surprised that there's not an appetite for a ban, just from the standpoint of a level playing field. I do support this ordinance, primarily because it does away with the special use permit, which I don't think was wisdom's way. But I do think that the city should be striving for fairness across the board. I'm a little curious as to why there's not an appetite for a ban if there's other bans already in the city and other parts. You put pressure on areas of the community that don't have that ban protection. And I live along the corridor, so thank you very much.
Yeah, he was here. Oh, no, he left. Mr. Luckner left. Could you put on here left, please? Okay, I'm trying to keep something here. Okay, so we're into Teresa. Here we go, and then Brandon, and then Herman Ramirez, then Jovita Salas. You can come up, and Larry Shenholt. All of you need writing classes. Good Lord. Mark Scott and Bo Theodore. Okay.
Okay.
Hello, and say your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Teresa Mesolares, and I have been a resident of Las Vegas since 2010. I have been licensed in the city of Las Vegas for short-term rental, have no problems with my neighbors. In fact, they ask me to use my place for their family and their relatives when they come into the air to stay in the area, and I'd like to say a few words. SDRs create many jobs and employ an average of 6 people on a part-time basis. Just like any business, our SDRs create many jobs, employ people. We believe it is fair for everyone to be able to have an opportunity to have gainful employment. A typical STR property requires a property manager, landscaper, housekeeper, laundry service, repair contractors, pool service, pest control service, besides paying for all the utilities. I oppose any ban on STRs and any proposed ordinances that does not allow the current demand for STRs to get licensed. I support reasonable regulations using best practices for licensing STRs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Brandon Purvis. And if you'd remove your hat,
Yes, of
too,
course.
please.
My bad.
Thank you.
Okay, you look good. I live in Vegas in the city, and I own property in the city, and I run a business out of my home that's not Airbnb. Thank you, Mayor and Council, to start with. The arguments against Airbnb and other vacation rentals echo similar arguments we've heard for centuries. In 1811, the English Luddites destroyed machinery in cotton mills, believing it would cost them their jobs. Currently, we see the same fear-based and politically motivated arguments used against operators of Uber, TaskRabbit, Lyft, and other operators in the sharing economy. The opposition to vacation rental homes may be casino industry stooges trying to protect their precious room rates as they price themselves out of the market with parking and resort fees, or bored, mostly white heterosexual retirees and housewives, but their arguments are as uneducated and backwards as the Luddites. This, like the color of the paint on your house, should be an issue with your HOA or co-op board and not a political issue.
Thank you. Okay, now we're into, you don't look like Herman. Herman. Where's Herman? Herman Ramirez? I guess he left, okay. So next, we're almost there, folks. We've only got about 10, 15 more. All right, Jovita Salas. Hi.
Hello, good afternoon.
Your name, please?
Jovita Salas. I live in 5070 Wispy Reese Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada.
So you're in the city or in the unincorporated Clark County?
I live there. I own property within the city.
So you live in the county and own property in the city?
Right. I own a few properties.
Okay. Thank you.
I support short-term rentals for 3 reasons: the guest experience, the job it creates, and the benefits to our community. The guest experience. Guests are not only renting because they get a place that makes their vacation home affordable and maybe have an extra vacation a year because of the price, but mainly because as a family or group, being in the same place all together, they experience more quality time together. Creating jobs. The investor, the host, the housekeeper. The homeowner is not only making a little extra money, the bigger benefit is that the property is kept at a significant better condition. Hosts and housekeepers are hired to oversee and make sure guest needs and special requests are met. Not to mention support staff as plumbers, handymans, and electricians. Strengthening our economy, excuse me, I'm a little nervous. Short-term rentals strengthen our economy in many ways. These groups and families don't just stay at the houses, they go out to eat, see shows, shopping, and gambling. Not to forget the well use of licensing fees and taxes that will be collected, for example.
Thank you, Ms. Salas. Your time's out. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Larry Chenault. Larry Chenault? Chenault? Okay. You don't look like Larry. Maybe you could be Larry. Mark. Oh, you're Mark. Okay, now wait. Don't go away for a second.
Doesn't look like a Larry.
He doesn't look like a Larry. He looks like Mark. So we're at Mark Scott. Oh, and while we're waiting for Mark to take the microphone, Joey Vanis is next, and Cheryl Woods, and Jonas Wolverton, and Michael Zhang. We're moving. Lee Zucker, and I can't leave the last two, Mark Hurd and Ingrid Morgan. And then the last two that I just got, we'll do those after. All right, your turn. Do you live in the city?
I absolutely do. I live a mile from here, and at
And your
1508,
name is?
my name is Mark Scott.
Okay.
And I appreciate all of the people that are pro-STR, that are not bad people, that are doing a good job, that are trying to do their best, and that are trying to make money. But the point is that our neighborhoods are not the place to put commercial enterprise. You have good intentions, but when you turn a house into a commercial STR, we lose school children in neighborhoods, we lose stability, we lose voters. And we get transients, we get disruptions, we get decreased security. Those houses are vacant half the week. We don't get eyes on our homes. And this notion that you should be able to do whatever you want in your own house or your own property is just false. The governments have always been told us what we could do with our properties. We have zoning, we have codes, we have all kinds of restrictions. This is no different. We can't have businesses in neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we're to Bo Theodore. No, we're into Joey Vanis. How'd you get out of order here? Did I call Bo Theodore? I think I did.
That's me.
Okay, nope, you're in the right place. We're Joey Vanis first, then you. Please.
Joey Vanis, 1301 South 6th Street. Thank you, Council, for taking the time. I'm here as a proud new holder of a special use permit. So we already have our permit. We already have the ability to do what we're doing. I'm here to talk about the issue overall, because I don't want to be someone only concerned with my own interest in this fight. I believe that a couple of things. One thing is we keep talking money, money, money. It's the only thing that keeps popping up. The sharing economy, I believe, is very important, and we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater on this. So I do believe we have to protect the idea of the sharing economy and support it, because it's not going anywhere. This bill as it stands, I would be in support of it. I do believe that owner-occupied is the way to go. Actually, I think that owner-occupied during the time of rentals is a little bit too restrictive. I can give you examples. I have one right now. I'd like to go away over Christmas for the holiday, and I have some people that would like to rent my house. So I'm grandfathered in. I don't have to worry about that. But for other people, I just think it's a little too restrictive to have to choose one or the other. If it's your primary residence, I believe that makes sense. Nobody cares more than...
Thank you. And just know, as I said at the very beginning this morning, this is a work in progress. So hang in with us and be part of the solution that satisfies as many as we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Bo. He's sort of middle. He's got his short-term rental, but I'm sure he's sort of middle. Hello.
Hi.
My name
Bo
is-
Theodore. I live in the county, and I own 2 houses in the city. One is, I'm an operator of a 5-bedroom whole house, STR, that has an SUP. I've been licensed since June of 2015 for about 3.5 years with no violations at all.
Good.
So the question is, why no violations? I think the bill that you have here misses the point a little bit with the 3-bedroom thing. It's all about the operator. It's about, my team and me, and it's not how many bedrooms are in the house, but it is about the operation and who's operating it. Me as an operator, I would never allow my house to ever be disruptive to a neighborhood. Ever. I'm sorry.
No, you got 9 seconds left. Go
9
quickly.
seconds, okay. I'm against the ban and this bill.
But
Sorry.
because you obviously are a role model of how to do it, should this proceed to be added to with even larger occupancy? Remember, this is a first step, so hang in with us.
Yes,
Thank you. Okay. He lives in the county and has 2 properties in the city. Okay, Cheryl Woods.
Hi.
And
Good
you are?
afternoon, everyone.
Hi there.
My name is Cheryl Woods. You guys okayed me a few months ago. I was sitting over there. I just wanted to listen, and I'm hearing what our people over here are saying about short-term rentals. I have 2 points. One, you have to be able to change with the times. Our times are changing. I'm an older person, and I have the big home, and I've helped people out. Since you guys okayed me, I had some professional caddies come and stay, and I said, well, they're giving the rooms down on the strip, but they preferred to stay in a short-term rental. And I asked him why, and he said, well, it's more home-like. And these are younger guys. The second thing is, I had another group come, a father with his son who was in a hockey tournament. Well, staying at an Airbnb allowed him to bring a couple more kids.
Sorry, wish we could give you more time. but
No,
it's not
that
fair.
was it.
Thank
I made
you.
my points.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Jonas Wolverton. And you are, where's Jonas? Had to leave, okay. Please apologize, but everybody gets the same time. Michael Zhang. Michael? We wore everybody out. How do you like that? We're still here. Okay, Lee Zucker. Aha. And repeat your name, please.
Lee Zucker. Good afternoon. It's almost good evening. Wow, you guys must be hungry, so I'm going to be especially quick.
Okay, but first you got to tell us, you own property in this
Yes,
city? You
I
live
own
in the
I own
city?
property in the city of Las Vegas, and I
you
live in the county.
You live in the county?
Yes.
But you own property?
Yes, and I operate a short-term licensed vacation rental here
Okay.
since September of 2016. I've had 0 complaints because I care about my neighbors and I make sure everything is done properly, especially making sure the people that come and stay on my property are the right kind of people to stay there, and I'm constantly at the property to monitor and to welcome them and to make sure that these are the right people. I want to thank you for not proposing an outright ban on short-term vacation rentals and trying to reach a reasonable solution. I also want to thank you, if passed, for allowing good licensed short-term vacation rental operators to continue operating under the present bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have still to go. We have Mark Hurd and we have Ingrid Morgan, and I'm going to call up then Ted Finkelman and Jennifer Pierce and Heather. Back to school for Heather. Ingrid Morgan. Yes, I do. Okay. Right, Olive did, correct. So Ingrid doesn't get a second shot. Thank you, but thank you for caring enough to come down and be part of the solution. So with that, if anybody else is going to put up a card, do it now. After 3 o'clock, I'm taking no more cards. Okay. We are now into Mark Hurd. And do you live
Against.
You-
I
no.
reside in Las Vegas.
in the county?
Just moved here 30 days ago.
Okay, from where?
Your name?
About an iron club away from here, very close.
Okay, but say your
I
name
don't give
again
away
for the
my
record.
personal information.
No, your name
I live in
again.
the neighborhood now.
What's your, please, what's your name, please?
My name is Mark Hurd, H-E-R-D.
Thank you.
I'm a libertarian. I just moved here from Los Angeles.
Okay, you're going to think you've
And
died,
boy,
gone
you
to
guys are
heaven.
regulating more than almost like they do there.
You got a lot of troubles in Los Angeles.
Let
We
me
don't
just
have
say
them.
this, please
So-
don't pass this, slow down.
Okay, all right, but wait a minute. Did you buy property in the city?
Is it required to exercise my right
No, we need to know
free
where
speech?
where you are living. If you're
I
going to live in the
reside
county.
here and would like to buy property here, but if you guys keep passing this kind of stuff, I just might not.
Okay, so then the county, it's totally
I
banned.
live in the city. Yeah.
Okay,
The county
totally
is
banned in
banned.
the county.
Yeah.
So, but they don't enforce what they have there because they got
Right.
over 6,000.
Yeah.
So, all right, you're opposed to this.
Yes.
And are you currently renting or have you bought?
I am renting and
Okay.
looking to buy.
Okay. So
Multiple
talk about,
properties.
Okay, talk and renovate them or operate them.
You asked some great questions, Mayor.
Well, I've
By the
been
way,
sitting
thank
here
you for
all
coming
day.
to my neighborhood last night and lighting the tree.
Oh, all
I
right.
saw it on TV. I was too lazy to walk down Fremont.
Okay, so tell us why you're opposing this, aside from the fact
I
that you're
oppose it,
invested.
one, for many, many reasons.
We have 42
Property
seconds to
rights,
tell us.
gun rights, freedom of speech. This is about property rights. You know, in Colorado, I've traveled 49 states. They're allowed to drill under your house miles and miles, but it's okay. But here, you want to take away my right to my property, tell me what to do, because the neighbors are making noise. Now, I was president of my HOA 4 times, and I understand it's about the noise. That's the complaints, but that's a municipal code enforcement issue. That's not a take away my rights. You want me to not cut my kid's hair because I have to have a license? Come on, guys. Please,
Thank
I moved
you.
from California to come where freedom exists, and I can pull a one-armed bandit
Okay.
myself by choice.
You're going to
And God bless you for lighting that tree last night.
Thank you. Have
Thank
a good
you.
time. Okay, Ted. Okay, 3 minutes for anybody who wants to fill out a card to speak, because then we're done. 3 minutes, get your card in. Okay, we are now into Ted Finkelman. We have a lot of people with the Las Vegas shirts. I like the shirts.
Hello, my name's Ted Finkelman. I live in the city. I do not currently own property. I recently sold my house and am kind of waiting to see how this thing pans out to decide where I'm going to buy next.
Okay.
I'm going to read this part first that says I oppose any ban on STRs and proposed ordinance that does not allow the current demand for STRs to get licensed. I support reasonable regulations using best practices for licensing STRs. I'm going to deviate from this a little bit. I'm a real estate agent, and I've been a real estate agent here since 2006. I'm also licensed in Florida, and I just wonder how all of the people that are against the bans feel about the increase in property values that results from investors coming in and improving the condition of the properties, like you guys were talking about very early on, requiring those people with all those fines to fix up those properties. Why? Because they were blighted. That's a significant increase in property value that a lot of these other people are not appreciating or realizing. Also, with respect to the whole money aspect of it, when people can come here and travel and not have to pay all the resort fees and whatnot, that enables them to have additional disposable income that they spend in the community, which the whole community benefits from in sales tax.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have left now, it's 3 o'clock, no more. These are the last three. Jennifer Pierce. Heather, you're going to tell us your last name. And then Aja Pierce. Are Aja and Jennifer related?
Yes, that's my daughter.
Which one?
the one at the very end. We'll go
Okay.
last, actually.
You look like sisters.
We'll actually go last. Is that okay?
Okay, sure.
I'll let her go.
Okay, so, Heather.
Hi, my name is Heather Esquin. Esquin, E-S-C-U-I-N.
Thank you.
I live in the county, and I purchased a house in the city. I'm in Ward 3, Mr. Coffins.
And do you live in Ward 3, or you live in the county?
I live in the county.
Live in the county. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let me start off. I have an SUP application in the system, and I actually have a meeting date for that later on today. I'm a licensed real estate broker, and I'm also a property manager. I bought this property so that I can bring my father, a U.S. citizen, to Las Vegas from Mexico to be closer to me. He is not in good health, and the only way that I can bring him closer is for me to purchase this and subsidize the cost by allowing me to do a short-term rental in the property. The income that I anticipate I will be receiving is not much more than the mortgage and the utilities, but this is the only way I can afford to bring him back into the U.S. I'm very familiar with the downtown area and the efforts that the city has put forth in the progression over the past decade, and I feel that investors that have renovated and investors that have purchased put tremendous effort in upkeeping the area.
Thank you. You do know 31 days. I mean, if you're going to bring your father here and he needs a place, you're fine at 31 days. I mean,
Yes,
he can
I
be
understand
here.
that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, and now we're to the Pierce ladies, okay?
Madam Mayor and the council, thank you. On behalf of all of those that are asking for the ban.
Could you say your name, please?
Jennifer Pierce.
Okay.
On behalf of all of those asking for the ban, I have a question for you.
Oh, nope, sorry, give her back her whole minute. Do you live in the city?
I live in Henderson.
Okay, that's all right, we love Henderson. And do you own property in the city?
I'm soon to own property of my deceased husband.
Okay, do you know which ward, where it is?
No.
Do you know what the...
Green Valley.
Green Valley
Valley
is
in the
not...
215.
Okay, that's still not city, but you're allowed to make your comments, and that's fine. Thank you.
Question for you I have. Have you ever went on vacation and had a home and wanted to rent it out? Do you want to have to stay so someone can stay in your home to rent it out? Doesn't really sound like a vacation. You bought a home for revenue. A short-term rental is the same revenue. If not, watch the movie Holiday and stop picking and choosing on what you will and will not support. Speaking on behalf of widows, I'm a very young one, not by choice. Moving back into the workforce as a short-term rental owner would allow me to put away from my retirement after being severely injured and almost killed in a hit and run. My husband died at the scene, so being a short-term rental owner would be able to put in-source income for my children and put away for my retirement. I'm a proud member of the Nevada Vacation Rental Professional. Become a member and grow the true facts and be educated on a true short-term rental. Stop guessing and not label us unless you know.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, Ms. Pierce, you said you live in Henderson, but your other property's in Green Valley.
I live in that home. But
You live in the Green Valley or the
Yes.
Henderson?
I live in Green Valley.
Okay.
In
No,
Henderson,
great
and that's my
schools
home.
and things there.
2005
so-
Saddle Ridge.
Thank you. No, I know where that is. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Hi, your name, please, for the record.
Aja, last name Pierce.
Okay.
Well, thank you for taking the time to hear me out today, but honestly, if you think about it, are you really going to take away our civil rights on this matter? You're telling me that I have to have a license in order to drive a car. Does that mean I have to have a license in order to drive someone else in my car? My mother, my brother? Is that fair to them if they can't drive? So you're telling me that if I pay my bills and I pay for my water, I can take a shower. So if I pay for my house, technically, I can rent out my house if I wanted to because I paid for it. I did what I was supposed to do. I did my civil duty. Please don't pass this bill.
Do you live in the home with your mom?
I do.
The Henderson one or the Green Valley?
Green Valley.
Green Valley. How long have you lived here?
14 years.
So did you go to high school here?
I did.
Which one?
Coronado.
Where is my staff? What year did you graduate?
2017.
You must be a classmate of one of my staff's children. So So go Coronado, great school. Thank you for caring and coming down, and this is a work in process, and we appreciate your coming down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, my pen just broke on that one. Okay, so. We are done. All right, well, I want to thank, okay, you're ready? Okay, here, if we may, give this, please. And it was Ms. Pierce, if you'll tell our staff.
Yes.
Ms. Pierce, Alja Pierce, Coronado, 2017. Okay, we are going to turn to, thank you. We're going to turn to Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all the public comment. It greatly helped me try to figure out what I'm going to do when it comes to voting. I'm assuming it's going to be a motion to approve this ordinance, so I'm trying to connect the dots here for myself. So, many years ago back, nobody even heard of a short-term rental. Nobody wasn't on anybody's radar screen. And then Airbnb comes along and HomeAway and these other platforms, just like Uber and Lyft and Zappos. The economy's constantly changing, and these guys came up with a pretty ingenious idea to put short-term renters that want to live in a house when they're on vacation to people that wanted to rent their house out on a short term. So they're making money. Folks are getting to stay where they want. The thing explodes. It's all over the world. Comes to southern Nevada. Clark County, as far as I know, has done nothing when it comes to short-term rentals. They haven't passed anything, and as the mayor indicated, there's around 6,000 short-term rentals operating in Clark County illegally. Henderson hasn't passed anything. There's short-term rentals in Henderson. North Las Vegas hasn't passed anything. There's short-term rentals in North Las Vegas, I guarantee it. So we decide that we want to do something. As a city of Las Vegas, we want to try to get our arms around this short-term rental situation. So in actuality, I want you to understand this. It's illegal officially by ordinance. It's illegal to have a short-term rental in the city of Las Vegas. Let me say that again. It's illegal by law to have a short-term rental in the city of Las Vegas today. Can't have one unless you get a special use permit and a license from the 7 people up here. So there's already a ban on short-term rentals in the city of Las Vegas unless someone applies for it and we approve it. And we do that on a regular basis. We approve some, we deny others. In my specific ward, I've approved a couple, I've denied a couple. And I think that process seems to work. People have a say when it comes to short-term rental. In my ward and in other wards, people have said nothing about an application for a short-term rental. Maybe we'll approve it. The public, the neighbors have come out completely against the short-term rental. And in my ward, I have not approved those. So I seem to think it's going okay today. In fact, we could probably put some teeth into it. For example, I would like to see that only a Las Vegas resident can have a short-term rental, because what we're really trying to do is help Las Vegas residents get a couple extra bucks by running their house out when it's not going to be a problem. And when there is a problem with a short-term rental, like we did today, we hammer them. We had 2 today, one in my ward. It was a $100,000 fine for disrupting a neighborhood and operating illegally as a short-term rental. So I think we got a handle on it the way it is today. What's interesting about the debate today is the debate has been whether we should ban short-term rentals or not ban short-term rentals. That's been the debate. And if you look at the ordinance that we're looking at passing today, it doesn't say anywhere in there that we're banning short-term rentals. The word isn't in there. But it's a ban in disguise, because the first sentence says that it has to be owner-occupied, and which means that only about 1% of short-term rentals are owner-occupied that come to the city of Las Vegas. There aren't any really owner-occupied short-term rentals, which means we're discussing banning short-term rentals when we're not even agendized to discuss banning short-term rentals, which I think is a problem. I think we should have been agendized today to officially ban short-term rentals instead of doing it this way, where we're banning short-term rentals kind of in a different way, but it doesn't really say that. So I don't care for this ordinance. I think we already have, you know, the folks over there, if somebody puts in a special use permit for a short-term rental next to your house, you get notified. You can have a neighborhood meeting. You can come to the city council. You can scream and holler you don't want that short-term rental there. And most likely, traditionally, we've pretty much listened to you. So it's already in place for you not to have a short-term rental in your neighborhood if you're loud enough and you're that much against it. The city council usually listens to that. So I don't, this ordinance is just, I mean, I don't understand what it's supposed to do. And if, like I said, if the intent of this, by reading it, is to ban short-term rentals, which is what the public obviously thinks it means, because that's all we've debated tonight, then we should have put that up front and been transparent about it and discussed that. Not this owner-occupied, 3 bedrooms, we're going to allow short-term rentals, because we're not. So if there is a motion to approve this ordinance, I'm going to vote against it. I would like, hopefully, an ordinance comes back that puts even more teeth in somebody who applies for a short-term rental, because we're being proactive at the city of Las Vegas. We're actually doing something about it where other jurisdictions are not. And at least I feel good about that. At least we're trying to license people that are not going to cause problems in neighborhoods. You're not even going to know they're there. But the ones that look like they're going to be a problem, we don't give them a license in the first place, and if they do cause a problem, we're going to kick them out. So that's where I am based on what I heard today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilman?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So today has been quite long, and I was quite disappointed when this bill came up to just ban. We were supposed to vote up or down, either to ban short-term rentals, which, as Councilman Stavros had mentioned, they are banned unless you come in front of us and you get permission. And as you saw, again, and I'm not going to reiterate what he said, but ditto on everything he said. I mean, this council literally gave some hefty fines today with people not complying with our ordinances and requests. And it was, you know, unanimous up here. So this ordinance, prior to this ordinance of a ban coming forth, this council up here, Councilman Colonel Steve Soroka, myself, and Mayor Pro Tem, were working diligently on an ordinance to put teeth in it to make sure we don't have party houses. And that ordinance, I'm hoping we will still work on and it will go forth. When I heard you guys, and I heard you guys loud and clear, like Laura Kahlberg, you went around and you door knocked and 75% of your neighbors don't want short-term rentals. Well, you have an option to make the HOA not allow it. And guess what? If the HOA or the CC&Rs don't allow short-term rentals, then no short-term rentals are allowed in your association. You have that option. David Figler, you have been great. Every time you're coming up here, you've had some wise words. And again, as he said, there are many bans in 2, 4, and 6, and there's no short-term rentals there. But outside of that, and as we look at our business director, Mary McLahone, she can come up and she can tell you how many licensed STR operators we have and how many complaints we received. And some of the teeth that we're looking to do in an ordinance that we've been working on, it literally puts that in. You know, puts cameras in to make sure that nothing bad's happening, puts a 24-hour security so our Metro and our marshals aren't spending the resources on doing that. So we have a lot at stake here, and I think that we should go forth with our original plan on putting teeth and making sure the city of Las Vegas leads the way so other municipalities can learn from us, as they do. When I heard about this ban, I was quite upset because it just kind of put our original bill on the back burner because we were supposed to just vote this up or down, and this isn't an up or down. This is a ban with conditions. So because this is not the bill that me, the Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilman Colonel Steve Soroka originally agreed upon that we were working on to get teeth in this, if this is a motion to approve, I will be voting against it.
Anyone?
You want to be last?
Councilman Soroka.
Councilman Colonel Steve Soroka here. Thank you. I'm not sure we have the right bill in place right now. Laura Kohlberg and many of those folks in the yellow shirts, and there are residents of Ward 2, and I've had to stare them in the eyeballs face to face here on the dais on these issues. And it's very challenging when the people of your ward come to you and they say, we don't like these. Please help us. Further, today I was proud of our council for enforcing two roughly $100,000 fines on people. But one of our challenges that we have with these short-term rental and our rules is enforcement. We don't have the code enforcement personnel. We don't have enough of them on duty to help us clean up the industry. Further, I was wondering, while we fined two short-term rental owners $100,000, why the short-term rental host platforms were making a profit and not contributing to helping pay their fine. Instead, our host platforms are actually complicit in helping residents of the city of Las Vegas break our laws. When we go forward, however we vote on this item today, I agree with the councilwoman and the councilman next to me that we need to have some further guidelines, regardless of the vote, how this comes out today. And I would like our host platforms, I would like people on all sides of the aisle to help us put the best policy in place that the rest of the nation and the rest of the world says, if we had that policy, we would support that as well. That's what we need to do. This is not just a billion-dollar industry we're talking about. It is a $30 billion industry that has been making money while violating our laws in our city of Las Vegas. I think we can help be neighborly. I think we can do this in a way that others are envious of us, and that's what I look forward to regardless of the vote. But I also want to reach and give all of you a shout out today for being professional, kind, courteous, reasoned, unemotional in your presentations. That says a lot about the people of our great city of Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, through you, thank you. First, let me thank all of our residents for coming out on both sides of the aisle. You guys have been here for a long time, and I concur with Councilman Soroka about your professionalism and the way you've handled this, and I want you to know that your message has been heard, and we appreciate your input because we cannot make decisions based off of just the information we receive from those who are trying to get what they want to get on. We need to get the input of our neighbors. First, let me say that, you know, I'm not a fan of the whole Airbnb platform. Even when I was on the Planning Commission, I was really not in favor of it when it first came around 3 years ago or so. And my record's shown that I've probably voted against more short-term rentals than I have for short-term rentals. But with that said, you know, I do believe that there are three things in our society that are a part of our society nowadays. Short-term rentals being one of them, cannabis being another one, and then the Uber-Lyft phenomenon being another one. I'm not a partaker of cannabis. I never have, but I do recognize the fact that it is a part of a fabric of our society nowadays, and we as elected officials have to figure out how we're going to deal with it and how we're going to regulate it. I think the same thing applies with short-term rentals. As Councilman Anthony says, we do have a ban on short-term rentals, and everybody who comes in for a short-term rental has to come and receive a special use permit. That is a big change from when we first started, where if you qualified under certain regulations, you just went down to the business license department and you qualified and you got one. I have one. I live in Bonanza Village. My neighbor Swayzine was here, and we have one short-term rental, legal short-term rental in our neighborhood, and it is directly across the street from my house. Many of you might have heard me say that. It's not down the street around the corner, 4 streets over, or 630 feet away. It is directly across the street from me. So I deal with it every single day. For the most part, they've been pretty good, but they have had some incidents where they've had some parties. They've had some incidents where garbage has been left on the street. Some things have happened, but I will not make up something that's not accurate. They've been fairly good. One of the issues about putting a full-service ban as well, short-term rentals or not, is level of enforcement. You know, many have come up to us and said, we've called, we've tried, we just cannot get out to the number of incidents that happen. And so if we do put a ban on it, who's going to do the enforcement? Metro doesn't have the resources, the time, nor the ability to come out and go out to these short-term rentals that will pop up illegally. As mentioned, there were 6,000. There are 6,000 or so short-term rentals that are in the county. That means there are 6,000 illegally run short-term rentals that are in the county. Who's enforcing that? Nobody. Who's going out? Nobody. Who's trying to regulate that? Nobody. At least the city is doing its best to try to regulate it, to try to establish some rules and regulations. In order for people to come in with the special use permit, they have to come in and present their application. We have the ability to look at that application and judge it on its merits. We've denied a number of applications because of the fact that the merits didn't stand up to the ability to grant that SUP to them for various reasons. And I think that process is a good vetting process, and the neighbors have an opportunity to come out and speak and voice their concerns. We've had people come up and haven't been honest with the council. And then the neighbors come back and say, no, this person has been doing this, and they have been renting it on this platform, and they have been having issues. And I think that's important, and we've denied that. That would be taken away if we pass this ordinance. Next, I don't quite understand the concept of owner-occupied. I think that if we're going to pass a bed and breakfast ordinance, we should have a bed and breakfast ordinance that states X, and if a person wants to come in and apply for a bed and breakfast ordinance and a bed and breakfast license, then they can. But it seems to me that they're two separate entities. There's a short-term rental special use permit, and then there's one for bed and breakfast. I personally would not want to go to a vacation rental and have someone living there. I have 2 daughters, and my wife. I wouldn't want someone, you know, walking around having coffee and their jockeys, and my kids are walking around, and you know, I don't want it. I don't know what's going to happen. I wouldn't do that. So I don't think that is in the true spirit of the short-term rental industry, and I don't think that is a reasoning to support the short-term rentals. You're either going to say, I'm going to have a bed and breakfast, fine, and if someone chooses to go to a bed and breakfast, then that's fine as well. So I can't support what it is now. I do support additional regulations, even if we said we're going to take 660 feet to 1,000 feet. We're going to do some other measures to ensure that we don't create a high density of short-term rentals in a one confined spot. I'm not a fan of having the multifamily apartment complexes, our condo units, taking them and turning them into short-term rental facilities. I'm not a fan of that as well. So I do think there needs to be some distance. I think there needs to be more regulation, extended regulation, but I don't think that we should follow through with this policy. Thank you.
Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. It's been an active morning and afternoon. I've been getting a lot of complaints and a lot of other things through my email and messages today, so I think, when you add it all up, there's hundreds and hundreds of people who have an opinion on this who aren't in the room, but Channel 2 gets to them and they hear it. As I've heard all of you, but I think that I am known to be someone who favors this ordinance, and I will support a motion to pass it. I want to, again, when we go back a couple of weeks, I want to make sure that the members understand that I am so happy that there is a bill like this in front of us, because it really was all or nothing on some things that were voted upon in Ward 3. And it's important to realize that particularly those representatives of the western wards, northwest and west out there that are brand new, and it will have CC&Rs in the HOAs, they don't have this problem. As Mr. Figler, one of our witnesses, stated, and as the mayor repeated, there is a ban, but that was agreed upon by all the residents when they move in. Now you take wards 1, 3, and 5, the old parts of town. We are the target. We are ground zero for this. So while some members might have only had a few and approved a few and rejected a few, we're looking at hundreds in the core of the city. And there's a lot of real estate speculation going on now, raising the price of homes, because people think they're going to get away with this, whether it's legal or not. They're going to want to rent out to people and strangers no matter what the neighborhood thinks. And since I have lived in downtown Las Vegas since 1951, with a little time out for college someplace else and a little time in the Army, that's PFC coffin, sorry, Colonel, I really know this problem, and I want to say that there are a lot of unlicensed ones in my neighborhood. There are a lot of licensed ones nearby and or are in the system. So let's make sure those of you who do have the business, you're going to continue under this bill. You're going to have that. Even though it is a commercial intrusion into a residential area, if you have been permitted, or if you're, in other words, for a license or an SUP, you're not going to get taken away. There's an absolute element of real fairness here in this bill. And I know that there's a lot of talk going on behind the scenes about, well, let's revisit this issue, and I am all in favor of that. I think you keep it going, you listen to people, but this is where we get our break, our breath of air to try to slow it down. Now, maybe no changes will be attempted, and I hope not in the next few months, because I've been talking to legislators and some leadership in the legislature, and they are being approached right now by these multi-billion-dollar corporations who have hired lobbyists, big boys and girls, to represent them in Carson City so that they can overcome any problems at the local government level. Just like they have done to us before, the legislature will be tempted, it will be tempted to override local government. And I ask you to please not support anything that's going on up there, because you know what will happen. It will take away all our ability to control this. We have some ability to protect our neighborhoods now. We don't have ability to tax. We have very little control over many things except licensing and land use. Well, we don't want to lose that too. So for that reason, I really hope that people understand, again, there's no harm for you if you're in this business now. If your app is in, you're making the process, looks like you would be approved, you will be approved. You'll be okay. Everybody with an SUP, again, I don't want to overstate it too many times. I got to make sure that the panic and fear on this side, just as much as maybe you feel that there's a lot of it here, it's understandable, but it's probably a lot less than you make out. And so for that reason, I think 6 months or a year of time to let this mature, and perhaps will really be better after we do that. Can't satisfy libertarians because they don't want this government stuff, and I don't blame them. I can understand, but the rest of you, we've got to have. They're the libertarians down there. They're always kind of off on their own little thing. They're definitely there for anything, except if it's their neighbor. Now then, it kind of gets complicated. So, Mayor, thank you very much for letting me speak on this, and I do hope the council will approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, before I turn this over to the proponent of the bill, I started off this morning talking about the purpose of today. I, too, want to thank you all, those who've been here as long as we've been sitting here. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate the kindness and courtesy, good manners that you've shown as we've delivered and deliberated on this. What really has been of concern to me overall are people, we have 155 square miles of the city, and in the city, square miles are county islands. Some county islands, the residents are on septic tanks and have their own wells, and yet the city takes care of their streets and everything else for them, which is fine. We feel harmonious. All Southern Nevada, in our opinion, is Las Vegas anyway. But what I kept is that we were researching and we're getting calls and input from, believe it or not, outside our community, from people in California, people in different parts of the country that have purposely purchased foreclosure homes as a business. They are non-residents here, to rent them out, whether short-term, long-term, but they did it. They got a great price on the house, obviously coming out of foreclosure, and are looking forward to the way they can either make money over selling it, which is great, that's what we're all about, or by doing different types of rentals. As I mentioned at the onset, we started this really before 2016. We've been kicking it down the road, and every time we have a discussion, there's more argument and more concerns about what is the panacea, what's the answer. And what I started off with was saying, number one, really, you go back to 2016, you talk about out-of-town ownership or out-of-city ownership. For those who do call the city their home and have made that huge investment, those who've gotten short-term rentals from this august body have gotten them because they are superior in everything they've done to get that short-term rental. They have gone to classes at CNN. They do have cameras. They do live nearby. They do monitor. The reality is the preponderance of comments coming into my office, whether it's phone calls or emails, these are people who are doing the short-term, I'm not talking a month, the short-term rental to make money. The resident, and I live in an area of one, I'm in Ward 1, I'm in an old community, and we don't have home owners for the most part. For those of us living in these homes for 30, 35, 40 years, no homeowners, no CC&Rs getting together, no walls, and many of them around the property. And as we look to the medical district and what's happening in the growth and harmony of our community and keeping it safe, with an out-of-town owner, when we have an issue, quite frequently, in fact, one of my staff was just in another state, gone to an Airbnb, there was mold, there were issues of, I don't know, creepy crawly things. They walked into the Airbnb, they couldn't even reach the homeowner, again, and out of state. I am terribly, terribly concerned about the resident who has put their money into building a life for themselves, and in 1, 3, and 5 have probably either repurchased a home that was an older home but does not have the protection of CC&Rs to make the choice and have the discussion, do we want them or not? Now, you've heard from council, and everybody can add, and so can I. What I started off with, this is a work in progress. I see down the end of the rainbow. I see where we can work. We need to get started and stop kicking this down the pathway. And from my perspective, whether it's, and I said it, whether it's a home-owned 3-bedroom resident inn, or it's a 5-bedroom home, or it's an 8-bedroom home, there has to be accountability for the people out of state and beyond the city limits that we have no control over, to protect our investments and our homes, and for the people who live here. Now, you have all added up, and we know what's going to happen. I am a firm believer our role in management here is not to prolong and keep prolonging and pushing this down the road, but get started. We've heard from both. Let's keep the ball rolling. It doesn't necessarily have to be a homeowner-occupied 3-bedroom, but let's get something going. And what this does do, for those of us who live in the city and own property in the city, it does protect our neighborhoods. And it does prevent that, and I have 2 in my neighborhood that have parties that I've had so many complaints, and our code enforcement goes out there, and there are parties, and they're late at night, and there are 15 or 20 people in the home, and you have no idea when you have a little 2 or 3-year-old who's in that home for 3 days. And so what I want to see happen from this city, because of this, and I am in the minority here, I am going to be voting behind this because it's a first step. And we can keep pushing this down the road, and it'll just keep getting angrier. But keep in mind, those of us who live in 1, 3, and 5, or 2, 4, and 6, but 2, 4, and 6 are protected. Those neighborhoods have said, we are not having short-term rentals. Now, they may be in there because they're well done. If the world were a perfect world, we wouldn't be in this today like this. Every short-term rental would have been nirvana. It would have been great people living in here, but that's not the world, and we know what it is today. So probably the way this is going to go, I am going to stay with it. I believe in it. I believe in the residents who call this home. And when you live in the county, or you live in Green Valley, or you live in Montana, or you live in Los Angeles, or you live in Florida, and you have a short-term rental here, who do we go to? Who do we, the people that have loved our neighborhoods, and if in fact these people, when they have called me and I've explained, we're not talking about the Strip. These are people who are remote from the Strip, whether it's deep in the heart of the Huntridge area or somewhere, for a quality of life. And that's what we most must protect. 1, 3, and 5 don't have that luxury of having all what has come over these past 25 years with CC&Rs or longer. So it's not my bill that's coming forward here. But you can't imagine, when you listen to the numbers, and I wrote down on everything I gave the clerk, how many people here that were proposing the short-term rentals live in the city. And from the calls, 1 in 9, or the emails, 1 in 9 lived in the confines of the 155 square miles that we call home. And I believe the goodwill that is there to continue the conversation and work it. And maybe this resident homeowner thing might end up with 5 or 10 bedrooms, who knows? But at least it's a start, and we aren't kicking the ball down the road again. And it means us getting together, private people and private people, but for heaven's sakes, protect the people whose homes are residences that are not protected by CC&Rs. And that's all this does for me. It's a start, it's step 1, and there are going to be changes. You gotta crawl before you walk, and walk before you run. And Las Vegas and the entire state of Nevada, but Las Vegas, which is ours, we need to protect and do the best we can for everybody. And you have my commitment from Airbnbers and short-term rental people to continue to work on this. But I am fully supportive of the right of the human being who puts his whole sense of himself in a residence to be assured that it is safe and it is a place where he can raise his or her children. And we are starting. This is a beginning, but I am fully supportive of this start. It is a work in progress, and I am committed to seeing it through. And if, in fact, somebody on council will change their mind, their vote, which they probably won't, I am committing to you, I will continue on this path. Councilwoman's termed out at the end of June, and but has lived here for so long as well. And to have that opportunity and have been on council and hearing from people all the time, I commit to you that I will work diligently as I have been to try and find a balance. You get private parties and private parties, but keep in mind what you heard today. So many people live in the county and have second properties here. So many of our short-term rental people that we have licensed, they aren't good. They're fabulous. But we've got to make sure that that is finely tuned. What do we mean by a great short-term rental owner? But we're not there yet. So in an effort to show you that I, as mayor of this city, all 6 wards, a registered nonpartisan, I owe nobody anything. I've gotten to an age in my life, I have learned from experience and education and time on this planet. This is a beginning. This is not a fight, but it is a protection of the rights of anybody who calls Las Vegas, the city of Las Vegas, home. And it is different. 1, 3, and 5 are different. So with that, it's enough for me. I'm explaining to you my vote, and listen how many people lived in the county, live somewhere else, that wants to make money. Why not? And have a rental that they're going to make fabulous. That's what we want to crystallize. How do we license that going forward in the future so it's a blend? And we are never complaining about the great people who have short-term rentals and are monitoring it and on top of it. But when you go to so many others, you can't reach the person because they're not here. And they don't live in the city, and maybe they don't live in southern Nevada at all. They're off in Oshkosh or somewhere. So with that, you've heard my explanation, and I just hope, and I do understand anything that lines closest to the strip. My suggestion from the beginning was make circles of areas where Airbnbs and short-term rentals are right, and then where they really are not. So it's a work in progress. You have my commitment to help, and I now turn it over to Councilwoman.
I wanted to thank you, Mayor, and I'd like to just give a little bit of history here for these young, intelligent, and energetic young men and women, particularly in these front rows, because you could see you had emotion in what you were feeling, and I think emotion is very important when you make decisions, as well as intellect. We started this in about 2007, and at that time, when we started talking about it, we had the room filled with people, and they gave us all kinds of ideas and things like that. And basically, they were all for short-term rentals. So we went in that direction, and we got the short-term rentals, and then I found out the majority of the people were in the county. The majority of the people. But I didn't find out until after I had tried to set up meetings, and I said, all right then, if we're going to have short-term rentals and we will have some licensing, will you all be part of this? And will you all as a group sort of, take care of your own and educate your own so that we're doing this in the right way? And by golly, at the end of the year, after all these dozens of groups came from the county, only one of those groups is licensed, only one, which was rather discouraging to me. And so we started that way, and we've tried to work in additionally with the people in the county, but it's always been, I have to tell you, we gave, and I don't think they gave. We gave, and they didn't give back. Then you come to Airbnb. Airbnb, which our licensing director has asked and worked with, and they were supposed to come and sign certain contracts or MOUs or all that sort of stuff. They said they would do it, and Mary herself, who's over there, will tell you, they didn't do it. They would talk and talk and talk, and when it came to do it, they didn't do it. So I will tell you, she has a distrust of Airbnb, and I have a distrust of Airbnb. I have a distrust of people who don't tell the truth, particularly if it's more than once. So then I said, let's try and all work together, and that's how that ended up. So then we started going off in our own direction. The direction of this is because we waited and waited for things to get done. They weren't getting done. I said push for a ban, which I originally was going to go for a straight ban. And what happened was so many things came up from different people at the Planning Commission that a few things were added to it, which made it not a straight ban. But I want you to know that in our government here in the city, that's the way it works. You come up with something, and it goes to different committees. If it goes to the Planning Commission, then that's when the people are notified, and then they can speak on it and make their suggestions. Then from there, it goes to the City Council with the comments of those that were on the Planning Commission, and that's when we make our decision. But one thing that bothers me, and maybe I think crazy, but you talk about property rights. Where the heck are the property rights of those people who have bought that land, some of them when they had hardly anything, for decades? For decades they've owned that land. They've paid those taxes. Where are their property rights? You know what? In some of those areas that are represented here today, you've had families and you've had their children, and then their children's children come there. And then all of a sudden they're told in New 2007, oh no, you don't have these rights. You know, they have home rights just as much as anybody else does. Now, maybe we disagree. Maybe you think the right to have a business in an area that is zoned residential, in an area that has for decades been residential, and then it's plopped on you that you're going to have people coming in and out every weekend. Maybe you feel that's okay. I don't feel it's okay. I have felt, somebody asked me, why are you so involved in this? Why do you care about this? Because it has taken a lot of my time. It has not been an enjoyable process, but I am, because I heard inside when I talk with people that go through what they go through. You think these places are really nice to find condoms there in the morning when your kids are going out to play? It isn't just noise, it's other things. Do you think it's good when you see prostitutes, and it's obviously they're prostitutes coming in and forth? Or do you think it's okay when someone in my neighborhood put down honk if you're a whore on their garage door so that the kids going to Our Lady of Las Vegas Catholic Church School could see it every morning? They finally got one of the neighbors who was a lawyer to take them to court, and they got that down. But what I'm saying is, where are the property rights of the others too? We have to consider those. And this, I thought, might be a start, and I wanted to say thank you to both sides, except for one tiny little bit where a lady got a little tight when she said things. Everybody else was so polite and so nice with everybody. You really, really did a great job. I wanted to ask if we could place on the overhead or the projector or whatever it is, the outline of the city. I just want to show you something on it if I can't. All right, these, ladies and gentlemen, are short-term rentals. And it tells you Airbnb hosts, and if it's a private room or if it's entire home and so forth and so on. And you can see that a lot of them are in wards 3, 5, and 1. But this is where they are. Now, my question is, the city has tried. Yet you use all your energy and you come to us over and over and over again as we try to make it better. I wonder why don't you, and my assistant Robin Monet said, why don't you go to the city? Why don't you go to the city? To the county. The county has nothing. Why don't you use your energies to be able to legalize your county homes? Thank you very much for that. I just wanted you to be able to see where the short-term rentals are and see how we're getting squeezed out in some places where they're becoming saturated, and that's something we have to worry about. Lastly, I wanted to say Airbnb did not come to us until, I think they called me. Mary, you were working with them. They didn't follow through. I tried to work with them. They called me 2 days before a meeting. I scheduled the time because I was able to squeeze it in. They were late, so we didn't have the full amount of time, but nonetheless, we met with them. And then they called me, I think it was yesterday, Monday, to see if we could meet Tuesday, and I couldn't do it. But they have not shown the interest in our area to solve our problems. And we as a council need to stick up for the people that we represent. These are the people that vote us in, and these are the people that care about what we're doing. So can some places afford HOAs? When you talk about, well, all you have to do is form an HOA, I got to tell you, that's not just it. You have to have the money for the monthly dues. You have to have the money to pay for the streets. You have to have the money to fix that street light if it breaks down. So it's the people who have more money can get into the HOAs, but what about the people who don't have that money? And lots of our older places in town that are nice places for Airbnb because they have large lots, they've been here for 50, 60 years, lots of those places, the people can't afford an HOA. They don't have one even where the mayor lives, because there are some ladies living there that are older that block the vote every time. But we can change with this, and I'm only asking, let's have it as a beginning. You can work on other things later. It's just a beginning to give some respite to these people who have taken it in the chin for a long time already. Give a little respite, and then let's work together as we worked here today in voicing our thoughts. And another little thing I wanted to mention, if I could, we have not regulated our rentals as we should. For example, let's look at health and safety, which is supposed to be the primary issue of the city government. The City of Las Vegas conducts inspections of short-term rentals prior to issuing a license, a business license. But no further inspections are required following the issuance of that business license. Now, by comparison, the Southern Nevada Health District inspects lighting, heating, ventilation, plumbing, bedding, towels, laundry, tableware, and pools at our hotels and our rental places. And by the way, I don't know why you guys go to such expensive rental places. Every year I take a trip with a college roommate, and I got to tell you, the hotels I stay in, they may not look so great, but they're fine to sleep in and then do your traveling in the morning. And it cost me less there in California or whatever state I'm in than our rentals are costing here. Also, the question before us is whether or not the city needs short-term residential rentals. It might make sense in cities that have one big event each year that draws tourists, but cannot support the year-round hotel space. This is not the case in Vegas, and there's a concern coming up. The Valley has 147,000 hotel and motel rooms. According to a February article in the Review-Journal, 6 major hotel projects plan to open in 2020, which would increase the strip room availability by 9,000, or about 6%. The 2020 openings would lead to the largest year-on-year increase in rooms on the strip since 1993. New hotels bring jobs for construction workers and so forth and so on. They need a place to live to, a place that they like to have for maybe longer than the weekend. And so these short-term rentals remove housing from the market. And as you read the research for these countries other than the United States, as you read the research, you find out that one of the major consideration is the taking away of affordable housing. That's one of the major considerations. I didn't make it up. I didn't even realize it until I started getting deeper into the research. And lastly, in considering whether or not short-term rentals, those that are not owner-occupied, are appropriate in single-family neighborhoods, I'm reminded of our city's master plan 2020, One objective in it is to ensure that there is a diverse choice of affordable housing types and costs that meets the present and future needs of the city's population. We shouldn't be moving in an opposite direction. It provides more opportunities for home ownership, and this is related into our 2020 plan, and it affords residents a greater opportunity to reside in the housing of their choice. And a second objective is to ensure that the quality of existing residential neighborhoods within the city of Las Vegas is maintained and enhanced. I know I went on a long time. I know I may cover issues which may not be of interest to you. I know maybe you might think some of what I'm telling you is not accurate. I'd be glad to share the research with you. I'd be very, very glad to share the research. I want to do one last thing, if I could, and I have to have some help with this because I'm not a genius in mathematics. In fact, I don't think I was very good in mathematics. Could I just have Hal Jones, would you put your stuff on the board about the making of money? Because we had some conflict of money, that, what was said by the people who do not want the short-term rentals and those who do. And I just wanted, because some of them said your information was not accurate. Is it accurate or not? What about the fact that 29% of the number of people who own short-term rentals own almost all of them?
I don't know if we can turn this on, great. All this data was actually scraped. The technology term is scraped from Airbnb's website. So it's all public data,
yeah.
Right? And you just get all the data, and you have to sit there and go through and mine the data to get the numbers. So this data is accurate. It was accurate as of August 6th, 2018 from their site. That's when it was collected.
Okay, and wasn't there a place in what you showed us that how few people were making the big money?
Oh, yeah, that's here. I actually have it on another slide. So there's two concepts. There's the single listing, which is an individual who has one place that they rent out. Okay, then there are the more like the businesses where they have a lot of properties they rent out. And they're called multi-listing agents, okay? 29 hosts. When I went through and just looked at multi-listing hosts, 29 of them represented almost 50% of the multi-listing listings. I know it's kind of redundant, but...
No, I think that's important. I think it's important to know what we're trying to get a start on here with this ordinance. What we're trying to get a start on here is to maybe move it from those people who own it from out of state.
Yes.
And those people who own a lot of them, and get it to the people who really need it, who live in the city.
Yeah, I mean, something I didn't talk about that didn't come up, and I don't know if the people that are trying to make some extra money, I'm not really against that. I'm not. I hear what they're trying to do, but I don't know if they realize the Marriotts, the Hyatts, the Accords, the hotel industry is going to make a choice, and they're going to buy all the property up. If you think you're going to be able to compete against them as an individual, you're not. That's why you have investor companies being created, property companies that are out buying property to do this. And so unless we regulate it, the small individuals are going to suffer. And that's what this is really about. This is to say, hey, look, this is a lot of investor people. These are not neighbors. These are not someone just trying to have a second home and maybe do it. So while I said I support the bill, I support it because it gets us going forward, I think.
Yeah.
And I feel like we can work on things together and we can amend it. This data, by the way, the guy who did this data has done it all around the world. It's been used in San Francisco in a lawsuit. It's been used in New York City for lawsuits. It's being used in Europe. So if anybody wants to bring up different data, I'd say, great, give me your source. Show me where it's been validated. Okay, I can do that. I'm in contact with the guy who does this, and he's done it all around the world, like I said. He was just in Barcelona at a summit meeting, and he presented there. Okay? And people are trying to figure out how to make the sharing economy work.
Throughout the world, they are.
They are.
Thank you so much, Hal.
Thank you.
I appreciate that you're doing that very much. I couldn't have said it as well as you did. But I just wanted to bring some different thoughts here that maybe you might be interested, everybody might be interested in. And I hope that I have my council's support on this on this ordinance, and if I don't, I'm not going to be mad. I'll just take it the way it goes, just like a game, right? Once it's over, it's over.
Your motion is?
My motion is, which you've probably been waiting for a long time, huh? To approve Bill number 2018-58.
So please vote and please post. Now, should it not pass, it's finished. You don't have to do another vote on anything else. So please post, and Councilwoman, you have to post on your bill.
I better vote. Now, it says I pressed 32, okay. It won't go through, I vote aye. Just take a vocal vote.
An oral.
Oral vote. It's also vocal, I guess.
No.
Thank you.
Wow.
And I think all
I
of
just have to interrupt on this, I'm so sorry, but I want you to know, this really is a starting point. That's what it is. And you will have the full support to work together and collect thoughts that we move every piece forward together to end up with the best results and where we want to be doing short-term rentals. And our next step is high-rises, when next we have to address the Strip and proximity there too. So thank you all very much, and we will move on to our new bills. So we're on agenda item 56. Items 56 through 58, bills number 2018 through 59 through 2018-61 will be heard at recommending committee meeting on Monday, January 14th, 2019. Item number 59, bill number 2018-62, will be referred to Council of the Whole for consideration at the January 16th, 2019 council meeting. Please exit quietly. Please, you've done so great, because we're still here. You all are allowed to go. We're not allowed to go. Okay? And so, City Attorney, would you read the new bills, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Item number 56, bill number 28-59, an ordinance to adopt that certain document entitled Fourth Amendment Restatement to the Development Agreement for Sky Canyon Master Plan Community and to provide for other related matters. Item number 57, bill number 2018-60, an ordinance to adopt that certain document entitled Development Agreement for Eastland Master Plan Community and to provide for other related matters. Item number 58, bill number 28-61, an ordinance to amend LVMC Title 6 and 19 to adopt provisions establishing a business license category and land use regulations for social use venues, marijuana, together with accompanying requirements and limitations, and to provide for other related matters. And finally, item number 59, bill number 28-62, an ordinance relating to short-term residential rentals, amending various provisions of LVMC Chapter 6.75 to establish additional licensing requirements and limitations for short-term residential rental units within multifamily residential developments or mixed-use developments, amending LVMC 19.12.070 to remove the separation requirement between units within the same multifamily residential development or mixed-use development, and establishing in its place a maximum percentage of units within the same development that may be used for short-term residential rentals, and providing for other related matters.
Thank you. So it was only 59 that is going on to the Council of the Whole, the Committee of the Whole, correct? Correct. Okay, so new bills 2018-59 through 2018-61 are assigned to recommending committee members, Councilman Anthony Coffin and Councilwoman Fiore. If any so designated are unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary at my direction. As mentioned previously, bill number 2018-62 will be heard by Council of the Whole on January 16th, which is item 59. Okay. We will move on. We are long past the morning session, and now we go on to agenda item 60 for possible action. Any items that need to be Tabled, stricken, withdrawn, or held in abeyance for a future meeting. We're on to 60,
Yes,
Mayor
Mayor.
Pro Tem.
I move that item number 68, a discussion item, ROC 74590, abeyance item, review of condition, public hearing, applicant Mindy Sawalha, owner Swan Foundation, LLC, at 2496 West Charleston Boulevard, be obeyed to 1/16/2019, requested by myself.
That's it?
That's it.
All right, there's your motion.
I said I move at the beginning.
Okay, please vote on agenda item number 60. And Councilman Anthony's not there. Please post. Motion carries. We'll go on to agenda items 61 through 66, may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Agenda item 61, SUP 74305, applicant owner Citibank Nevada National Association, request for a special use permit for a car wash full service or auto detailing use on the south side of Sahara Avenue, approximately 413 feet west of Lake Sahara Drive, and related item 62, SDR 74306, on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 844 square foot general retail store other than listed coffee shop and a 4,617 square foot car wash full service with a waiver to allow a 4-foot landscape buffer along the west property line where 8 feet is required on 2.82 acres south side of Sahara Avenue, approximately 413 feet west of Lake Sahara Drive, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 2, Councilman Soroka.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
On those two items, I request to bring them forward so we can have a discussion on them.
You want to go right into the discussion on them now, rather
Sure.
than have me read them all?
61 and 62, unfortunately, you just read them.
Yeah.
Mayor, what you could do is you could read them all, have those pulled aside, and then after you read them all, vote on those items, when the motion on vote items, then come back to Councilman Soroka's 61 and 62.
Okay, so I should read them all?
Yep, read them all,
And,
other than
anybody,
61 and
as long as
62.
we have 4, for those of you who starved an hour ago, go get something to eat. Where am I now? What, number 63? Okay, EOT 74800, applicant PJ Enterprises LLC, owner Aristotle Holding Ltd, and a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming use tavern at 1531 South Las Vegas Boulevard, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Number 64, EOT 74808, applicant Opportunity Village, owner State of Nevada Division of Lands, on a request for an extension of time on an approved site development plan review SDR 64479 for proposed 22,720 square foot expansion of an existing social service provider, revised building elevations, and other site developments with a waiver to allow a 4-foot perimeter landscape buffer along portions of the south property line where 15 feet is required on 6.94 acres at the 6300 West Oakey Boulevard, CV Civic Zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Number 65, EOT 74898, applicant owner Nevada Power Company, and a request for an extension of time of an approved special use permit U119-98 for 2 electric substations overhead transmission lines located on the northeast corner of Far Hills Avenue and Fox Hill Drive, PC Plan Community Zone, Ward 2, Councilman Soroka. Number 66, SUP 75047, applicant owner 15 Fremont Street Acquisition, LLC, on a request for a major amendment to an approved special use permit, SUP 72998, for a 480-foot tall building within the airport overlay district where this is unbelievable, where a 459-foot tall building was previously approved at the southeast corner of Ogden Avenue and Main, C2 General Commercial Zone. This is having to come back for that? I mean, this is ridiculous. Ward 5, Councilman Creer, to extend a height. The Planning Commission recommends approval of items 61 and 62. Staff recommends approval of all items 61 through 63. Item 66 are public hearing items which I declare open. And is there anyone wishing to be heard on 61 through 63 or 66? We're going to do them later. We're going to go ahead with Councilman. Where did he go?
Yeah, 61 and 62, Mayor, will be pulled. If you want to just vote on 63 through 66, you can.
We can vote on 60?
63 through 66, because
Okay.
Councilman Soroka wanted to pull
Okay.
61, 62.
So I'll make a motion to vote on 63 through 66. So all those in favor?
It has to be, are we saying aye?
I think we're
We
all
have to
not
vote
getting it
vocally.
at this moment.
It's,
Here
here it is now.
61 through 66. 63 through 66, that was. And so, all right. Well, let's see if it works. We're missing 3. If it's in the affirmative. Now we're at 5. Post, did it pass? It passed. Okay. All right. And are you here on?
61 and 62, Mayor.
Perfect. Okay. Luann over here. Reload. Okay, I have read into the record 61 and 62. We've passed 63 through 66.
Madam Mayor, I just want to, my voice vote to 63 through 66 is aye.
Okay, thank you very much. He approves. And now let's go to 61 and 62, please. Okay, Councilman Soroka, they're your babies.
Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Would you like to present,
I would
applicant?
very much like to do that.
We'd love to hear from you, sir.
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is the applicant's architect, John Carroll. This property is zoned C1. We're asking for a special use permit for a full-service car wash. We're also asking for a site development plan review. The residential area to the north is separated by a 150-foot right-of-way and a golf course fairway. Consequently, any noise or light from the proposed development will be mitigated by traffic on the primary arterial street and 420 feet distance, or foot distance, I should say, between property lines. The coffee shop and car wash require 37 parking spaces. The site plan proposes 60. The proposed development meets all Title 19 requirements and is appropriate for the area as it is located along the Sahara Avenue corridor and is adjacent to similar commercial development. The design and landscaping is appropriate for the area. Mr. Carroll will discuss the site development plan review with you.
John Carroll, 1980 Festival Plaza Way. So our project here is located by the Citibank call center and their branch between Lake Sahara and South of Sahara. We would propose a left turn in from Sahara into the project to access the car wash and the coffee shop, and we would use the rest of the access that's existing on the site through to Lake Sahara. The car wash has about 18 cars stacking before the call box, and then they go about 3 cars a minute, or 3 cars, it takes 1 car every 3 minutes to go through. And then the coffee shop has 21 cars stacking, which is a lot more than any places usually have. This is the floor plan for the coffee shop. It's a small coffee shop. There's no internal dining or anything else. It's just a walk-up window and a drive-up window. The car wash is manned by 3 people, so there's not many employees there, and the cars drive through, and they can go use the vacuum stations in the front if they need to, or they can leave, so it's not a long-term waiting thing. This is the architecture of the coffee shop. It's standard modern-looking architecture, and this is the elevations of the car wash. The tunnels would be orientated parallel with Sahara, so they're not going to be facing any residential. They'll be facing commercial only.
Is that 2-story or 3-story? Excuse me, through the mayor.
How many stories, she said?
How many stories?
It's only 1 story. Everything's 1 story.
And no gas tanks?
There's no gas tanks
No.
or anything, no.
Okay. I do think there is public, and Councilman, if you would do the honor of letting people participate at the
Yes, ma'am.
right
Do we
time.
want staff to go before the public?
Yes,
or-
we always do.
Okay.
Excuse me,
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I just want to close by saying one thing. As you said earlier, repeating it, both staff and the Planning Commission recommended approval of this application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Love to hear what staff review, please.
Thank you. Peter Lowenstein, Deputy Planning Director. Through you, Madam Mayor, the applicant is proposing to develop a car wash facility and restaurant with drive-through on an irregular-shaped lot that is a remnant from a commercial subdivision. Proposed development meets Title 19 requirements with the exception of requested landscape waiver along the perimeter and an exception for parking lot landscaping. These requests have been offset by the provision of additional landscape materials within the perimeter landscape buffers and additional landscaping through the interior of the site. As such, staff is recommending approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have 3 cards here, Mayor, for public comment. I'll let you pick your order. Mary, Lorraine, and N.F. Hudson, please. We'd love to hear your public comment. Do we set the time? Or?
Yes, I think that.
Lorraine Kusuhara. I'm here on behalf of Canyon Gates HOA Board. I've been asked by the entire board to object to this project. A car wash is never quiet. It is right across the street from the main entrance to Canyon Gate, and almost everybody in the community is opposed to this project. It's just that they were not notified. People, even within the 1,000-foot, did not receive a postcard. The cards were sent to Prime Management, and for some reason did not get distributed properly. I have 2 other members here who have some more to give you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. 2 minutes, give them 2 minutes.
We'll set it to 2 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Mary Fike. I live at 8824 Rainbow Ridge Drive, which is directly across the 15th fairway to the car wash. I can tell you I can hear all the noise that happens out there. My late husband, Hugh Robert Campbell, and I built and moved into that home in 1990, nearly 29 years ago. The first assault on the quiet enjoyment of our home was the new flight path out of McCarran Airport, which the city was unable to do anything about despite their best efforts. Progress is inevitable. Our major cross streets have commercial development, yes. And Sahara Avenue is a racetrack between Durango and Fort Apache every late night, which the police department seems to have turned a blind eye to. But this misbegotten project is well within your power to deny. It is another layer of noise and traffic congestion between 2 large, quiet, family-oriented neighborhoods. And this project will only detract from our property values within the category of external obsolescence. By the way, I do live within the 1,000-foot required notification. I did receive a notice for the Planning Commission meeting, which was barely a month ago. I responded negatively to it and followed that up with a phone call to Mr. Soroka and spoke with his assistant, Joe, who discouraged me from opposing the project because it was within the zoning designation. I was never noticed for this meeting, and I believe others of my neighbors as closer to me were also not properly noticed. And the whole process seems to be rush, 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 curiously. Las Vegas has been my home for 45 years, and one of my big, most visible disappointments is our lack of concern for aesthetic values. Our town is an assault on one's eyes for the most part. And here we have a large, quiet office building with attractive and extensive landscaping in front, for which they received a $250,000 rebate from the Water District, cemented by a legal recorded document, and you will allow that to be bulldozed up, asphalted over, and turned into another car wash and coffee shop with the litter and general ugliness if you approve this project today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. And, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is N.F. Hudson. I'm in Ward 2. I live there and I own property there. And one of the reasons that I'm here today is that, also, before I start, I wanted to mention that Bill Stommer, the CEO of the YMCA, was going to be here today, but he couldn't because he's out of the country. So I wanted to, he emailed you to give me his time. So,
Okay.
thank you.
I would like to respond to that, because I did do some inquiry, and apparently the issue had been obeyed from November, so there was one abeyance. I'm not sure he came to that, was coming to that, but I was assured he'd been in touch with the councilman's staff, and so we just had to go forward with it. So please speak on your behalf, his behalf.
Thank you. In 1986, when your predecessors approved the Citibank credit card complex, they required, the city council and the mayor required that Citibank put aside 2+ acres for landscaping. And this is the property that they set aside as their front yard. That was their landscaping, and their certificate of occupancy and their building permit was conditional upon that. Now we step forward to 2018, and what's happening is the required landscape in 1986 is now being sold off for a car wash. So they should set aside about 2 acres somewhere else on their 60-acre campus for landscaping if they want to sell this off for a car wash. And the second item is that in 2011, Citibank received about $250,000 to give an easement to the Southern Nevada Water District. And so there is an easement on there today, and for water conservation for the trees and the plants. So therefore, there should be a condition that this easement be paid off by the applicant or by Citibank, plus the 2 acres be set aside for landscaping somewhere else within their 60-acre campus. Now, Citibank has left town. They went to some other state. However, they've leased the place to Sutherland, and Sutherland has an option to purchase. But Sutherland did not receive a card in the mail, and this car wash is going to be 6 feet away from their windows, right overlooking this park.
Thank you. And we'll have staff address your concerns, if I may. Mr. Lowenstein, could you address you mentioned 2-acre set-aside. Could you address that, please?
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. Okay, in the original rezoning of this in '84 and the subsequent site development reviews, all of the condition approvals for those plot plan reviews and the original rezoning did not call out a requirement for open space. Looking at the plot plan review, building, the site plans and the building elevations, the location in question for this car wash did not indicate any open space requirement or a call out on any of the plans for open space. So at this point in time, I have nothing to confirm that there was ever an open space requirement for the C1 property at the northern portion of what was the lakes when it was originally zoned, or through any subsequent site development plan reviews.
Madam Mayor, through you, does open space mean landscaping? I mean, was the 2 acres supposed to be landscaping for aesthetic purposes, or was it for open spaces? But you say it wasn't. I'm just asking, was it for landscaping?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, it had no conditions regarding landscaping of a certain acreage or a square footage being required through condition of approval. I did not see anything in the minutes that I reviewed as well, and the subsequent plot plan reviews did not address that other.
Well, I just wondered, where did you get the idea? Didn't you say that there was this?
My father was at the city council meeting at that time, and he came up and he spoke to the city council, and they set aside landscaped area, 2 acres. That's why it's there. And they have never tried to sell this property until they've left town. And also, if Sutherland doesn't know about this because they have an option to purchase it, they should be notified. and a lot of the homeowners were not notified in addition to Sutherland. I called Sutherland. I spoke to Mrs. Daugherty, who's an executive over there. I said, we don't know anything about this car wash going to be outside our windows. I don't know if you've passed by the property, but there are a lot of trees and big plants on the property for which they received a lot of money for to keep it like that. And there's a recorded easement on the property to the Southern Nevada Water Authority.
Okay, let's address that separately. So what I understand is the 2 acres, we don't have, Peter Lowenstein is our deputy planner. He reviewed, correct? My understanding is you just reviewed all morning all the documentation, and you could not find anything that set aside 2 acres of open space.
No, that's correct, sir.
Okay. For his follow-on question, he's addressing $250,000 for, I think it's grass removal that through the Water Authority on that property at one point? Is that what you're
Yes, Colonel. What happened was they received, Citibank received money from the Southern Nevada Water Authority in order to have water-saving trees and plants on that property and no development.
Thank you. Mr. Lowenstein, is that something that our planning department works with, the rebate for removing sod from your property, from the Water Authority?
It's a recorded easement.
Can I help on that? Mayor?
Maybe the city attorney can help us if that's okay.
If I could just pitch in a little bit, having served on the Water Authority and also on the legislation action in '85 to allow that bank, do you know how long ago they were granted that incentive to, keep the grass?
In 2011, they signed an easement. This is it here, and it's recorded on the title to the property. So if you get a title report on the property today, this shows up as a recorded document.
But they're not, they didn't plant xeriscape or drought-resistant plants, did they?
Yeah, they did.
They did, because there was a time they had to keep it up either 5 or 10 years.
Councilman,
that was all.
Councilman, Mayor, as part of the Southern Nevada Water Authority's turf removal system, they allow you to remove the turf or whatever water-intensive landscape you have, replace it with xeriscaping, and then they record a deed on the property or a covenant running with the land on the property, and that it says that you won't put the water-intensive landscaping back on the property. So that is an issue with regard to the Southern Nevada Water Authority. You don't have any authority with regard to that particular agreement that was entered into with the property owner and the Water Authority.
Okay, so this issue is between the property owner and the Water Authority.
Correct.
Okay. And then the third concern that I heard was the notice. I think the city attorney would like to address how people get noticed. It may help with some of the misunderstanding on how people are noticed. City
Mayor and
attorney?
council, generally when the item comes to Planning Commission first, it's heard, everyone receives a notice within the 1,000-foot radius of the Planning Commission meeting. During the Planning Commission meeting, if it's voted up or down, the Secretary of the Planning Department, which is actually the Planning Director, then announces when it would go on to City Council. There is no more formal card that is sent out for the planning, for a planning item going to City Council.
I got one.
If you can correct me, is it?
You did get a card?
I got a formal card from the Planning Commission.
For Planning
From
Commission,
planning.
but not for this meeting.
No, not
Yeah,
for
because
this.
normally it's announced at the Planning Commission meeting when it will go on to City Council, and that's your only notice. You don't receive a second card in the mail.
But it
saying-
was changed, so I had to fish around
Yeah,
to find out when the meeting was.
Yeah, the only notice you'll receive is when the Planning Director indicates when the meeting will go forward to City Council. You wouldn't receive a second card.
Okay, so the formal notification, from what I understand you're saying, is as a result of the Planning Commission meeting, and then there is a public meeting where it's publicly announced when the next meeting would be held.
Correct. And the City Council meeting would go.
And then because it was obeyed at the request of many people in the community, and it was the day before Thanksgiving, that would have been posted on our...
That would have been the only notice they would have received was at that meeting.
Okay.
No card would have gone out.
Okay. Thank you. And the last issue that I heard, would the applicant like to address how close the car wash is to the other building? You have that map? And you can be seated, sir, if that's okay. Thank you.
By the way, while he's doing that, Mr. Carroll, I'd like to point out that, I don't even want to use these words, but if this matter was denied, this application today, because it's C1, we have a Dutch Bros there. You notice all we did was do a site plan review for that today. We didn't need to have any type of use permit. So if this, be careful what you wish for. If this matter, again, our application is denied, we could do 3 small Dutch Bros over there and not even have to go to Planning Commission, I believe, unless Mr. Lowenstein's the expert on that, not me, but I think that's correct.
I think what you're saying is based on the zoning, certain things could go in there without even having to come before a city council.
Or Planning Commission even.
Or Planning Commission.
That's
Could
right.
you address that, Mr. Lowenstein?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the existing Title 19, 16 sections for site development reviews has the ability for proposed projects that conform to all development standards to be handled administratively. There is also the ability for a council member to request a review of it, which would bring it forward to Planning Commission and/or City Council.
Thank you. And there was a question about how close this car wash is to the next door building.
Yeah, so the car wash is located right here. The Sutherland building comes up and continues over this way. So you're about 200 to 250 feet away from the car wash entrance to the building.
Thank you. And did you have a public meeting?
Yes, we had a neighborhood meeting at the request of your office.
And yes, okay. Thank you for that. So you had a public meeting, and would you like to share anything from the meeting?
The 3 people who were here today were at the public meeting. They expressed a concern, and we try to answer their questions as best we could. And I mentioned the same thing, what the alternative was if we wanted to do C1 and just do Jack in the Box or 2 other restaurants like that, what their alternatives might be.
All right, thank you. And we'll give you one more shot at the, one more comment, and then we'll close public comment.
It's like a 40-acre parking lot at Sutherland. Why couldn't you put the car wash there instead of right out front? The only place there's any landscaping that looks nice. Which
Okay,
we have
thank you.
so little of in Las Vegas.
Thank you.
The gentleman just said that the driveway is 250 feet away from the window, but not their car wash facility, which is just a few feet. I think Sutherland should be involved since they have an option to purchase this from Citibank. The other thing that they did commit to, sort of 90%, they didn't 100% agree to it, but there's a median cut in the middle of Sahara, which starts near where 5 people have been killed at the traffic light at the entrance to Canyon Gate, that they said that they are willing to eliminate that. Correct?
Thank you. That's new to hear. Let me have traffic or planning be able to address that if possible.
They agreed to it.
We didn't agree to it.
Okay. Traffic, if I may, through you, Mayor, planning, is that something that
Bart
you have
Anderson,
addressed?
Public Works. Traffic
Public
would
Works,
be
thank you.
with me, and I have not heard that. I had heard of questions regarding the proposed left turn median cut, but I had not heard of a proposal to eliminate an existing median cut, so I would need clarification on what that was.
Sorry, I didn't hear what he said.
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. I'm not aware of a proposal to eliminate an existing median cut, and so it would be difficult for me to comment on that proposal since I don't know which median cut or who's proposing to do it or why. If they could provide that clarification, I could perhaps address it.
Could you clarify?
At the 2 nights before Thanksgiving...
And there's a diagram on the table there. We can see that diagram if you can point to it.
This is our proposed left turn in.
Yeah, there's a proposed left turn going west on West Sahara. They said they're willing to eliminate that as a concession.
Not correct.
Okay.
Let me also add, to make you feel a little bit better, though, we're required to file a traffic impact analysis, so you're going to get that anyway. So we're going to have to do what's right by traffic.
So Public Works, is that correct? If, say we approve this today, there will still be a traffic study that's needed to be done to ensure everything is in compliance?
That is correct. There is a condition of approval requiring the traffic study. There is also a condition of approval that stipulates that a left turn in, a median modification to allow a left turn in is allowed, but no left turns out. And that would further be covered by the required traffic study.
Okay, sir, so to address your question, that will be a condition of the approval if it happens to be an approval. Thank you.
And we did actually have a traffic study done on it initially to locate that left turn. That was done under T71632.
Okay, I'm sure that would go ahead, Public Works.
That is correct. There was a small study specifically looking at whether it could support lefts, and that was determined it could support lefts in, but not lefts out.
Okay, and we'll do a further study as well, correct?
Correct.
All right, so they'll look at that, sir.
Thank you very much.
Could someone, through the mayor, could someone just point out where this is going to go on this map? I'm not quite sure.
The red thing is the...
Oh, right, it's red.
Yeah.
Sorry. The light changed the color. Okay, red.
Okay, I think,
Yeah, so Lake Sahara is here, the intersection at Canyon Gate entrance right here. So the left turn would be a few hundred feet down from that intersection. And this would be the left turn in with stacking on it, appropriate
And
per
is there a
traffic study.
light there at that left turn currently?
There's a light at the Canyon Gate intersection.
Right.
There will not be a light at this left turn.
And what is the property to the right of
This
the
one
car
here?
wash? Yeah, that big one.
This is the Citibank branch. That's there with the
Okay.
ATMs and everything.
The bank's piece.
Yes.
thank you. We are about to close public comment. I think it's Lorraine, is that right? Would you like one more comment, and then we're closing public comment?
I don't know this.
I didn't want to have to say this, but since Jay Brown is in this, the fix was in, and so the same thing that
Thank
happened
you.
to Bob Beers could happen to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We'll close public comment. So at this time, just to, I'll just say a few words, and I'd love to hear any comments from my fellow council members.
I have a, thank you. You mind if I jump in for a second? Colonel Soroka?
Nope, through me.
Yes.
Councilman.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Mayor, is it okay if Councilman Creer speaks?
100% correct, Mayor.
Yes.
Through you, Councilman Creer, take it away.
She is absolutely
Right.
correct. Through
Okay.
you, Mayor.
Please, thank you.
You are my fault. So this is on Sahara, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Sahara is probably, arguably, the most commercialized street in our city. That travels all the way up from Summerlin, all the way out to Boulder Highway. There are car dealerships, there's restaurants, there's just a plethora of commercial on Sahara. And so your property, if I'm looking at this correctly, it's going to enter and exit off of Sahara?
It'll enter off of Sahara with a left turn from westbound, and it'll have a right in and a right out eastbound. And then you'll have the continued access off of Lake Sahara that is existing right now into the call center.
Right. And so at that call center there, that's just a call center that's there right now,
Yes.
which is a huge, at one point, I think that was the largest employer for Citibank in their fleet with all the call centers that was there. It's been there for a long time up at the lakes. There's a limited service hotel up that way. Next to it, there's the pub, which is on the corner there. There's gas stations. I'm trying to understand where the consternation is between residents that are behind there at the lakes and to the commercial development that's happening on Sahara. And I'm just trying to understand that because it's such a hugely commercial. I could see if you were saying I'm going to build it on Summer Breeze Drive or something, which is right in the middle of a neighborhood. This is Sahara, and I'm trying to see if I'm missing something, right? Because it's so commercial that I don't know what else commercial, ma'am, you're not, we're done, nope, we're done with the public comment. Thank you. And so I'm just trying to understand what else would go there. It's zoned commercial, correct?
It's currently zoned C1.
And it's not going to change from commercial. So something commercial is going to go there.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you can talk about light, you can talk about sound, you can talk about, with the positioning the washers and dryers closer towards and having sound come out, egress and ingress around the flow of where the cars go and come out so they don't exit out back into the neighborhood. You can talk about times of operation, which I think is important. You don't want to start too early. You don't want to be there too late. those are some of my concerns, but I kind of think it's a pretty nice project that's going to go there for a very, very residential area. I mean, a very commercial area.
Thank you.
Would any other council members like to speak, if it's okay, through the mayor? Does Councilwoman Tarkanian, would you like to speak?
No, I was
Mayor, is
just-
that okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
I was just interested in the location and the effect of the noise and everything on them. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Okay, I can address that. Councilwoman Fiore, you look like you'd like to speak, if that's okay. Did you want to say something?
She has a cold.
You're good. All right.
She has a cold.
Mayor, that's good. Would any of my colleagues like to say something before I share a little bit? All right, thank you. I thank you for our constituents for reaching out. I've received many phone calls, many emails, and there was a significant point of confusion that there was going to be a convenience store at this location. And once it was pointed out to the people that did speak to me that there was no convenience store, correct?
Correct.
There is no convenience store.
There is no convenience store, sir.
That mitigated a lot of the concerns that people had. And so I was very concerned about what the appearance of this facility would look like in the noise myself. So I looked online to look at the other 3 car washes that you have in town of the same style, and I sent my chief of staff to the Henderson location, and I went to the location on the east side of town. So I personally drove through it, and I have my receipt, and I found it, and I rolled my windows down as I was approaching the car wash, and while I was there, I rolled the windows up while going through the car wash, and then I rolled it back down while I was vacuuming my car, and I found the sound did not even go past the street. There was an elementary school across the street where they were very well taken care of. Further, I was concerned about the cleanliness, and all your locations that we could find were extremely clean. The structure that you put in place is actually very aesthetically pleasing. And then the vacuum cleaners, I think I could have sucked up Jay Brown and the vacuum cleaner. It was that powerful. So I was very, very impressed with that. I was very concerned because my constituents were concerned. But when I went through the list and just hearing their comments just now, that we were able to address them, I believe. I believe you have taken great care and concern at your meetings and prior to coming here. So I would like to make a motion to approve this item. What number is it?
Start with agenda item 61.
I would like a motion to approve agenda item 61.
Okay, there's a motion, please, on agenda item 61. Please vote and please post.
Motion to approve item 62.
And that carried. Agenda item number 62. A motion to approve on agenda item 62. And please post. And that has been approved.
And Mayor, just a point, I noticed.
But on your traffic study, will that come back?
No.
Traffic study is, Mayor, Public Works, Bart Anderson. A traffic study is not normally presented to the council. It's a fairly technical document investigating the impact on nearby intersections. If you wanted to see it, we would certainly provide it to you, but that's not a normal thing.
But if that were an issue that cast poor lights on this project, you would hear it before they start building, right?
Correct, and so would you.
So,
You know,
okay.
if
so
it was
as
an
long as
issue that
Councilman
was significant,
Soroka
I would
knows.
make you aware of it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yes, please. Your button on, please.
To Councilman Soroka, and I think I asked you this when we met, but is the building around it going to be made as noise-proof as possible?
We'll ask
Because I know I had one that was going in right next to a senior center, and there are ways that they can make it so that you can't hear the noise as much.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could address from my personal experience, it was quiet. The building itself was quiet, and the way they're orienting it, it does not face the residents. It's parallel to the Sahara Avenue, so the sounds go parallel to the roadway.
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And if you'll take your cards there, Councilman Soroka, and turn them into the clerk here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, thank you. All right, we are moving on now to agenda item 67. Okay. Is that where we are? Yes. Okay. Ugh. SUP, this is agenda item 67, SUP 74048, public hearing, applicant owner Block Enterprises LLC, possible action or request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 7705 Seagull Avenue, R1 Single Family Residential. This is in Ward 2 with Councilman Soroka. Note, the correct applicant owner is Blocker Enterprises, Inc., LLC, excuse me. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Are you the applicant or the support?
Yes, I'm the applicant.
Okay, and your name, please?
Madam Mayor, councilors, thanks for having me here. My name is Kean Block. I'm
Key
here-
Block?
Yep, Kean
Okay.
Block, spelled Keaneblock.
Okay, tell us about your property.
Absolutely. Thanks again for having me here, and it's been a bit of a wait for me to get here. It's obviously these short-term rentals are a bit of a hot button topic here. My family and I we purchased the property back in 2012 for the purpose of it being a vacation rental. We fell in love with this city back years ago. It started when my wife and I were coming here for vacations, and obviously we were spending a lot of time on the Strip. As we got older, we decided that we wanted a more quiet vacation, and we actually fell in love with the city. We started making friends here, and we're spending a lot of time here now. With that, as we moved off the Strip, we just started to discover how great this city is and the type of people it has, with, you know, activities such as going to Red Rock Canyon or even just going to Tivoli Village and hanging out for the night. So when we bought the house, we wanted to be good neighbors. We didn't want to have a party house, which is why we selected the house that we did. It's still a fair distance from the Strip, because we wanted to attract like-minded people to us, people who wanted to come to Vegas and not engage in the party lifestyle, but just engage in nice, relaxing, sitting by the pool and enjoying the weather, going out, enjoying the various things that Vegas has to offer outside of just going to the Strip. With that, what we did to be good neighbors is we made contact with a property management company to ensure that when we're not there, the property is being maintained, the property is being rented out to like-minded people, and it's also being, well, it's just being maintained properly. Everything's running nice and smooth. As a result, I mean, we employ landscaping, pool maintenance, cleaning. We want to make sure that this property is essentially the nicest property in the neighborhood. So from there, back in 2012, we started this, and up until I had to apply for this special use permit, I don't even think my neighbors knew that it was being rented out as a vacation rental. That's how quiet it was. And as far as I know, there hasn't been any complaints to the city regarding the property. So moving forward, we got approval from the Planning Commission back on September 11th, and then I was all set for the council vote on October 17th. That's where I came and I had it abated. That was actually at the request of Councilman Soroka. He contacted me the night before, or Joe did, his aide, asking if I had a community meeting about it. At that time, there wasn't any requirement to have a community meeting. However, the councilman wanted it. And I agreed with him, out of respect for the community, that I would have a community meeting. Moving forward, went back to the Planning Commission. We had the notices sent out, and we had the community meeting on November 19th. One thing I do want to point out that I did do after having the meeting with Councilman Soroka is I was able to do a little bit of online sleuthing and find out who did oppose who opposed the short-term rental SUP. And what I did is I wrote each one of those people that opposed it a letter, introduced myself, giving my brief history, my family history, and what our intentions are with the property. I got a couple of people contacting me because I provided my phone number, and they had a few questions, just trying to get to know me, and so that it was really positive from there. Moving forward, we had the community meeting on November 19th. two people showed up. One was in support, one wasn't sure whether they supported it or what it was. I'm confident to say that after that meeting, both were in support of it, our special use permit here. And from here, that's where we are now. I'm looking for approval of yourself and the council here for
Fine.
my special use permit.
Thank you. Are you from Canada?
Yes, I am.
People would say, how do you know? You still have a strong accent. Hoot. Toronto area or where?
Edmonton, Alberta. You bet.
Okay, how about it from planning?
Good afternoon, ma'am. So the applicant is proposing to operate a non-owner occupied 4-bedroom short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use requirements of Title 19 as of the time this application was submitted. Staff is recommending approval with condition number 2 requiring expungement of the entitlement if the property is to be sold. And I will turn it over at this time to Deputy Planning Director Mary McElhone, and if she has any additional information regarding licensing or code enforcement concerns.
Yes. This location does not have any code enforcement action that has taken place on it. They did apply for a business license in June of 2018, and I believe that's when they realized they needed the special use permit. Currently, there's a listing on UHost. However, it is for a minimum night stay of 31 nights or more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to make comment on number 67? Hearing none, I'm going to close public comment, and we are going to turn this back over to Councilman Soroka.
Thank you, Mayor. Keene has been a great neighbor, and he listened to all my concerns and addressed them. I move to approve item 67.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Good luck. Have a good time. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Motion carries. Okay, I've been requested by Mayor Pro Tem, who has an appointment, to please pull forward agenda item 71 and 73. So let me do that. All right. Okay. 71 is SUP 74215, public hearing, applicant owner Feng Ying Li and Hufiang Li for possible action appeal of denial by the Planning Commission on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 3909 Bernardino Avenue, R1 single-family residential zone, Ward 1, with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Planning Commission and recommends denial, and staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open, and let's start with Mr. Summerfield, perhaps this time.
Madam Mayor, I want to make sure we're on 69, right? 'Cause my screen-
71.
I'm sorry,
I
71.
pulled forward 71, I'm going to pull forward 73.
I apologize. So 71, Madam Mayor, the application that is before you is a result of a code enforcement action for an illegal short-term residential use. The applicant is proposing to operate a non-owner occupied 5-bedroom short-term residential rental unit that otherwise meets all of our minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912 that existed at the time of the application submittal. Staff is recommending approval with condition number 1 requiring expungement if the property is being sold. At this time, I will turn it over to Deputy Planning Director Mary McElhone so she can give an update on the code enforcement and licensing on this property.
No,
This property is the subject of a code enforcement case. That case was opened June 21st, 2018. A notice and order was issued July 17, 2018. All the listings were removed July 29, 2018, and it appears that the property has been in compliance since that time. There are currently no listings that are identified in any of the hosting platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's hear from you or your representative, please.
Mayor, council members, Tina Brown, 8414 West Farm Road.
And can you stand a little closer to the mic? Thank you.
Tina Brown,
please.
8414 West Farm Road. Representing the applicant, we respectfully request that you follow staff's recommendation for approval. We did not represent this applicant at the Planning Commission meeting, And after reviewing what happened at the Planning Commission, it was not made clear that this is owner-occupied.
It is owner-occupied. Okay. Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? I'll close public hearing. Councilwoman, it's yours.
Who's the owner?
Right here.
This is the applicant.
Could you state your name, sir, if you go to the microphone?
He speaks Chinese, so he's...
Okay.
Do you want to... he can't say anything. Do you want to talk for him? This is his son.
My name is David Wong. I live at 3909 San Bernardino Avenue. And this house is our family's. The actual owner are my dad's cousin who are residing in China, but they have a sister who's living in Los Angeles. That's managing, and they're basically just renting out to us because why rent to other people when you can rent to your relative? And I was just thinking of ways for my dad to cover his expenses. So we both live at the location, and we do have 3 more spare bedrooms that we're trying to rent out.
Okay, so it's owner-occupied.
It is owner-occupied by your father?
Yes, my father and I both stay at the place. Yes.
Okay. I'll move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item number 71. Please vote and please post.
Madam Mayor, while we wait for the results, I have a question for you.
Yeah, please.
Is anybody else really hot in these
Oh.
chambers? Or is it just me?
Just you. You're
Yeah?
having such a good time.
Okay.
I did want to mention that agenda item 68 had been obeyed to January 16th, 2019. So we are now on to also, Councilwoman will have, you have a joint one on 69, but she also asked that 73 come forward, so let's do that one. SUP 74259, public hearing, applicant CFME LLC owner, Paulo Gallo Trust et al. For possible action on appeal of the denial by Planning Commission on a request for a special use permit for an existing 6,897 square foot health club use at 2411 Tech Center Court, Suite 101, C-PB, Planned Business Park, Zone 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Note that the subject was published indicating the Planning Commission recommended approval. However, they recommended denial by a 6-0 vote. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. And are you the applicant or representative?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I am the applicant.
And your name is, please?
My name is Zach Forrest. I live at 1173 Silverstone Way.
Okay, Mr. Summerfield, let's go with you.
Madam Mayor, staff finds that the proposed use can be conducted compatibly with the surrounding land uses, and therefore staff has recommended approval of this request with several conditions placed upon the special use permit to ensure compatibility with surrounding land uses. Thank you.
And have you agreed to those conditions that planning has put on this?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we've been in compliance for the past 6 months.
Okay, now this is a public hearing, so I have cards from Doug Rankin, Cheryl Husley, Barbara Rue, Mealy Chewing, Kevin Clorette, Dee Drizzen, and George Garcia. So let's get organized. You're growing a beard. I haven't seen you in a while. Okay. And
Thank you,
it's
Mayor.
older because you're gray. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
that's correct, yeah.
And your name is, please?
George Garcia.
Okay.
1055 Whitney Ranch Drive, Suite 210, and hopefully wiser, you know.
Okay.
Okay, if we can go to the overhead, certainly I think most of you are familiar with the property. I think what's key about today, what it was instructive, is that while you looked and listened to many hours of what is harmonious and compatible in a residential setting, we're now going to talk about what is not harmonious and compatible in a commercial setting. We are here, my clients, LV Wolf, and their representatives are with me today, and they'll be speaking to you, occupy this building here at the Professional Center, and the CrossFit is located immediately 41 feet across this service drive next door to us. This is all situated in the Tech Center, which is a creation of the City of Las Vegas Professional Tech Center. You are still an active member in controlling and looking at what goes on in that tech center. So you have basically two roles. But when the tech center was created, it did not envision anything other than creating a professional park. And it was not envisioned to be sort of a retail sort of operation, servicing generally services are provided by the CrossFit. More importantly, what we're here to tell you is that what the Planning Commission found is what you're going to hear from those speaking today. This is not harmonious. It is not compatible. Very specifically, noise and vibration that are disruptive to the businesses. That's contrary both to the code, we believe, both in terms of the use and the nuisance impacts. It's also contrary to the tech center and its intent, and as well as its requirements under that entity. I'm going to stop at this point and ask those to speak to you who have experienced this firsthand and personally over the long course of this, and the opportunities that could have been taken have been neglected by the applicant, and we think at this point what would be appropriate is to deny the request for the appeal and support the Planning Commission tonight. If we will go ahead and, Lee, introduce yourself for the record and let the council know.
Good afternoon. My name is Lee Drizin, D-R-I-Z-I-N, and I am one of the owners of 2460 Professional Court, which is the building to the west of this location. But more than that, I'm also a tenant. I have a law firm. We have about 10 people in that building directly west of them. I will tell you that this has been anything but a harmonious use. We, being myself and one of my other members of the LLC, almost a decade ago, made a decision to make a real commitment in the city, and we, at least on my behalf, it was the largest investment I had ever made, as we bought a multi-million-dollar building and invested in that, and we have numerous businesses in that besides myself and my partner. We've operated there for almost 10 years, harmoniously with all the businesses that are surrounding until this applicant moved in, and almost immediately it was a problem. And I think it's important for the council to understand that well before we got to this level, well before this escalated, I made numerous attempts to meet with them and point out to them our concerns to see if we could reach some kind of resolution. I'm a small business person also. It's never my intent to harm another business. And basically, the marching orders that I got were, we're not making any of the changes that you suggest. They were completely inflexible and unwilling to make any of those changes. Ironically, sometime later, it was the city that did make them adopt certain changes. And I will tell you that many of those changes were things that I had previously recommended, but in fact, it made no difference in the sound and the problems that we were having. And one of the conditions that staff has actually requested that was shot down unanimously by the planning board was that none of their sounds from the use inside that facility should go beyond the property. And I didn't know a whole lot about CrossFit. I wasn't familiar with how loud it really was. And so we started to log the problems that we were having. And so the problem got so bad that I sit in an office that is probably 200 feet away. I can no longer have client meetings in that office because, quite frankly, I have no idea when the banging is going to start. And it isn't just someone who drops a weight. It's a bang with multiple bangs after that.
Weren't you in front of us before?
No.
Wasn't this a couple of years
well,
ago? And on this
The
particular...
issue was before the council before, but I actually was not. Mr. Shapiro, one of the other members of the LLC, was here.
I recall
You're correct, Mayor. This was previously, there was a discussion
Couple of
about
years ago.
whether this was a permitted use, and the answer was, and of course with all of the council having heard this, this was not permitted to go forward with. They had originally gotten a license and were operating without a special use permit, and I think they were determined by the council that they needed to do more than just merely obtain a license, and that's what brought this all basically back before you.
Correct.
And at that time, as I recall, the other tenants were going to meet together to try to make suggestions how...
Correct.
This was the one with the weight.
Right, that is correct. And Mr. Drizin, what he's referring to, and is both by himself and others, there have been efforts over the entire course of this use to try to ameliorate, mitigate those impacts in some fashion that one could live with. That has not been the case. In fact, if anything, the experience has been is there has been nothing done that can mitigate those impacts of vibration and noise. And at this point, I think that's why we're saying we're not the suggested mitigations, but actually a denial because it's an incompatible use.
Thank you. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, not at
But
all.
all of a sudden, it was coming back. It was something that was in front of us about 2 years ago, I want to say.
Within the last year, basically.
Last-
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And I think that what's important for the council to understand is it has, again, been something less than a harmonious use. Imagine sitting in your office trying to conduct research, write a letter, even have a telephone call, and being interrupted by this incessant pounding. And the concerns have been is that essentially when we got done at the Planning Commission, the representation was, we've done everything we're going to do. We're not doing anything else. And what was so frustrating about that is that even after the city had made suggestions to them to make these changes to try and ameliorate some of these issues, tone down the noises, no one ever came over to us. The applicant never came back to us and said, hey, Lee, or any of the other businesses in the building, are you guys still having these problems?
Okay, I think I'm going to ask you to give the other people a chance.
Absolutely.
We've had a lot
Thank you.
of public comment today, so let's go ahead with Millet and Doug Rankin and Cheryl and Kevin, and state your name for the record, please.
Mayor Kevin Clarity, 2460 Professional Court, Las Vegas. Councilman, I appreciate the time for me to be here today. If I had not been here all afternoon, perhaps I would have been at my office conducting work while pondering if the thundering noise that I was hearing was a incoming storm front about to envelop the valley, or perhaps the neighboring CrossFit gym that is performing their daily weightlifting routine. I'll be the first to tell you that I have a great deal of respect for someone that can lift 300 pounds over their head and hurl it across a room. There is a time and place for that, and it is not where my office is located in the Tech Center Circle. As you know, the Tech Center was developed to be a crown jewel for the city of Las Vegas, a place where businesses and doctors and professional youths could come together and conduct business in a harmonious area. Well, since the CrossFit gym has joined us, it has been anything but harmonious. My experience has been that within my office, much like the movie Jurassic Park, when they begin to do their exercises, you can see water vibrate on my desk. My many employees, who you'll hear from here shortly, also say they have difficult concentrating and doing their work. I am a small business person. I completely recognize how difficult it is to get a small business off the ground. And the last thing I want to do is impede someone's ability to conduct their business. However, we all have a responsibility to act harmonious and further our business goals as a community together. The individual applicant himself has not been open to working with our office to make this a harmonious area. We've been met essentially with a Chinese wall, a stone wall, saying, we're not going to change. We're not going to change our business practices. We're here to stay. You have to deal with this. It's essentially driven me to take my business out into the field and away from my office. I strongly oppose his particular use for this gym, and I ask and encourage you to deny his appeal for this particular use. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask the remaining people if you have something additional to add, just not be repetitive of the same comments. So please come forward and state your name for the record, and we understand the concerns.
Okay, my name's Barbara Rowe, and I work at the 2460 Professional Court. Since the CrossFit gym has opened, my office actually is, there's an office between me and the CrossFit gym, so I'm the second office down. But the noise is so loud, it's almost impossible to concentrate. They drop weights most days, multiple times, and it's not just one drop. As they drop, it's a loud bang, and then it has to bounce 2 or 3 more times after that. They drop sometimes 40 to 45 minutes at a time, so it makes it hard to do your daily work and concentrate. It takes me longer to complete tasks, and it really creates a bad work environment because it's hard to concentrate and do your daily work.
Thank you. Thank you. Helpful.
leave this for the letter from her for the record.
Your name, ma'am, please?
Mila Chung, last name
you.
Cheung. I work for 2460 Professional Court. I've been working there since 2009 and enjoyed the quiet and peaceful work environment. But on and after late March, I've been hearing this loud bang, bang, bang constantly. And it's a CrossFit gym right across, very close to me. And no matter what we did or asked, it's been continuing. And last 1 week, I've enjoyed the peace. I don't know what happened, but I just wanted to let you know it's been very detrimental to my work environment with them across. Thank you.
Thank you. So you must be Cheryl.
Another letter for the record.
Thank you.
My name is Cheryl Huseby, Huseby. As everyone said, this started late March, mid-April. I started keeping a log on April 23rd of every time I could hear it. And my office is the farthest away from here. It's on the other side of the building. And you can feel the vibrations, you can hear the noise. Yeah, my office is approximately here. It's completely on the far side. You can still hear it, you can still feel the vibrations. So every time I would hear that, we would keep a log of it. I've got 291 entries on my log. One of the things I wanted to point out was that during the planning meeting, it was read that after July 11th, there were no further complaints. That's not true. I was emailing code enforcement, and I went back and looked, and from July 11th until August 7th, when I received an email from code enforcement saying it's no longer an issue, please stop emailing us, there were 22 emails after the time that they said that they didn't receive any complaints.
Okay, thank you.
At one point, I was trying to show, because you can hear beyond the property line very easily, so I would stand beside the building and just record the back of the building so that you could hear the sounds coming out. A couple of the people, I'm assuming members of the gym that run around the building, made a hostile comment as they saw me out there recording. I think they thought I was recording them, called me a foul name, completely unnecessary. I've never had any interactions with them directly, so there was really no reason for that. I believe it was at the Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Forrest stated himself that it just sounds like a door slamming. Well, it is more than that, but even if you take that, if you're in your office and concentrating, I work behind a closed door all day in complete silence. I'm an accounting manager. If someone stood beside your desk and slammed a door over and over again for 45 minutes, it's very detrimental to being able to do your job.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then I have a letter
Thank you.
too.
And if you could, yeah, okay.
Doug Rankin, 1055 Whitney Ranch Road. Just to clarify, this item was before you previously on an appeal of a nuisance order in June of this year, and the appeal was denied, and the applicant was instructed to fix the problem. I just want to let you know this is a special use permit. It's a discretionary permit, and Title 19 tells us that the process recognizes that when a given zoning district, within a given zoning district, certain uses may be appropriate and compatible in some locations, but not in others. I think the Planning Commission in their findings that this use was not compatible, not harmonious, and was disruptive to the surrounding properties is a finding of fact, and I think you heard that here today from the testimony from the others. So with that, we'd ask you to uphold Planning Commission's denial of the SUP.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Close public hearing, Councilwoman.
The mayor remembered when we met before, and we went over some of these questions, and members of the council made suggestions as to what might be done, because we did want everything to work together harmoniously. I followed this very closely and followed code people. I didn't follow them. I followed them through the phone. They told me the results. And for a while, we didn't hear the noise. And it's because you don't have the noise all day long, all day. What turned out was when we heard the noise was intermittently. I mean, I don't know how the things are scheduled, but you'd hear it for a while and then you'd hear it for another while. But it is a loud noise which is disruptive, I believe, to any type of work where you'd have to do it thinking, particularly deep thinking. And then somebody taped it, and it was very obvious that there was a noise that was coming into those offices that was disruptive. So I'm sorry, but I have to move for denial on SUP 74259.
Is there anything else you wanted to add?
Madam Mayor, without directly calling into question the integrity of everybody that was up here, there were many statements that were just made that were just flat out false. When we were first told that we were a nuisance, we made every effort and complied with what code enforcement had asked us to do. We moved our weightlifting operations to the front of the building. We kept the garage doors completely shut. The only time we're ever outside the building is when we're running, and we're not hooting and hollering, we're not making noise other than the pitter-patter of the feet going by. We even put up gymnastics padding against the garage door so it would dampen the sound. And I'm just curious as to what is the validity or what is the point even of having code enforcement in their own report say that we are no longer a nuisance. Like, that's their words. And those were their words saying we're not louder than a car door shutting. So as a small business owner, it's hard for me to do anything else without changing our operations so much that it wouldn't be a CrossFit gym.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. So,
And I feel, unfortunately, that it probably was a type of business misplaced where it was. It wasn't your fault, but I think it was misplaced.
And you have made a motion? Or
For
did you not?
denial, yeah.
All right, there's a motion on agenda item 73 for denial. Please vote, please post. And that motion carries, sorry. But thank you for coming down. We are going to go back now to agenda item 69, GPA 73548, public hearing, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action or request for general plan amendment to amend portions southeast sector land use map of general plan from C commercial LI/R light industry research LVMD Las Vegas Medical District M medium density residential, MXU mixed use, and SC service commercial to FBC form-based code on approximately 307 acres in the Las Vegas Medical District, generally located south of the US 95, west of Interstate 15, north of Charleston Boulevard, east of Rancho Drive, wards 1 and 5. That is Councilwoman Tarkanian and Councilman Creer. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing, and we are the applicant, for heaven's sake.
Just as I leave, Mayor, I wanted to let you finish that, but I wanted to express happy holidays to all of you.
Oh, thank you. To you, too.
Look forward to next year.
Thank you. Thank you. We are the applicant, so what say thee?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, so this, as we've briefed on and as we've brought various items before this council related to the implementation of the downtown master plan, this is the general plan amendment that will allow us in the pilot area within the medical district. Again, there's been some questions from the community. There's been some questions from this council about rushing the form-based code to a whole district and to the whole downtown at once. There's an interest in seeing how it works in practicality. In the medical district, the core medical district actually works the best for that. So that's why we have this pilot area. This GPA will allow the rezoning request that is before the Planning Commission to be heard. And then when that item comes through, that will allow us to actually implement the form-based code within the pilot area and move forward with that phase of the downtown master plan implementation. And with that, obviously staff is recommending approval, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Wonderful. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard? We do have someone who wishes to be heard.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman, members of the council. Justin Michaels, 820 Rancho Lane. The item before you, you are going to be changing the zoning of many properties in the medical district. Most specifically, my concern are the properties along Charleston that go from I-15 west to Rancho. The city is in the midst of taking land on both sides of the street for that entire area. And while property owners are essentially negotiating with the city on their valuations, it's probably inappropriate for the city to be making a zoning
Inappropriate
change.
or is appropriate?
Inappropriate.
Okay.
So my recommendation would be for you to table these items related to the pilot plan until your condemnation has finished, because otherwise, how can property owners really know what their true valuation is if the city's in the midst of changing everything?
Okay, that's a good comment.
So,
Any comments here from council? Anybody else from the public? Any response from planning? Who do we want to go to?
Madam Mayor, I think Chief Cervantes may have some...
Operations and Development.
Yes, Operations and Development Chief Cervantes can better speak to the process. The Charleston conversation has been a very long time coming, and is completely separate and apart from this activity, which is also its own long time coming. So I'll let Chief Cervantes talk about that.
Mayor, for the record, Jorge Cervantes. Mayor, we aren't in the process of taking any property. We are acquiring right-of-way for a sidewalk widening project. So along the corridor, they were acquiring 5 to 10 feet, depending on what we need, for sidewalk widening. So we are negotiating with different properties to acquire those additional footage, but we're not taking any properties.
You're not taking property. I know Jimmy John's has a sign in front of it, as does the corner quick shop place on
Yeah, we are
Rancho
in
and-
negotiations with different properties. At the end of the day, if there are buildings in the way, there may be some acquisitions of an entire parcel, but right now, we're just acquiring for a sidewalk widening project.
Okay. Thank you very much. Did you wish to say anything else? And you have to repeat your name, because you're the
Justin
same.
Michaels, 820 Rancho Lane. Thank you, Mayor Goodman. We are actually having an entire property taken. So I just want to make sure the record reflects that, yes, the city is taking more than just sidewalks.
Okay.
This is something that's considerably larger. So that's my concern, right? If you're taking our entire property and there's zoning changes going on, how, and I, in good faith, can deal with the city and your appraisers if you are changing the zoning and then, right, I have no basis.
Okay, so what property could you give us, just generally?
2001 West Charleston is being, the entire property's being taken. You know, we have properties 1823 West Charleston, 1833 West Charleston. The city does have a map that shows everywhere along that corridor. I do know Jimmy John's will have to be relocated. It is a much larger project than just simple sidewalks. I'm not trying to diminish what the city is doing, but it is quite significant. So it would only be appropriate for the city to step back and wait to, well, let me make this recommendation. The city does one of two things. Either step back and wait until the taking is complete before you move forward with your pilot plan, right? Because you're changing the zoning in the midst of taking, or stop the taking and move forward with your pilot plan.
So not being in the business of engineering at all, what do you think with Mr. Michael's suggestion? Does that mess everything up in your timeline? I mean, this seems to have some significance.
For the record, Jorge Cervantes. So, Mayor, the address he gave us on the south side of Charleston, the 2001 West Charleston, this action item you're taking today doesn't impact the south side of Charleston. Everything's north of Charleston.
My point is, I'm speaking for my personal property. You are taking property on the north side of the street from UMC. You can go down the list. The city sent us a letter showing every property that has land being taken. Unfortunately, those people aren't here for whatever reason that they cannot attend. But that doesn't mean that they aren't being affected by this pilot plan moving forward and you changing the zoning.
May I have a question?
I mean, we're having questions. I think we're all a little confused here.
Yes, we are. Through you, Mayor. This is the first I've heard about that. I haven't heard about taking property. And I think those are very strong words when you say taking property, because I know that history has shown that the council has been very leery of any type of eminent domain. Is that what you're saying? That the
Yes, sir.
city's taking the property by eminent domain from the University Medical Center and others, you're saying?
On both sides of the street.
I find it, not that,
And I will,
not that you're wrong, but I find it very hard to believe that we haven't heard from anybody, at least I haven't. This is what you're talking about is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward, but I'm right across the way in the pilot program bridges into my ward down by Costco and on the north side of Alta. But I just find it hard to believe that we haven't heard from anybody, UMC, yourself, any other owners, developers, Jimmy John's, about the city taking our property.
I just received the written offer from the city last week.
Okay.
So there is a timing perspective here when you look at it. So if I just received last week the offer for the taking on one of our properties on the south side of the street, right, I would assume everyone else is in a similar boat. So either they're just now receiving it, or they just received it recently, or they will be receiving it in the coming days. And I'm just asking the simple question of, is it appropriate for the city to be involved in eminent domain or a taking or whatever particular phrase you'd like to use, but then also be doing a blanket zoning change for an entire side of the street that will be affected by that taking?
Well, but it's not really a zoning change, though. I mean, it's a general plan amendment that is a pilot for form-based code, so it's not necessarily we're changing zoning on parcels. It is a general plan amendment which lays out a potential to do something. It's not,
Okay.
no one's going in there changing.
Mr. Adams would like to respond?
Please.
Scott Adams, City Manager. I think as many of you know, I've been running point for the city for quite some time now on the Medical District project, starting with the formation of our advisory council all the way through our master plan process and to where we are today. I think what's being referenced is a Charleston beautification project where we're widening sidewalks, enhancing streetscape. It's all been planned for a long time now. It's something we've concepted for several years. It was in the Medical District Master Plan. We've engaged all the property owners in that process. I can tell you, I've very recently had a meeting with the CEO of UMC. We've discussed this. I actually have a meeting with their leadership team tomorrow on this. They're very cooperative with us on what we're doing in terms of the overall plan, because the end game is to dramatically beautify the Charleston corridor as it interfaces with the medical district, to bring it to a level that's first class, commensurate with the vision that we've established for a long time in the medical district. So there really are two different things here. One is a beautification project for a corridor that we've had in the works for some time, and secondly, a form-based code effort, which is part of the master plan process, which has now come to fruition, which creates incredible flexibility to all the property owners in how they can develop their properties. And as Robert has indicated, we're doing this as a pilot project in the medical district before we actually apply it to other parts of the downtown area. So I think the end game here is very positive. I know in consulting with Jorge, the way we approach a beautification project like this is first to negotiate the acquisition of any parcels we need, any additional width we need to expand the sidewalk and anything in the right-of-way. So we're not aware that we're doing anything right now with the threat of eminent domain, and it's always been our intent to negotiate acquisition as we go forward.
And could you explain, or maybe it's Robert or Peter could explain, on this map, I see the medical district, what's the big looping single black line? What's that? Because we can't see these little words at the bottom.
Madam Mayor, that's the boundary of the radius for notification. So everybody that's within that big loopy black line was notified about this pending general plan amendment. Those same people have been notified about the pending zoning action in terms of our signage and everything else. That's the notification radius that you're seeing there.
And then this, because I understand the gray and the widening of the sidewalk, we've talked about that. How does it affect property south of Charleston?
At this time, it does not. Again, we're not changing the general plan designation or the zoning on the south side of Charleston at this time. We're only piloting in the medical district, the area that is commonly referred to as the core medical district, as well as working with Councilman Creer's office, the new MLK corridor going north, the northern portion of the medical district, where Walker's and Costco and some of those other areas where there's opportunities, particularly as Project Neon closes out for redevelopment. We think it's appropriate to pilot in that area as well.
So at the time that this would affect the south part of Charleston, what happens then? Is there another notification that you are looking at zoning change?
Absolutely. So we go through this exact same process when we get there. Again, from a staff perspective, as your planning director, my ideal situation is that for those that have had concerns about the deployment of form-based code, they will see the projects that will come as a result of that in the pilot area, and then the council and the folks on the south side of Charleston will then be very much wanting the form-based code to apply to that south side, and then we'll do the same thing we've done for the pilot area. We will go forth, we'll do a neighborhood meeting for the general plan amendment, we'll come to Planning Commission and City Council on a general plan amendment, on a rezoning, and if those things are approved by the council, then we would apply the new development standards that are the form-based code on that south side. But at this time, they're not a part of they're in the medical district, but they're not a part of this pilot that's being done.
So everything south, if I understand, is not part of the changed zoning.
Correct. They maintain their current zoning, or they could, again, because they're not a part of this, they could actually, and I hate to say this, but they can come forward and until we get to form-based code on the south side, they maintain their rights to come forward with a future zoning request of their own.
So that's taking, if I may, from the Chevron on the corner of Charleston and Rancho, and Crossroads and those other, the funeral home or whatever's in there, all those properties, the patio flower shop, no. Yeah, that's Abella. Boy,
Yeah.
they shoot me on that one. So everything on that side as far as widening the sidewalks and streetscaping comes later.
No, Mayor Horst, for the record, no. We're doing both sides sidewalks. However, we are in the process of negotiating with properties the acquisition. There hasn't been any threat of condemnation. We, as staff, don't have the authority to condemn. We'd have to come back to council for approval for any condemnation if we're required. At this point, we're just negotiating with properties for acquisition. Those that we can't come to an agreement with, then we make a decision whether we skip that property and just widen around them, or we come back to you with a separate item with authorization for condemnation.
And do you have an estimate of how deep from Charleston going south? Are you talking 10 feet, 20 feet? What is the encroachment there?
I don't have information, Mayor, but it's probably about 5 feet, could be 5 to 10 feet. He's right that there may be some buildings that are right to the back of sidewalk, in which case if we can't come to an agreement on an acquisition, then we make a determination, do we skip that property and work around them, similar to what we did on Main Street with the Bill Bonds building. We didn't widen in front of them, we widened around them because the cost of the expenditure was too great.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Mayor, may I ask you one
Yes.
question? Can I understand why the south side of Charleston was pulled out of the pilot program? Because originally it was in, and I still don't understand why it was removed.
Who's going to answer this one back to Mr. Cervantes?
No, I will answer. So, Madam Mayor, so the speaker is absolutely correct. As a part of, and I believe he's been a part of or a partner in his property ownership there, has been a part of our subcommittee, the planning subcommittee for the Las Vegas Medical District for a while now, where this has been, again, in the works for quite a while. And it was always the intent of staff to include the south side of Charleston. The initial pilot was the entire medical district as it's in the downtown master plan. However, through the process, because we have had a very extensive public process for this, comments that were received from members of this council, members of the Planning Commission, and members of the public in the adjoining neighborhoods on the south side of Charleston were still not comfortable with the concept of form-based code. And so as a way to address that, the area that's being piloted was shrunk to the core area and the MLK corridor so that we can, again, prove the concepts and then, once the concept is approved, move it out to other areas of the downtown master plan, including the remainder of the medical district, which includes the south side of Charleston.
And the north, going north, isn't that part of it too? The orange area on Martin Luther King?
So, Madam Mayor, that orange area, actually, in working with those property owners who've, again, been a part of all of these discussions, and Councilman Creer, whose ward that area north of Alta is, that actually is in the pilot area. There's, again, with all the work on with all the work with Project Neon, there's some opportunities potentially there in the not-too-distant future for some redevelopment, and we believe that this tool will help facilitate that in those areas, and those property owners have been supportive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman and
Thanks.
fellow members of the council.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? I'll turn it over to you, Councilman, and I understand Mayor Pro Tem said that you and she have conversed and are on the same page, whatever that is.
She is, and she did. And through you, Mayor, obviously we've had some robust discussion on this, and I don't think we need any further robust discussion, so I'm going to recommend approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 69. Please vote. And please post. And you will keep us posted. Thank you. That passed. And we'll move on to agenda item 70, SUP 74208, public hearing, applicant owner Heather Esquin, that was here today. Oh, you're still here, you strong lady. For possible action, a request for a special use permit, proposed short-term residential rental use at 1901 East St. Louis Avenue, R1, single-family residential, Ward Zone. Ward 3, Councilman Coffin, Planning and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant present? And you would repeat your name, please.
Yes, my name is Heather Esquin at 1901 East St. Louis Avenue.
Thank you. Mr. Summerfield, would thee like to say something?
So the applicant is proposing to operate a non-owner occupied four-bedroom short-term residential rental unit that meets all our minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912 as of those requirements when she made application. Staff is recommending approval of with condition number 1 being that she's required to expunge this entitlement should the property be sold. At this time, Deputy Director McElhone may have some additional information.
Thank you.
This location does not have any code enforcement action on it or compliance issues, and there are no short-term rental activity identified on UHost. Thank you.
Thank you. And you agree to the expungement of the SUP should you sell the property?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. Yes? No. Okay. So I'll close public hearing. Councilman Coffin, it's yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. How's your father? How's he doing? Is he feeling okay?
He is. His health isn't the best. He lives in Mexico right now.
He's not living in the house?
No, no, he's not living in the house yet.
Part of the justification for Planning Commission approval was your letter that said, that was in August, early August, I guess 4 months ago.
Yes.
That your father
That's
is
correct.
supposed to be living there.
And he's moving in January. He has to finish his lease in where he's at right now.
To keep in spirit with what we have just done today after a 5 or 6 hour hearing, if your father's going to be in there, I could say yes, but he's not here yet, and you promised he'd be here quite some time ago. Is there any chance that we can make this contingent upon it truly being an owner-occupied?
When you say owner-occupied, you mean with my father?
Well, your
living there?
father would qualify,
Yes.
certainly, as, the person.
Yes, he's coming in January.
Well, I don't mind holding this for another month or so if, in fact, your father's going to move here. But we want to make sure we conform to the rules. You don't have a business license.
No, I was under the understanding that I couldn't get a business license until I've been approved.
But you didn't apply for a business license, much less the SUP. I guess you just grabbed it and thought you only needed to do one step. Maybe that's true, but it's in flux right now.
I thought that I had to get the SUP approved before I move forward with the business license.
No, business license comes first in many cases. In this case, you could have applied for a business license.
Okay, I wasn't aware.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I need to correct that. So under the rules that existed before the SUP requirement, you could come in for a license and be licensed before the SUP process. But in the normal course of action, in something that requires a special use permit, you can't actually get a business license until the approving body approves the SUP. So she's doing it in the order. She has to get the SUP, and then we would consider the business license application. So action on this before any licensing.
So in a sense, if I might, Mayor, through you to Robert, then, so what you're saying is this is an in-between kind of thing, not new rules, not old rules, but rather she's conforming to the old rules.
The current rules, because technically what you voted on this morning isn't
not in
effective
effect.
until after Sunday, or this afternoon.
That's right, and we're not going to
actually.
prejudice.
So, yes, so she is conforming to the current on-the-books rules, which is get your SUP. If your SUP is approved, then you submit and get your license and do your code enforcement inspections and all of that.
Okay, so she still has to come back in front of us then.
Well, the license isn't at this time a privileged license, so the license wouldn't come back before you all. If you approve this SUP, staff will administratively ensure that she's complying with all conditions of approval, including, again, it is an SUP, so if you wanted to include a condition that said no rentals until occupancy occurs, that would be a condition that we could put on there if that is the direction you wanted to go. But I do need to be clear, unless the father is on the ownership documentation, we still can't call it owner-occupied for purposes of the code.
Okay,
But
so
we can put a condition on there that about the family member living in the home, if that is your prerogative.
All right, well, there are a lot of protests, but I'm going to move that we follow Planning Commission recommendation for approval.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion. I have no microphone. The motion is on the floor to approve agenda item 70. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good holiday.
Thank
everybody.
you, you too. And now we're on to 72? Is that where we are? With the 1 and the 3 and everything moving around? Okay. This is SUP 74225, public hearing, applicant owner, Nucleus Investments, Inc., for possible action or request for a special use permit for proposed 4,442 square foot beer, wine, cooler, off-sale establishment use with a waiver to allow a 260-foot distance separation from a church, house of worship where 400 feet is required at 1600 North Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, even though there's no junior on this. C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer, and Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, and I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, John Burke, 6037 South Fort Apache. I'm the architect representing the applicant. I'm here with the property owner, John Edmond. He's trying to sell this.
We know John for many a year. How nice to see you.
John is selling the property to Terrible Herbst. They want to come in and take up this take this property that's been vacant for 10 years and refurbish it and put their new look onto it.
Good.
If I could just go to the overhead.
Okay.
Are you going to stay the whole time? Yeah.
And so we are here for a use permit for the beer and wine. And one thing that is required for that is a waiver because we have a church that is located
Too close.
property line to property line within 400 feet. The waiver is permissible to be asked for because there is a separation of 100-foot right-of-way, which is West Owens. Planning Commission voted unanimously for approval. Staff recommends approval. We're here to ask for yours and answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Have you been to the pastor of the church, and is he in agreement?
No, I don't really know who the pastor is of
that particular church.
Which church is that, Councilman Creer?
We've been working through this, Mayor, for a while, and through you, if you don't mind. I don't know if we want to go to public comment and then come back and have discussion.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to.
No, that's fine. Let's go to planning then and hear some comments there, and then we'll go to public hearing, and maybe they've already done that.
Madam Mayor, so staff does find that this use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the surrounding existing land uses, with minimal impact, as similar uses are already in existence within this southwest corner of Owens Avenue and Martin Luther King Boulevard. So staff is recommending approval even with the waiver.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wanting to speak on this item, Agenda 72? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and go over to you, Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you. We've been working on this project for a while, and we believe that this is a very good project. Right across the street is the old Pat's Kitchen, which is now Union 76, which is there, and they're looking to do some rehabilitation of their property. This is going to come in and take a blighted building and turn it into something that is going to be a good gateway right across from Cox there. We worked it out. There was a daycare school right behind it, Acelera, which we've worked to relocate that to allow for this project to come. And we feel as though it's good. We're in the process of also of figuring out a sort of beer wine overlay that's going to happen for promotion and advertisement of alcohol in the area. So this is right in line with what we have going on.
Okay.
So I'm in full support.
And therefore, you are moving.
Yes, and if any further discussion, I would like to make a motion for item 72, SUP 74225. I move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion. Aye. Okay, there's an aye on the floor here beside me. That's Councilman Coffin for his back. He's down on the floor. He's an aye. He's stretching out. And please post. And that motion carries.
Thank you.
Good, wonderful. No, it's very interesting. I just give you an extension cord. Okay, agenda item 74, SUP 74281, public hearing. Applicant owner Nagast Gay for possible action appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow 374-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required, 1807 South 8th, and that's R1, single-family residential zone, Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, it's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present or a representative? No. And therefore, Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, this does require a waiver from not just one, but approximately 4 other short-term rentals. As indicated, staff recommends denial and supports the Planning Commission denial.
Thank you very much. Anybody wishing to be heard on number 74? Closing 74, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Everybody on the council, look at this and remember, here's what we're doing. This is what we passed 55 for, to try to get control of this. Look, 4 of them, real close. This would be 5 if we approved it. I do move to follow Planning Commission recommendation and move for denial.
Okay, there's a motion to deny on agenda item 74. Please vote and please post.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion carries. And so we are on to now setting the date. Is that correct? Okay. Agenda item 75, setting the date on any appeals filed or required public hearings. I instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings in dangerous buildings, nuisance, litter abatements.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will go on to number 76, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. No subject may be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speakers allowed, may be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council will not respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public? And we're going to set the time at 1 minute. Hi, Ms. Barnes, but you have to say your name.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm yet in distress with this situation, and I have not been allowed on the military base to get my distress signal. I remember once when your husband held this position, he maybe more than once had my distress signal reissued. He saw it was being used by some people that was doing the drugs. Now I'm once again in distress, and maybe that's the case. They need to reissue it and put a stop to people entering that military base over people that's not a part of this kind of thing. And it's just too much for me to have to put up with them lying and using me to do their drugs and support their drug industry. They're out of control. They're out of order with it. And I'm hoping to bring some order. I've offered the people to sign these promissory notes to sell this thing. I understand that whoever this is issuing this drug needs to be dealt with, and I hope the police can get some control. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well. Be well. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name.
Hello, Mayor. My name is Jared Crawford.
Hi, Jared.
Hi. I'm coming here today because I'm a street performer. I'm from Las Vegas, born here. I've been born in New York, but I moved here first grade. I've been here my whole life. I'm a Las Vegas Academy graduate, and I've street performed my whole life. But as of a year ago, I was street performing on the Las Vegas Strip. They started taking me to jail and fining me huge amounts of money for obstruction of the sidewalk or this and that. And whenever I go to jail, whenever I go to the tickets, there's no record of it, no anything. I've complied. I've been on Fremont every day for the past year. I helped my mom put me through school, and I've had my own apartment. I've been evicted. I've lost everything. I'm just trying to figure out how I can, what do I do? When I go to court, they tell me, the judge say, this is not our jurisdiction.
I'm going to make a recommendation to you that tomorrow, through City Hall, you get a hold of Tim Hacker.
Tim Hacker.
And Tim Hacker is in charge of our muni courts, our law enforcement, and fire and rescue. And he might be able to help you, and plus he will find out about the performance zones on Fremont Street experience and how you go about that.
Right.
So you just call City Hall tomorrow.
Well, I'm actively a part of the Fremont thing, and I've been since I was at LVA since 2015 is when I graduated. I've been performing out there since 2012. The issue with, and I know you guys did a great job of regulating the ordinance on Fremont. The issue is the way that they are now is that all the spaces are often given away to palm weavers or to people not actually performing, and then the issue becomes the performers are literally down there fighting for spots, as opposed to when we were on the Strip.
I think Brad Jerbick and our legal department have really been working on that, so it's a question of coordination between getting there on time and the process and rotating people.
My question remains, though, who do I contact about this Strip? Because my father...
Not us.
My father did this in New York, and they told him it was... they took it almost all the way to the...
County Commission. County Commission, anybody for your district that you're in, or call while Chairman Sisolak is still there till January, call him.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Right.
you.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
so much.
You have a great day.
Thank you, you too. Anyone else? I'm going to close this portion, and now we're into council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the council unless the subject's on the agenda. You're going to start, Colonel Soroka.
Thank you, ma'am. I also have Ward 1's announcements, so
Good.
if that's
Go
okay,
for
I
it.
can go, whichever
Go right
one, clerk, you can pull up first would be awesome.
Oh, no, the guy's back there.
Okay. I'll roll with whatever you put up. There we go, Ward 1. That's great. On behalf of Mayor Pro Tem Lois Tarkanian, who could not be with us right now, she asked me to read her announcements. So let's start off. We're starting the holidays. Do you know the code? What's important to avoid a fine during the holidays is that you must park your car in a driveway, the garage, or on the street, not on lawns or any dirt at your home. It must be parked on an approved surface to avoid a fine, not just over the holidays, but anytime. Next slide, please. RTC is having a holiday bike ride. It has twofold purpose. You get to ride a 10-mile ride through the town where there is going to be cookies and desserts and decorations for you to enjoy. And at the same time, please bring an unwrapped gift for donations. The toys will be donated to 98.5 KLUC's Chet Buchanan and the Morning Zoo's Toy Drive to benefit the children in our community. For more information and to pre-register, visit rtcsnv.com. Next slide, please. The Holiday Express at Springs Preserve. Sounds like a great time that's going to be happening the holiday season at the Springs Preserve. Departures take place 14 times a day, every half hour from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., running every day Friday, or is running Friday through Saturday for the next 3 weekends. So for Friday and Saturday, the next 3 weekends, it'll depart 14 times each day, each half hour from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. For reservation and tickets, visit springspreserve.org. Next slide, please. All right, our magical forest. We know Opportunity Village always does a great job with this, and this year they've added over 1 million new lights to the magical forest. The lighting is spectacular and will run 30 minutes from, the lighting spectacular will run every 30 minutes from the time the forest opens until close. For ticket information, visit opportunityvillage.org. It opens nightly at 5:30 p.m., but is closed on Christmas Day. Next slide, please. Christmas tree safety. When you buy a live tree, a real tree, I guess it's not alive anymore once you put it in your house, but when you buy a tree that was previously alive, you're taking some additional risk to get that great smell in your house during the holidays. So please do your best to pick a tree that is fresh. Make sure it's at least 3 feet away from heat sources and that you water it daily, because especially in our dry climate, they're very thirsty. Never use candles, and always use approved lighting for indoors, and read the manufacturer's instructions and please comply. On the next slide, you'll see what to do with that tree after the holiday season. Christmas tree recycling. Each year from December 26th through January 15th, you can take your cut Christmas tree to one of more of 30 convenient drop sites throughout the valley where it is recycled. Most locations are open 24 hours a day for drop-off. To find a drop-off site near you, again, the Springs Preserve is our resource. Please visit springspreserve.org. Thank you very much. That's Lois Tarkanian's notes from Ward 1. Please, Ward 2. Hey, that guy looks familiar. Thank you very much. Next slide. We've had some good news, Mayor. Our Nevada Child Seekers child, we've located one of the children that we've announced on these broadcasts here. They're doing a wonderful job. Thank you so much, community, for reaching out and being active in this program. So we're very thankful that Emily has been returned home. Unfortunately, we have another missing child on the next slide. We have Gabriela Arruda, who's 15 years old, gender is female. She's 5'7", 150 pounds. Her hair and eyes are brown. She's of a Hispanic ethnic descent. She was last seen in the area of Sahara Avenue and Tree Line Drive, Las Vegas. She was last seen wearing a pink sweater and blue jeans, but a very specific identifying mark is that she has braces and a tattoo on her right hand that looks like a heart. Please, community, if you see her, reach out to the Metro Police at the number listed below, or Nevada Child Seekers at the number at the bottom of the slide. Thank you for your great support. Next slide. Hey, we have a great event out in the Summerlin area at the lakes. Literally on the lake, we have the Holiday Boat Parade and Festival this Saturday from 5 to 7 p.m. There'll be all kind of entertainment, including Santa, and we won't run out of hot chocolate this year. I made sure that we're going to have 4 food trucks there for everybody, but the highlight of the night are the 17 or more boats that will be decorated and navigating along the coastline for us to cheer and for a prize. So we have the Holiday Boat Parade at the Festival of Lights at Lake Sahara North Park Saturday from 5 to 7 p.m. Next slide, please. And oh yes, of course, the most important holiday mingle event of the year is hosted by Councilman Soroka right here on the patio at City Hall from 6 to 8 p.m. Come enjoy great company and holiday music as we celebrate the end of a great year. Light refreshments will be served. Please RSVP online, and I look forward to seeing you on December 13th, Thursday from 6 to 8 p.m. right here at City Hall. And with that, the next slide, you can always contact me at this information. I look forward to you all having a wonderful holiday season. We'll see you soon.
And when it's nighttime, wear your coats and your earmuffs and your gloves. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Fiore's on board.
Thank you. So we are going to be doing our Mondays with Michelle December 10th from noon to 6 over at our YMCA on Centennial Hills. We'll have refreshments, and you know, I think we're going to have hot cocoa there this Monday since we're in that season. Our next slide is the Christmas Fantasy Forest. I have to tell you, since our Santa in the Park last year went so well, I wanted to do holidays through the whole month of December. So we're doing the Christmas Fantasy Forest every single weekend in Tule Springs, and Santa Claus is there every single weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We have 30 different trees that are lit and from all religions. We have our Hanukkah tree, and right now we're in the middle of Hanukkah, so happy Hanukkah. We have our Hanukkah tree. We have a tree that was decorated by one of our mosques. It's just amazing. You guys have to come through the Fantasy Forest and see all of these 30 trees that we have there. And again, Santa Claus is there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then on December 15th, Santa and his elves will be giving out presents to all of our youth in the ward. Oh, and our animals. You know, I constantly am working on adopting out these rabbits because we now have a rabbitat in Tule Springs because of all of the rabbits that were dumped in our park. And, you know, I have to thank our staff and our rabbit volunteers out there, and Jerry Walker especially, for making this happen. So we are looking to try to adopt Mary Hoppin. It's a rabbit. She's 1 year old. She's spayed, and she is over at our Animal Foundation. And then we also have a cat named Tommy, and he's 2. And Tommy is a big boy with an even bigger heart. He actively seeks attention and enjoys scratches around his neck and chin. Now, last council meeting, Piney the cat, I want to let you know, was adopted. And then we have a very important groundbreaking. We've been waiting for this for a really long time. This is the groundbreaking of our officer for Metro Police, Alan Beck Memorial Park. It's going to be December 18th at 2 p.m., and we are just so proud to have this ceremony for our new Alan Beck Memorial Park. It's going to be at 2 o'clock again, Tuesday, December 18th. The 10.5-acre park located at Sky Canyon Park Drive and Brent Lane is named after the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Officer Alan Beck, who was killed in the line of duty Sunday, June 8th, 2014. I will be there along with Nicole Beck, Officer Beck's wife, Clark County Commissioner Marilyn Kirkpatrick, Captain Sasha Larkin of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Northwest Area Command, and I'm hoping that our mayor, depending upon her agenda, will be there as well. Please join us in support of this wonderful man's legacy. This is the park. Thank you, guys, and see you next council.
Thank you very much. My schedule permits, you know, anything I can do, I'll be there. Thank you. All right, Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Creer's Community Conversations is canceled for December due to the holidays. January 24th, we'll resume meeting at the Thayer Creek Brewery located 831 West Bonanza Road. If you have any questions, please give my office a call, 702-229-5443. The Deerfeld Christmas with Izzy and Herman Deerfield Senior Center, located at 3343 West Washington Avenue, will present a Christmas story in partnership with J.T. McWilliams Elementary School on Saturday, December 8th at 9:30 a.m. Residents Izzy and Herman are promoting the opportunity to adopt a student to help make their holidays more joyous. If you'd like to get involved, a student list is available, and gifts are requested by November the 29th, which is passed. For more information, please call 702-229-6601. Mariachi Sol de Mexico. Mariachi Sol de Mexico will present Mariachi Christmas featuring De Jose Hernandez on Friday, December 13th at Sammy Davis Jr. Plaza in Lorenzi Park. This is going to be a fun-filled event. For tickets, call 702-229-2787. And then the Smith Center is going to be featuring Drumline live on December the 29th at 2 p.m. and 7 p.m. The show will feature dazzling vocalists, high-octane musicians, and energetic choreography, all based on the marching band tradition of historically black colleges and universities. Festive sounds of holiday cheer, combining gospel, jazz, soul, Motown rhythms, and the Nutcracker Suite, mixed with a hip-hop and driving force of an HBCU marching band. For tickets, please visit smithcenter.com. The West Las Vegas Youth Basketball League, their annual league starts for 4th and 5th graders is underway. Volunteer coaches are needed. League play begins January 23rd, and games are played at Doolittle Community Center on Wednesdays and Thursdays from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. For more information, call 702-229-6773 or 702-229-1736. The Las Vegas Lead Hazard. Lead impacts the human body, so please contact the Las Vegas Lead Hazard Control and Healthy Homes Program at 229-5935 to receive information for free lead-free paint for eligible households. And don't forget that you can always get a hold of me at Twitter at Cedric Creer, Instagram at Councilman Creer, and then Facebook Councilman Cedric Creer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next council meeting's Wednesday, December 19th. I want to thank our marshals, our city staff, our A-team and tech, our clerk's office, everybody who lived through this today, and certainly our legal team and council. And very quickly, the National Finals Rodeo is here in Las Vegas, and you know the Core Arena right behind City Hall West on Main Street. It's just opened. There's going to be a lot of festivities there at the Plaza Hotel. And so all the rest of this can take place after the 19th. So anyway, wish you all safe weeks till we see you again. Thank you all very much. And again, technology, city staff, bless you all for taking such good care of us. Thank you, marshals. You had a little business today. We haven't had that in a long time. So thank you. It's good to prove your mettle, right? We are adjourned.